Spellcraft Reincarnation of a Magic Scholar. Chapter 501 Arrival PT2. Sarah's heart raced uncontrollably. Her expression must have looked incredibly silly at this point, but she could no longer control herself. With flushed cheeks and increased desire, she simply locked gaze with Naren, drawn to him more than ever before. He feels the same. Both of them, alone in the frozen world, finally touched ground, descending from the sky while still in each other's embrace. I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. I'll make no excuse. But, now, I guess I've decided not to worry any longer. Sarah felt like she was in a dream. Perhaps this was an illusion? She hadn't expected those words from Naren, at least not until Jared fulfilled his end of the deal. Or has he done so already? Did he have something to do with this? But how? It's so soon. Sarah decided to shake the thoughts away from her head. Naren finally confessed his feelings. That was enough for her. Once again, Sarah drew him closer and kissed him one final time. Once their lips detached, she fell on his shoulders and adorably used it as a cushion. Naren didn't resist. He simply stroked her hair while giving a gentle smile. Sarah couldn't see his current expression, but Naren's eyes appeared a bit distant while embracing her. His smile was genuine, though. As agreed, I have fulfilled my end, Jared. Hope you're happy about this. Naren's mind trailed. His eyes fell on Sarah, especially her adorable long hair. The woman kept snuggling her face all over his shoulder as if trying to leave her scent on him. I indeed have feelings of love for you, Sarah, but... His smile grew a bit grim. A sudden memory played in Naren's head. It was dark and gory, but there was no way he could mistake what he saw there. In the little flash of fragmented memories, Sarah was covered in her blood, and Naren was at the center of so much destruction. He could see himself roaring in pain as the loss of the one he loved was etched in his soul. Naren awoke from this trance and gave another glance at the healthy Sarah in front of him. Perhaps he was wrong, after all. I listened to Jared's conversation with Sarah. No, more like he made me listen. After their talk, we spoke. That was when Jared told him to make a choice, and then become transparent with Sarah about it. Perhaps it was due to the bond he had with Jared, or his ever-increasing boredom, Naren divulged his true feelings for Sarah to the young boy. I truly love Sarah. Although he did not make mention of the dark memory he had, and the awfully tragic image of Sarah's demise, Naren told him how he was hesitant to start something with the Crimson Grand Mage. That was when their bet came into play. Using Anna's encounter with Lydia of Blanc as a base, Jared offered another secret of magic to Naren as bait if the latter won. On the flip side, if Naren lost, he would have to confess his true feelings to Sarah, and in a grand way, for that matter. You won, Jared. So, I guess this is how we'll be doing things. Maybe a life like this wouldn't be so bad, after all. Sarah, I think that's enough. You've been at this for too long. Naren could already feel his body growing numb as a result of Sarah's tight embrace and snuggling. Sorry about that. Jumping a little, Sarah stepped back and gave an awkward laugh. Isn't she the cutest, just looking at her this way? Naren couldn't deny his feelings, but he couldn't let go of his fears. However, the die had been cast. Let's see where this leads. It's fine. Don't worry about it. We have all the time in the world, after all. Naren laughed. But, stopping time at this scale, isn't it burning through your mana too much? Well, I have a little something for that. Naren winked, maintaining his aura of mystery. I could never succeed in freezing the whole world in time with my original magic. Even now, that prospect is pretty dim. So, another solution came to mind. Jared had told Naren that he could tell her about the Hermit Arcana, so he went on to explain. I simply isolated myself from the bounds of time. I call it the timeless zone. Everything around me stops, and only I can move. It wasn't exactly stopping the whole world, but rather transcending time itself. Naren's original magic initially functioned when he interacted with his environment through his mana. Whatever his mana touched came under the influence of his time magic. As a result of that, there were limits to what he could and couldn't do. However, thanks to the hermit, he could basically perceive the flow of time in the world, and not just the artificial one he constructed through magic. He was capable of resonating his time magic with the world's time, allowing him to create this result. Of course, anyone or anything I interact with will also become unfrozen in time, or rather, they will join me in the timeless zone. Naren went on. That was why Sarah was able to remain unfrozen despite everyone being stuck in time. So, you're saying we're in a place that transcends time. The world is operating normally, but we're just in a realm beyond that. Naren smiled once Sarah tried simplifying his explanation. You're getting it. It's a bit complicated, but I can't interfere with anyone while in the timeless zone. If I do, they also become a part of it. He now stared passionately at Sarah, drawing her close with one hand. I want to make this a place for just you and me. No one else should be allowed to interfere. With his face once again close to Sarah's, her body throbbed a bit, and she found herself nodding. I'd like that a lot. Glad to hear that. He released his grip, and then looked away staring at someone else in a distance. The one who met Naren's gaze was frozen in time, just like everyone else. It was the Demon King, Abel Lion himself. Well, it's time to take care of business. There's something else I want to try out. Chapter 502. We'll continue this, later. For now, I better earn my keep. Naren said to the redhead. She pouted upon hearing his words, making her look even cuter than normal. It was bad for Naren's cold heart, so he winced at the cuteness displayed by the usually stern and wild Sarah Crimson. Don't be jealous. Haha, it won't take too long. Patting her head, as though she was a pet, Naren smiled. Yeah? Okay then. I'll just watch, then. What of the demon lord you were messing around with? I killed him the moment I saw you. What of it? I see. Nothing, then. Okay, you can watch. Though Naren was certain of his feelings for the woman before him, and he knew she felt the same, he couldn't help but get a bit anxious when it came to Sarah, and what their future together would turn out to be like. He. The red-haired woman just kept giggling, overwhelmed by the giddy emotions swarming her. And so, both of them decided to cut their little romance short so Naren could handle business. All right. I'm ready now. Abel Lion was confused for the umpteenth time. The man before him, the one called Naren by the strange red-haired woman, had asked for a bit of time because of the earlier situation. Of course, Abel Lion didn't intend to accept it. However, before he could even do anything, Naren appeared to be ready for their fight. Not only had Sarah stopped her sharp dash toward Naren, but she was also in a different location from earlier. The woman simply watched what was going on, and the automaton that was previously engaged with Abel Lion also backed off. Now that you're here, I'll be returning to my master. It had said. Will you be telling Jared of my lateness? Naren answered with a question that seemed to stem from a playful point. There's no need. He already knows. With that, the platinum-armored automaton flew off in a flash even faster than Abel Lion could keep up with. It made the Demon King wonder why it hadn't moved that way during their fight. Maybe. There's no need to be concerned about your fight with that guy. He was just meant to buy time until I arrived. Abelion's inner conflict was sharply interrupted by Naren's voice. You're Naren, right? The head of Inslark Academy, and one stated to be on par with the Eastern Kingdom's Grand Mages. Abel Lion spoke in a low tone. The black-haired man shrugged and said nothing. Then, I ask you, were you the one who killed one of my demon lords, Lydia of Blanc? For a moment, there was silence. Tense and unsettling, the empty void of words pervaded their vicinity. Until. I wish. N.A., it wasn't me. One of my students did. She's a smart girl. Your demon lord didn't stand a chance. I see. Abel Lion controlled the rage swirling within him. There was the possibility that Naren was lying, but he didn't see any reason why the man would do that. Then, where is this girl now? Naren raised a brow once this question was asked. Why? You want to bypass me and... No. I want to know where I need to go after killing you. Your student, whoever she is, must die. Oh, I see. Geez, what's got you so worked up? Well, yeah, she's still in Inslark. But, I have to say. Before Naren could conclude his speech, a deafening rupture filled the air. Several twisted blades were instantly launched from Abelion's blackish-purple portal, all aimed at killing Naren. However, just about 5 inches from Naren's body, all the weapons were paused in time. They simply remained suspended, just like the previous one Abel Lion launched. At least let me finish. Naren sighed, scratching his head a bit. How are you doing that? The Demon King found himself at a loss for words. Didn't your minions tell you anything? Or wait, they didn't know? Man, this is confusing. I don't like explaining my abilities every time. Upon saying this, a burst of power erupted from Naren, causing his hair to change color as white sparks of light danced around him. If this is all you've got, you won't be able to touch me, you know. The transformed man spoke with undiluted confidence. TCH. I've had enough of this. First that automaton, and now you, pesky pests just getting in my way. The white-haired human rolled his eyes slightly upon hearing this. He knew Gawain could have beaten Abel Lion, but the reason he held back was so Naren could fight with the Demon King. He's a bit of a disappointment, but he should still be useful as an experimental subject. Die! Abel Lion growled, now summoning one massive purple hole above him. Emerging from within it was a very long, thin blade. It looked more like a javelin than a sword, and the demonic energy it packed was something else. Look here, I control time. That won't war. Before Naren could finish, the javelin blade was launched, tearing through space as it did its best to deal a fatal hit to the target. This guy just likes interrupting me. Naren watched the javelin reach his time barrier, and then... The javelin didn't stop moving. It passed the 5-inch limit and kept approaching Naren, though it was moving much slower than normal. This is... A look of intrigue was all over Naren's face as he stretched his hand toward the immensely powerful javelin blade. Squish! Blood spurted out of Naren's outstretched palm, caused by the weapon impaling him. Ah, I see. So it defies time causality. The desire to hit your target really birthed something like this? Interesting. Even though Naren realized that a weapon like this made his time barrier obsolete, he didn't even flinch or show any fear. Why, you caught that? The Demon King looked shocked. He had expected that to be the end of his opponent, yet Naren looked very much alive. This is a bit unexpected, Naren smirked, the injury on his hand completely gone as though nothing ever happened. Maybe this could be worthwhile. Chapter 503. I suppose my time barrier was too lax. Maybe if I had poured more mana into it, then it could probably stop it completely. The white-haired man thought to himself. Abel Lion was stunned beyond speech. He was certain that would kill his opponent, yet. Oh, well. It's been a while since I even received an injury. I'll have to change my assessment of you. Turns out you're not that disappointing. Other chuckles, other than Naren's, could be heard from all around. This. The Demon King finally noticed when he looked around him. Every single member of the demon army was dead. The victorious army had now surrounded the Demon King in a very wide circle, all observing the showdown going on between him and Naren. From all they had seen, it was enough for a few to laugh. They're laughing at me. Those inferior drivels. His eyes twitched as they widened in rage, bloodshot with fury and sheer determination. Hey, don't mind them. You actually did very. Shut up and die. Abel Lion roared, creating even more of the javelin blades that affected Naren. Surely, if he bombarded him with more of them, Naren would suffer fatal damage. The environment trembled as the air undulated. This was caused by the sheer pressure brought about by the immensely powerful blades that lunged at their human target. The surrounding soldiers and magic beasts, though a good distance away, could feel their bodies shaking as a result of the magnitude of demonic energy that the blades emanated. Nice move. Naren smiled, watching the javelin blades slow down once they got close enough. I increased my mana output, and the weapons have also slowed down more than before. But, is it because of the numbers? If it was just that one from earlier, then it would have completely stopped. Naren enjoyed thrills like this. It allowed him to enjoy the battle more. Squish splurge. Blood flowed from Naren's body as both his shoulders, legs, his chest, and even stomach were pierced by the weapons. Within a moment, none of those injuries existed. Thanks to the time loop function of his body, he was restored to his optimal state in a flash. What? At this point, Abel Lion was exasperated. Even though his weapons dealt sufficient damage, they simply vanished and Naren was back to normal. It was as though he never suffered any damage at all. How? Why? The Demon King could only think of one thing. Original magic. It had to do with original magic. If I create blades that can cancel out original magic, then that should solve it. It'll take too much miasma, but I can do it. I should be able to. Abel Lion was certain that this next volley would be the end of Naren Khalid. As much as I would like to continue this match with you, I promised someone it wouldn't take long. Naren's nonchalant voice interrupted Abelion's scheme. So, I'll just try out what I want. You can continue doing whatever. Click. Naren snapped his fingers, causing a low, reverberating hum to spread across the area. He smiled, staring at the Demon King with expectation. He's looking down on me. He thinks he'll win? Just watch, human. This will end you. Dozens of purplish-black portals appeared all around Naren, trapping him in a dome of malevolent energy. You can't escape this one. Abel Lion grinned manically. Flashes of purple light emanated from the portals as they whirred into action. The Demon King's eyes bulged, even more, expecting his blades to fly out, impale the target, and kill him. However, zzzzzzzzrrrrrzzz. All the portals vanished after making a reverse whirring sound. It was as though they died out. What had just happened? Abel Lion was caught in even more confusion. He wasn't the only one, though. The large audience also looked at the scene in puzzlement. No explanation could be given for the occurrence that just occurred. One possibility came to mind, and it was: it's not anti-magic. It's magic. Interference magic could indeed affect spells and forcibly disable them through analysis and usurping control, but it was useless when original magic was concerned. Interfering with a spell meant a person understood its very structure, down to the tiniest detail. Such a thing was not possible against original magic. And so, questions sparked. If it wasn't anti-magic, or interference magic, then what the heck just happened? It's just a fluke. There's no way he cancelled my spell. Abel Lion shouted, burning through more of his miasma to create at least 100 portals with the same intent of decimating Naren. It's no use. Naren smiled. And, he was right. Just as before, the portals dissipated as suddenly as they appeared. None of your spells will work. The white-haired man emphasized, now walking closer to the Demon King. While he didn't feel like explaining why, what Naren did was quite simple. I used time magic to return his spells to the point before they were cast. As a result, even if he casts a spell, they'll return to a state before they can exist. Of course, he couldn't affect magic which had more energy than he poured, but Naren's mana quality and quantity far surpassed Abelion's. As a result, directly reversing his spells before they could manifest wasn't too difficult. Why you? Abel Lion roared in both shame and anger, summoning a blade to grasp. I'll allow that. Naren smiled, causing the Demon King to wield a obsidian black sword. I'll kill you with this. Fuming, the Demon King took his stance, ready to strike Naren down with his most powerful blade yet. Not only could it interfere with Naren's time magic, but it could prevent him from reversing his injuries. A fatal hit from that would kill the human, no doubt. With these thoughts running through Abelion's mind, he readied himself to strike. You took too long. Naren's voice suddenly pierced Abelion's ears. Wah! The voice came behind the Demon King. His opponent was no longer standing in front of him. As if that wasn't enough, Abel Lion felt a stinging sensation on his neck. He couldn't speak, and he couldn't feel his body. It was almost as if... Thud. His head was no longer attached to the rest of his body. A/N. I guess we all saw this coming. LOL. Chapter 504. Before Abel Lion could react, he felt his head helplessly plop to the ground. Blood gushed out of his body, and he watched as the fountain blasted from his decapitated neck. Abel Lion was in more shock than pain. The hand gripping his blade loosened, and his body soon collapsed. How? His eyes couldn't stop bulging as his head was drowning in his pool of blood. Looks like decapitating you doesn't do the trick. That's cool. Abel Lion shivered the moment the voice rang in his ears. It was a cool, calm tone, yet the Demon King could not stop shivering. Monster. His mind echoed. There were many who would consider Abel Lion to be a monster and a darn scary one at that. However, upon meeting Naren, he was certain. He's a true monster. Suddenly, the panicking Demon King felt a strong grip on his head, and he was slowly raised by the very monster he feared. If you're wondering why you're not regenerating, I'm placing that on hold. Hope you don't mind. At this point, Abel Lion could only dumbfoundedly watch Naren. He no longer had it in him to argue or struggle. Of course, that means you won't be dying yet, but still. Naren's voice was drowned with the cheers ringing from everyone. He watched them clap and throw cheers. The white-haired human returned to his usual state, and then raised the Demon King's head as some form of a trophy as he smiled. Here is the Demon King. Laughs and more cheers rang from the people as they watched Naren swing the head like a pendulum. Abel Lion felt humiliation like never before, being mocked by the race he looked down on. No, by literally everyone. The elves, humans, dwarves, therianthropes, fairies, and even magic beasts. They were all mocking him. Even death would have been preferable, but Naren had specifically mentioned how he couldn't regenerate or die. He was currently stuck as a head, a disgraced one. Bzzzzttttttzzzzz. Suddenly, a loud buzzing sound appeared in the sky, and then something like a large panel appeared for everyone on the battlefield to see. There was static for a few seconds, but the image and sound stabilized, revealing the one responsible for the large panel laid out the sky. Hey, everyone! It's Jared. I certainly hope you had fun killing all those demons. Oh, hey! Isn't that the Demon King? Why is he just ahead? Ha 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 ha! As his voice echoed throughout the battlefield, everyone once again burst out laughing. Abel Lion could only lower his eyes and squeeze his face in frustration. Just kill me! He whispered, feeling shame like never before. Oh, this should be good. It's a shame we don't have many demons who will serve as an audience for what I'm about to do. Well, this much should suffice. And we even have our decapitated Demon King to serve as a special guest for the show. More shots of laughter erupted. I could resurrect them if you want an audience. Jane Ursula chimed in, smiling smugly at the screen. Jared was utilizing the special magic he learned from the fairy sanctuary, their display technique. I could reverse their deaths as well, Naren added. There's no need for that. Haha. That would be overkill. Abel Lion alone would be enough. Both Naren and Jane appeared disappointed that Jared was refusing their assistance, but they decided to let it go. Everyone was more curious about what the surprise was. All right, everyone. I'd like you to look in the direction of the demon territory. Everyone followed the trail that the demon army left in their wake when they marched into the plains. It was easy to get their bearings right, so every single person was now looking in that direction. Get ready to see some fireworks. Ah, by the way, Abel Lion, your father sends his regards. The Demon King's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the mention of his father. However, before he could even give much thought to it, he witnessed the most peculiar sight. Not only him, everyone standing on the plains saw the bizarre occurrence that etched itself in the sky. It didn't have to come to this, Abel Lion. Witness the consequences of your choice. BZZZTTTTZZZZZ. The holographic panel vanished, leaving only despair etched on Abel Lion's face as his widened eyes watched the massive beam of light moving in a straight line above him. The path of light, like a flood of pure energy, flowed from the southeast, swiftly moving to the north at inconceivable speed. Before Abel Lion could object, the white beam passed overhead the battlefield and went straight for its destination. Afterward, there was silence. Stifling silence. Everyone paused as though in a trance, or they were stuck in time. The white light was heading somewhere. Those who were sensible had a good idea where. They simply waited for its effects. You're finally going to do it, Jared. Naren smiled to himself. That energy. I've never felt anything like it. Sarah realized that even she could not compete with its power. Lewis. Jane wondered if Jared could live with his decision what he was about to do. Everyone had their thoughts and expectations. They simply waited for the results. And then. The eruption lit up the sky. Everyone was silent, and only the loud sound of an entire continent exploding, turning into cinders, could be heard. Even though the demon realm was miles away from the battlefield, even though it was so far away, everyone felt the pressure and loud sound of its destruction. The bright light emanating from the explosion brightened up the sky. It wasn't pure white. No. Its amber essence dwarfed the sun, as it was even brighter than the ball of light that usually gave its free rays during the day. It was so bright, so powerful, so destructive. They all witnessed its majesty, as it painted the skies in a distance. Even though they could not witness the destruction itself, the scale of the blast could be deduced by everyone. They all understood. The demons have been extinguished. Chapter 505. Though some found it to be an extreme measure, it was the most appropriate course of action. No one could blame Jared Leonard for his actions, considering he had enough power to do it. Still, even though their eyes displayed wonder, they couldn't get rid of the fear that was creeping into their hearts. After all, not only was the blast of destruction a beacon of hope, but it was also a warning. If anyone dared to cross humanity, Jared Leonard, they would be next. That was enough for everyone to maintain a somber silence and watch the demise of the only race that was foolish enough to defy the young boy. No. And no way. Abel Lion began to mutter, his head shivering in disbelief, and an indescribable feeling of loss. His people, his land, his pride. Everything he loved. Everyone he cherished. They were all gone in a flash of amber yellow light. You don't get to sound pitiful, man. You brought this on yourself. Abel Lion heard a prickly tone coming from the man who held him up to see what happened. Why you, how dare you? How dare you say that? There were innocents there. Children. Innocent demons! You killed them all! Abel Lion roared in pain as tears burst from his eyes. I was right all along. Father never believed me. I was right. You all are threats. You all would bring an end to our race. I knew it. Look what happened. If only we took action sooner. You lot are the true monsters. My people. You killed them all. After a moment of silence, Naren's voice finally shattered the Demon King's selfing rant. Weren't you going to the same to everyone else? Hypocrite! Hearing those words, Abel Lion could do nothing but keep his widened eyes open as more tears streamed down. This is all your fault. The least you could do as a leader is to admit that. It was clear to everyone at this point. The way they all looked at him with disgust. The Demon King had simply been in denial all along. He refused to accept that he was the architect of his people's destruction. Because of his blind belief, he led his people into war, hoping to eradicate every other race. But, when the tables were turned and it was his people that got the short end of the stick, he could do nothing but wail like a baby. You disgust me. With those words permeating his head, Abelion's cracked voice leaked out as his eyes became too heavy. Was I wrong? Me? How could I have been? The people who followed him, those who believed in his philosophy, would that make them fools for trusting in his erroneous judgment? He had instigated a coup, killed his brethren, rose to power, and forged connections with his only allies, just to achieve his goal. All he wanted to do was protect his people. The humans are a threat. Was it so wrong for a leader to desire fully assured peace for his people? Everyone else is a threat. It couldn't have been erroneous to desire an expansion of his species beyond the continent they were confined to, forced to live out their lives under a cloud of miasma. No, they deserved better. I wasn't wrong. Abel Lion muttered as his life flashed before his eyes. He did everything for his people. He did everything for the glory of the demon race. There was no way he would turn back on his ideals now. Too many had died believing in him. Innocents were slaughtered, and those who fought by his side had all been extinguished. As the last person carrying the amber of his ambition, Abel Lion refused to give in. I'm not wrong. 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 Squish. Before he could say any more, his head was crushed by Naren's grip, completely destroying it in the process. Blood spurted from every opening, and his misshapen head lifelessly fell to the ground in a splashy thud. Abel Lion felt his consciousness fading fast. It was truly the end. I guess he was right. I shouldn't have fought Naren Khalid. With that single repentance echoing in his head, Abel Lion finally died. Ugh. Guess I used too much strength. His voice was just too annoying. Naren murmured, using magic to remove the blood that stained his body. Usually, none of it would have had gotten on with him, but because he had physical contact with Abel Lion when he died, the blood wasn't registered as someone Naren wanted to avoid. As a result, it wasn't automatically blocked out. TCH. It didn't take a moment for Naren to remove the slimy blood on his body, but the look of disgust never left his face. What a fool! He was arrogant until the end. Naren didn't despise the Demon King's stubbornness, though. His final act simply reminded him of another memory that flashed on his end. Those words. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. Naren had definitely heard them before, from himself. The very thought unsettled him, which was why he unintentionally made short work of the Demon King. Oh, well, no need to get worked up about it. Naren decided to let it go. There was no need to get bothered by someone as pathetic as Abel Lion anyway. We won the war. That's all that matters. Once he made this statement, the black-haired man smiled and glanced at the woman who was already drawing close to him. You said it wouldn't take long. Welp. What can I say? I vividly remember you watching as I got stabbed, though. Couldn't you have helped, or even shown concern? It hurt, you know. Naren quickly changed the topic once Sarah began drawing too close to him. A bead of sweat formed on his face and he gulped a little. Even fighting the big bad never made him so anxious. This could get a bit dangerous. Chapter 506. Well, I figured you had some masochistic tendencies since you decided not to avoid any of the blades. At this point, Sarah's massive breasts were pressing on his chest, and she was wrapping her arm around him. Naren felt so many eyes on him it felt extremely awkward. Hold on, Sarah. Before he could speak, or even activate his timeless world, the woman gave him a deep kiss, and he lost himself in the act. Gasps of surprise and epic cheers resounded in the air as the two made a public declaration of their love. Naren was blushing heavily, maybe because of how embarrassing everything was, and Sarah's wicked grin made it obvious she planned this. You little. Well, now that everyone knows, you can't back out anymore. She placed her finger on his lips and winked. Naren had to admit, it was hot the way she was acting so forward and seductive. It's hard. Naren suddenly Sarah on her shoulders. You better take responsibility for this. He whispered, now smiling wickedly. Sure, maybe late. Come on, don't be shy. Kya. You brute. Let go of me. Sarah successfully broke free from his grasp and took to the sky. You can't escape. Take responsibility. He chased her with determination. And, once again, both of them began their dance in the amber sky, one pursuing the other as they laughed and shouted. The audience didn't know what to think at this point. The war is over, I guess. Jane was the first to speak. Yeah, I guess so. Aurora seconded. Shouldn't we do like a victory shout or something? Gerard murmured. Is that really necessary? Albion voiced his thoughts. I just want to go home. Jane sighed. What a couple. I'm jealous. Maria whispered, happy that her mentor finally succeeded at love. What now? Yvonne was exhausted, but he still wanted to know what would come next. Let's wait for Jared. He should be coming back soon. In the meantime, though. Court Mage Ilrich smiled. Yep. We have to painfully watch those two lovebirds. Freya murmured, now outside the golem, with Lamy trailing behind her. And so, everyone relaxed their bodies and enjoyed the two dancing lights in the sky, as they awaited the appearance of the young boy who made all of this possible. I wonder where he is now. I was currently looking at the demon realm, watching everything on it reduced to nothing but rubble and smoke. It was like a permanent scar on the land, and the miasma clouds that once covered the area had completely dispersed. Of course, I made sure not to damage the land itself, since it was still useful, but everyone living there was most likely dead. This is the result of that machine, it's just as powerful as I envisioned. Before I left Inslark, I gave Maro, Anna, Aloe, and Naren the task of building something important for me. The machine was ready in time, and that was what made this whole thing possible. Of course, no machine could function without fuel, so the device I wanted built also needed a strong core to carry out its purpose. I was initially thinking of making an artificial core that gathered mana from the surroundings, but even that wouldn't be enough for the level of destruction I wanted to achieve. That was why I could only rely on yet another one of my arcanas. The sun. In terms of raw power, it was probably the most dangerous. The sun was basically an endless pool of self-sustaining energy. It had nigh limitless power within, and the best part was that the energy within it reproduced at an abnormal rate, so it never ran out. Even I didn't completely understand it, but the power within the sun was not mana. It also wasn't miasma. It was, just energy. A great amount of it. In terms of destruction, the sun dealt extensive damage, burning everything down to the very atoms. It can burn through magic too, and maybe even concepts. I was yet to try that last part out, and that was because of the dangers that came from using it. The sun was an uncontrollable, volatile source of power. Only those with the highest degree of mana control could even dream of siphoning its power without suffering the repercussions. One mistake in the absorption ratio could lead to an explosion that could decimate the area. In essence, it wasn't safe. Energy that can burn through magic, or any form of resistance, scary stuff. But, it was this very thing that I needed to destroy the demons. I essentially designed my machine to take account of every little detail, so the energy absorption rate would be moderate. Naren hid it in a special space by using a spell card I gave him, so by using a similar spell card, I could access the device. I made sure to activate it deep in the mountains in an uninhabited place just to be safe. As expected, it worked perfectly. Once I infused the arcana within the device, it whirred to life, and then I imputed the appropriate coordinates. I could have blown the whole continent to smithereens, but I was looking for my miasma generator plus, I also had plans for the continent itself. So, I let the explosion occur a little higher. Of course, that still meant the death of everyone in the place. Adults and children, every single member of the demon race died, most likely screaming in unimaginable pain as they burned. Well, the amount of energy would be enough to kill most of them in a second. I'm sure they didn't feel much pain. Using that to comfort myself, I decided to move on to the next phase. I better hurry. I looked around the devastated area and spotted the location of the miasma generator. Since that was the only place where miasma flowed from, it had to be my target. Bingo! I'll just wrap up here. Using a spell card to access my special space, I summoned an automaton. Unlike the others, this one was extremely bulky, like a stout metal container with arms and legs. Rather than functioning on mana, this one used miasma. You know what to do. The automaton nodded with its cubby head in subservience. Well, I'm off. Flying off to my destination, I left the collector to carry out its task. Chapter 507. In moments, I arrived at my target location, watching the ruined landscape even more. Fortunately, there were no bodies left behind, or else it would have been quite creepy. I wasn't feeling very ecstatic about murdering hundreds of thousands of people, but I would do it again if given the same stakes. Let's just focus on the job and get out of here. Everyone must be waiting for me. I found the miasma chamber pretty easily. It was buried underground as I suspected. Usually, it would have been buried under piles of rubble, but thanks to the disintegrating effects of my device, the stuff was out in the open for me to see. The miasma generator itself was within a large metal-like chamber. It was as large as a mansion or an extremely large hall with lots of space within. Of course, the metal used to make the walls, and even the gears that turned in all the sections of the building were materials that were immune to the effects of miasma, even miasma of the highest quality. I found some samples when I was with Carla back then, and advised the demons to use the metal to construct their chamber. I was not privy to the location of the generator or the chamber, though. This was because of security reasons, and I was also in agreement. Who would have known that it would become such a pain in the ass now? Looking at the gleaming dark metal that made up the surrounding area, I desired every single ounce. I need this stuff too, for reasons. With a somewhat sly smile, I kept walking within the chamber. Gears turned around me, and I observed various capacitors and structures actively playing their role in ensuring miasma was dispersed efficiently. They were all connected to the main generator through pipes and wires, and their functions were just as important as the pumping machine itself. The several auxiliary parts, and even the main generator seemed to be in overdrive thanks to the current state of the demon realm. The miasma around has been cleared out, so the generator is trying to restore the negative energy as quickly as possible. I see. It was a function I added at the last minute, considering unforeseen circumstances could arise where the demon realm had their miasma thinned out. Well, I better shut this thing down now. My thoughts trailed as I moved close to the main machine. However, before I reached it, the device shut down by itself. No, this isn't how it should shut down. This almost seems like someone pulled the plug. Usually, the miasma generator would make a different sound when it powered down, and something akin to hissing would be heard alongside vibration. But, now, it just seemed like someone removed the power supply of the whole thing, causing it to forcefully stop working. The turbines have stopped spinning, and everything has slowly halted. This can only be caused by... My eyes bulged as the only possible scenario came to mind. The arcana responsible had been disconnected from the generator's power supply. That means... Before I could conclude my statement, I heard a lock suddenly open up, and then a hissing sound escaping from the generator itself. The door leading to its engine, where the arcana was located, it was moving. The very rigid door opened slowly, and I could see someone coming out of it. It was just as I feared. Someone else is here. Creak. And so, the silhouette of the culprit manifested. His movements were slow, but all my senses were on high alert as he came out of the generator and closed the door at the same moment. My eyes widened further as his appearance registered in my head. It was too familiar that I couldn't forget it even if I wanted to. He is. How is this even? The person in front of me was supposed to be dead. I knew that because I killed him, and I was sure the deed was complete. How the hell are you still alive, Legris Damien? Oh? It's Jared. You're here already? Oof, I was really hoping I could get away before you arrived. The man before me gave a silly smile as he raised his hand to show something locked in his fingertips. The devil! You took it, after all. I spoke, controlling myself as I tried to process the situation as calmly as possible. Yet. Orders from the higher UPS. You know how it is. Everything was slowly making sense. I was tricked. They wanted me to obliterate the demons so they could get their hands on this arcana. It seems you've figured it out. As expected of you, Jared. You've grown, by the way. You're looking like a man already. Well, you haven't changed at all. Though I expected you to look a little dead. Haha. Feisty. Well played. I knew this would surprise you. He chuckled. I wasn't amused in the slightest, so I kept my deadpan expression, trying my hardest not to seem panicky as I looked for the best solution to the current situation. You know, I'm even more amazed that you don't seem very surprised that I'm alive. I expected a better reaction. Magic makes the impossible possible. There's no need to be surprised when that is involved. My response was sharp and cold, my eyes narrowing on the target. Well, fair point. After he said this, silence pervaded the area for a moment. As I put my brain to work, Legris simply smiled at me. I couldn't see past his mask. I should get going now. I've already delayed long enough. He finally spoke, heaving slightly as he began walking in my direction. The dark-cloaked man walked past me, humming jovially as he walked. It was almost as if he was baiting me. At this point, I had no choice but to respond. Do you really think I'll let you leave? I turned my head, glaring obviously at him. Once I said this, Legris stopped in his tracks. He didn't bother looking at me, though. The man simply spoke from where he stood. You know, I like you, Jared. You're smart, powerful, and very unpredictable. That's why I've been very accommodating to you. His voice slowly began to carry a very dangerous vibe. It made me shiver a little. But, there's a limit to everything. At this point, he looked at me. A dark smile was planted on his face, and all I could see was pure malevolence. Unbelievable pressure came upon me, causing perspiration to spread all over my skin. However, this only lasted a moment. Legris once again assumed his cheerful persona and smiled. Don't be a sore loser, Jared. I win this round. Chapter 508. I thought I had prepared for every contingency. I made sure everything went according to plan, and even made sure to manipulate several ends to achieve the results I desired. But I didn't expect Legris Damien to still be alive. Even though magic made the impossible possible, I wasn't counting on it this time. At his time of death, Legris couldn't use magic. I made sure of that. Though, with Jane's soul project being known to me, I realized that there could have been other ways he could have used to cheat death. Still, wouldn't that still require the soul? I was sure that his soul died alongside his body. It made no sense that he was currently standing behind me, smiling cheerily. Don't be a sore loser, Jared. You lost this round. His words pierced my heart. Why? Because he was right. I didn't want to accept it, but the fact that he was standing right here holding the Devil Arcana meant my plan was already in shambles. I could try to forcefully retrieve it, but there was no way Legris wouldn't see that coming. Unlike the one I knew and killed, this Legris seemed leagues different. He had an unexplainable aura around him that I found utterly repulsive, and scary. I had no prep time, neither did I know the full extent of his capabilities. I was the one with the short end of the stick this time. I was cornered. You impressed me, though. I've been watching from the sidelines, and this elaborate scheme of yours is simply superb. If not for my interference, you would have pulled an outstanding victory. He said that, but it didn't change the fact that he could have interfered sooner. If he did so, I would have lost the war too. Legris is very intelligent. Surely, he saw through a great deal of my plans. If he had helped the demons, things could have gone differently. The question was why? Perhaps it was because I would have noticed something was wrong and changed my plans to a new, subtler one. He predicted that and decided to stay out of it until it was time to reap the rewards. He was truly the winner this time around. Can you at least tell me one thing? Why does your organization want to get rid of the demons? Legris scratched his head once my question reached him. He looked harmless, truly, but I knew everything was an act. Well, my mission is simply to obtain this arcana. The best way to do that, while also covering our tracks, is to create a conflict between the demon faction and everyone else. I was slowly grasping the situation, but there was still so much I didn't know. Of course, we didn't expect you to have gone as far as forming an alliance. I'll admit, that was genius. We also didn't expect you to involve the magic beasts and achieve such an overwhelming victory. Finally, we didn't expect you to completely wipe out the demons. That was overkill. I exceeded their expectations, but Legris didn't seem affected by that at all. In fact, it was like he relished everything I had accomplished. Still, we achieved our goals. You see, we would have had to subdue the demons ourselves if we wanted to obtain the arcana. Not only would that be a waste of time, but it would also alert everyone else of our existence. Legris continued. So, the most efficient way to handle the situation was to make someone else do the work while they reaped the benefit. I had no idea why Legris was so comfortable sharing so much information with me. Perhaps he was simply trying to misdirect me. There had to be more to everything than what he was telling me. No way. Could it be? I struggled to keep my expression intact, staring at Legris with more caution than earlier. Even though all that Legris mentioned were valid reasons for pitting the demons against us, that couldn't be all there was to it. If I was correct, then just how many arcanas do they have in their possession now? I wanted to ask Legris, but he would catch on to the fact that I already knew their other objective. They used the war as a distraction. His organization probably moved more freely during this period and got their hands on more arcanas. It pissed me off that I had ignored that possibility and simply focused on what was in front of me. I had been short-sighted this whole time, occupied with a game they designed to keep me busy. The worst part was that I ultimately lost the game. Sure, our side won the war, but these guys were one step ahead. Once again, I failed to grasp the full extent of their capabilities, as well as the scope of their plans. Asking Legris any more questions will be disadvantageous for me. I should stop now. It seems you've gotten what you wanted. You should also realize by now that your magic or anti-magic won't work on me. I'm fully prepared, so you can't stop me this time. You're welcome to try, though. My opponent goaded me more, but I refused to be moved. I see. That's a shame. By the way. He raised his index finger and pointed at himself. You put a tracking automaton on me, didn't you? No, not just 1, 3. That's impressive. He noticed. My eyes widened as I stared at the smiling man. And here I thought you had given up. Jared, you sly boy. He figured it out. Legris Damien was a truly frightening individual. I had done the same for Damien Lawcroft, but he didn't notice anything in the slightest. It just went to show the difference in their abilities. You plan on tracking me back to the organization, probably listen in to get more intel as well. Wow, color me impressed. No, I was more impressed. Those automatons are too small to be noticed naturally, and they have the unknowable effect on them. It's more surprising that he saw through them. Compared to all I had done so far. Legris Damien was the true monster. Chapter 509. Well, nice try. But, as I said, don't be a sore loser. A slight surge of power emanated from Legris, frying my automatons until they popped like little fireworks. That should do it. He dusted his body to get rid of the microscopic particles on his body. I couldn't do anything but watch as he exited through the entrance. I'm going to get promoted for this achievement, by the way. I guess we'll meet sooner or later. Until then, Jared. Once Legris' words were complete, he vanished from sight, most likely returning to whoever sent him to retrieve the arcana. Clenching my fist as I was left alone in the powerless miasma chamber, I gritted my teeth and looked at the hard ground. Disappointment coursed through my body and I could feel the heat within me rise at a terrifying rate. I failed. He got me. Shit. With Legris gone, the negative emotions I locked away had full reign. I was deluded into thinking I had full control, but I was playing someone else's game. Just as I outwitted Legris back at Anslark, he paid me back in full, this time at a much larger scale. Damn it! I whispered. There was no second guessing it. I lost. 1 week later. Within the fairly large seminar hall, there was a round table. It appeared more oval-shaped than circular, and seated around it were the most important people among the newly established alliance. There was the Elf Queen Aurora, the Fairy Representative Jane, the Beast King Gerard, the Dwarf Chief Dullum, the Human King Albion, the head of the newly established Magic Beast Council, the mighty Dragon King Zark. Behind the seated ones stood one of their most trusted representatives. They all looked at each other, discussing the path to the future. For example, Jane began making conversation with Albion concerning what value the Eastern Kingdom could give her in exchange for fair relations. The one who seemed the most out of his element was the Dragon King. He simply observed everyone in his miniaturized form, looking more like a puppy than a ferocious creature. Everyone kept conversing, some making light humor or references, keeping the room lively as they expected one more person to join them. While they were nearly complete, there was still a seat that was yet to be taken, the one at the front of the round table. The seat left for the person truly in charge. Creak. Finally, the doors leading to the room opened, and the man of the hour arrived. His face was bright as always, and he had an unperturbed expression as he walked across the room. Everyone's eyes were on him, and they ceased their talks in an instant. Sorry I'm late. I had to handle the conclusion of a certain matter. The blonde boy glanced in the direction of Jane, the fairy representative, who gave him an inquisitive eyebrow raise. It seemed they were passing a signal to each other. The boy nodded, and the fairy smiled with satisfaction. All right, then. Since we're all here, let's begin the meeting. His name was none other than Jared Leonard, the savior of everyone present in the room, as well as their people. All right. This is it. I steeled myself as I had my seat. There were lots of matters to discuss, so I had to get to the main point as quickly as possible. First of all, I would like to appreciate the fairy leader for granting us the use of her facility to organize this meeting. As we all know, this is our very first proper meeting as an alliance, after the demonic incursion. My words were met with nods, and since salutations were out of the way, it was time for business. Firstly, as per my deal with the magic beasts when I employed their help, they will be moving into the northern continent previously known as the Demon Realm. One of the major issues the magic beasts had was the lack of a definite territory. This caused them to be fragmented, living in tribes of a few dozen at most. As a result, they often clashed with each other for food and other essential resources. This also made their strength dwindle. But, with the magic beasts now united under a single banner, and also the alliance, they required a definite territory. Since I had decided to eradicate the demons, it was in everyone's best interest to grant their territory to the magic beasts. The repairs are already done, so your people will be transported very soon. Have you done what I asked? I looked at the small dragon king. Zark was an expert on matter manipulation, so he could shrink his body. It was a convenient ability to have. Yes. We've conducted a continent-wide survey of the new land. It suits our needs. We've also conducted a census and brokered territorial rights amongst ourselves. I nodded in satisfaction, glad we could proceed with the next matter on our list. As we all know, the demon threat has vanished. I paused, looking at everyone to gauge their reaction. Of course, it was nothing short of pleasant. After all, the battle had 0 casualties on our end. Everyone who died on our side was completely revived, though they weren't many, to begin with. Injuries were treated mid-battle too, so there wasn't any loss on our end. The only ones who suffered a one-sided crushing defeat were the demons. And, speaking of demons, I smiled. I had the Collector, one of my highly specialized automatons, gather all their souls before they dissipated. In consideration for Khan, and also for personal reasons, I absorbed all the demon souls and made every single one my familiar. Of course, that included the other demon lords, even Abel Lion. The only demon I spared was Ares. It was about time he rested in peace, so I left his soul to dissipate. Everyone else was currently within me, in their sub-miasma cores. They're not exactly alive, but they're not completely dead either. At least, using this method, they wouldn't be manipulated, and they could prove useful to me. Of course, that simply made my body a hive of an entire species, but the results were worth it. I've gotten stronger, after all. Chapter 510. There's no need to worry about them being revived and organizing a counterattack. They're gone for good now. I smiled. Pfft. Jane Ursula suddenly burst out laughing, but quickly controlled herself. Since she was connected to me through the soul brand, she knew everything concerning the demons. It was probably hilarious to her. Okay, moving on. There was an elephant in the room that everyone wasn't willing to address, so I decided to take the reins on that one. As for the weapon of mass destruction that I used to destroy the demons, it remains in my possession. Everyone's face stiffened at my mention of the device. There was no doubt that there would be controversies on whether a single individual could wield so much power. However, I couldn't let go of potential leverage. We will all sign an agreement that will make me unable to use the device on you. I will also be giving you all the blueprints, so you can build yours if you wish. Everyone here was currently bound by a magic agreement that made us unable to betray the other. It wasn't like the agreement restricted our action, but if any of us was to break the pact, that person would suffer serious damage to their soul, and everyone else would be alerted of their actions. A single subversive thought wouldn't hurt the host, but it would still alert us of their animosity. That way, we could maintain certain levels of trust, transparency, and accountability among one another. Is that acceptable? Everyone nodded, but Jane still raised her hand for an objection. What of the power source you used for your machine? Is it possible to replicate that? Considering the device's power is only as good as the core it is infused with, wouldn't the agreement be redundant if our machines are not as effective as yours? My face was calm, but within me, I was grinning. Why? It was a pre-planned question. What sort of gathering among leaders wouldn't have controversy? I had prepared some counters beforehand, so I wouldn't be the only one taking the lead in the meeting. You're right. The core is what defines the output the machine can deliver. However, there can only be one of such an item. I explained how rare the core I used was, so everyone could understand that I wasn't hoarding it. Besides, this leads me to my next point. If we all work together, we'll be able to get items similar to that core. By distributing them amongst ourselves, it should even out the balance. Even in times of peace, it was better to have all parties satisfied with their personal security and resources. I didn't want anyone to feel like they were missing out on anything. That way, we would have a more sustainable monolith, rather than a group of disgruntled leaders. Now, shall we move on to the main matter? There's something you should all know. This would be the first time I was telling this to anyone other than Jane and Naren, but I was currently pressed for time and I needed all hands on deck. The war we had with the demons was invited by a third party. They are an organization shrouded in mystery, and they are certainly very smart and powerful, capable of being hidden for so long, yet affecting the world in many ways. I had gained the trust of everyone here, so they didn't doubt my words when I explained more about the organization. Damien Lawcroft. Legris Damien. The Eastern Kingdom Spies. Their members are widely spread. It's a good thing we've thinned out their connections to the Eastern Kingdom. We'll be doing thorough sweeps on the other nations, just to be sure their influence doesn't sink too deep into our new era. Fortunately, my audience agreed. You're probably wondering how this relates to the subject of the core I mentioned earlier. Well, that is tied to the objectives of the organization. Though it was most likely a means to an end, they were still gathering arcanas. I couldn't allow them to succeed. Their objective during the war was to obtain the treasure of the demons, an arcana known as the Devil. Once I observed the expressions of everyone present, I realized they were finding it hard to grasp the whole logic behind transcendental power being in form of cards. May I ask a question? These arcanas, what is the proof of their existence? Jane, once again, took her cue and asked the question I needed to prompt my next move. That's because I have a few in my possession. The core used for the device is one of them. I lent 3 out to certain people I trust, one of which is in this room. I looked in the direction of Ilrich Lendertwal, who nodded. He brought out his arcana, showing everyone the patterned card. I gave the sun to Sarah as per my promise to make her stronger. She was also whining about how it was unfair that Naren already got one, that woman. I smiled, shaking my head slightly. I planned on giving Jane the Hanged Man since it was connected to the project we were currently working on. I just concluded Phase 1, which was why I was a bit late to the meeting. If everything went well, as soon as possible we would have countermeasures for the impending tragedy to come. So, that's how it is. After explaining for a bit, everyone understood and finally accepted the concept of arcanas. There are 22 arcanas in total, and we only have 4 in our possession. If I counted the ones I knew of, the number would rise by 2 considering my interactions with the Fool and the Devil. Still, those were currently abstract. I have no idea how many arcanas the enemies have been able to gather, but I can surmise they haven't completed the whole set. And I was certain of that because of one reason. If they have retrieved everything, we would be their next targets. Chapter 511. I had ensured that all arcanas in my possession were used at least once in the battle against the demons. This was because I wanted to bait the enemy by showing the cards I had up my sleeve. Of course, they couldn't be so sure that the 4 I displayed were all I had in hand, so that meant they would be coming for me sooner or later. It was now certain to me that the enemy had a certain magic ability that allowed them to observe our actions to an extent. Perhaps that too was the work of an arcana. No. I can't restrict myself to think that. It could be original magic, or maybe a magic item. Either way, they must have seen the arcanas in action. If they were done finding the others, we would be next for sure. If they also reach a deadlock, or are almost done with their pieces, they'll probably think we have the rest. At this point, I knew I was playing with fire considering how they had managed to pull one over from under me the last time. But, I wasn't going to back down. I'll just be smarter and stronger next time. Clenching my fist, an image of Legris appeared in my head. We would meet one day. When that time comes, Legris. My eyebrows furrowed in determination. I won't lose. Subtracting the 4 in our possession, there are 18 arcanas left. Legris had told me that they gathered 7 already, back when we had a showdown at Anne's Lark. I didn't think he was trying to misdirect me then, but there was no way to be absolutely sure. Counting the Devil Arcana, as well as a few others that they could have probably picked while we were distracted, it was most likely that they had already gotten at least 10. 10 arcanas, that's scary. I wondered why such a group chose to hide in the shadows despite how powerful they were. No one would be able to stand a chance against 10 arcanas. I wasn't sure about Naren, but everyone else would lose badly. Or are they avoiding something? Is that why they've been in the background for so long? I was in a dilemma. It would be in my best interest to find out more, but we were pressed for time in the other departments. That means there are about 8 arcanas left to discover. If we hurry and gather those before the organization can, then we can gain the upper hand and thwart their plans. Since they weren't going to reveal themselves, all we had to do was smoke them out. As for their members, if I used Legris Damien as a standard for all 12 seats, then we were in quite a pickle. But, since Damien Lawcroft was a member, probably at least a lower seat member after all, he was in charge of the royal capital. That meant all their members weren't as scary as Legris. I just wished I had more information. The enemy holds most of the cards now, both literally and figuratively. We can't afford to be sloppy, but we must also tread with caution. This time, Aurora raised her hand for a question. Was it expected? Well, of course. How do you plan on going about finding the arcanas? I smiled, nodding in a cool manner. The truth is that I've been doing some background work before now. During the war, I made contact with 2 members, Legris and Damien Lawcroft. I successfully placed trackers on both sides, allowing me to get a good idea of their locations and any conversation going on around them. Legris found my trackers right away and destroyed them, but that was simply a misdirection. I knew he was smart and powerful enough to prepare for that too, so I simply used that as an extra. The true tracker was embedded in the arcana he had with him. If there's an arcana I'm most familiar with, it's definitely the devil. In my past life, I had done extensive research on the thing so I could successfully develop the miasma generator. Plus, thanks to my special constitution, I was the only one who could get very close to the thing and study it for very long. Thanks to that, I understood the structure and pattern well. It was one of the reasons I was able to get the hang of making my miasma cores self-sustaining. I embedded a monitoring code in the arcana. So, it'll lead us directly to the organization, give us enough information to kickstart our new objective, and we'll be able to finally have a head start for once. As for Damien Lawcroft, it seemed he was finally making his first move after a week had gone by. He's heading east. Is there anything there? Maybe their headquarters, or maybe the hideout of another member of the organization that he's acquainted with. Either way, I was going to wait it out until I was ready to harvest my rewards. Once again, we need to team up to combat this new shadow that is descending upon us. I ask for everyone's help and their unconditional cooperation. An organization that was malevolent enough to intentionally sacrifice an entire race for their objectives, that was gathering arcanas so steadily. They're going to be tough. Tougher than anything I've faced until now. Fortunately, I had many capable allies now. Currently, I've told Naren, Aurora, and Jane my true identity. Sarah doesn't need to know for her to complete her tasks effectively, and in due time, I'll reveal it to more people as I see fit. It was also time to consider evolving the current concept of magic that everyone was practicing. This wasn't a time to be hoarding knowledge, but I had to ensure that the enemy didn't get their hands on the techniques and information I had, else they would become even more dangerous. Even Naren kept his technique secret for a similar reason. Still, since I had shared my arcanas and secret identity with my trusted allies, I was supposed to have more faith in them and entrust more into their hands. Chapter 512. In the just concluded war, many people exceeded my expectations and were prime for an upgrade. Maria, Anna, Edward, Sierra, Jerry, even Yvonne. They had all done exceptionally well. I also needed to teach Laimi more about her current abilities. So much to do, so little time. And, yes, there was one other important thing I had to attend to. Considering the challenges ahead, it was better to rip the band-aid off as soon as possible, for their sakes and mine. It's time I reject the girls. This was going to be one of my toughest ventures yet. PFFFTTT. Jane laughed once again, most likely because of my girl problems. TCH. Everyone else looked confused about her outburst and my glare. It was none of their business, anyway, so I decided to conclude the meeting. Thank you all for coming. Hopefully, we meet again in more favorable conditions. Though we had a good time together, it was finally time to return to our homeland. Of course, long-distance communication would be a necessity, so this wasn't necessarily goodbye. This meeting is hereby adjourned. I would have asked Jane for some girl advice, but she was a weirdo. I'd really just be shooting myself in the leg if I dared to enlist her help. For one, I doubted she had feelings for someone. Secondly, she was obsessed with magic. Lastly, she could be very blunt and inconsiderate. The girls I was planning on talking to were Freya, Maria, and Anna. I didn't know how the number got to 3, but I had to nip it in the bud before it became a bigger problem. And, because of that, I decided to go for Freya first. I've known her the shortest. She's also an elf, so I hope she doesn't take this too badly. We met in the royal garden, and the atmosphere betrayed my intentions. The lush flowers, the pleasant aroma, and the gentle breeze that wafted around us. Surely, this was a location meant for confessions and not rejection. Still, I had prepared myself before now. There was no way I could turn back. Freya, As she was tending to the flowers, caressing them as one would do to a pet, she looked at me with an eager smile. Yes? Go on. My heart was pricked by her statement, but this was the time to stand my ground. It was for the best. I'll be leaving for my kingdom tomorrow, and I just wanted to say, about what you told me that time. Okay. Her voice trailed as she left what she was doing and looked squarely at my face. One of her eyebrows was raised, and the tension instantly skyrocketed to an unimaginable degree. Well, I don't feel the same. I'm sorry. In my own roundabout way, I was done with the rejection. All that was left was for Freya to perhaps slap my face and cry off, or break down in front of me. No matter the outcome, I was bound to feel terrible. I'm sorry. This is the only WA. What the heck are you talking about? Freya's voice sharply returned my mind to reality, and even I was a bit surprised by that response. I mean, what are you talking about? Is it what I said about liking you? Why can't you just say that? Geez, are you really that much of a wuss? Looks like I misjudged you. Oh ouch! Freya's words cut through me like a knife. Now that I thought of it, she was Aurora's daughter. Back in the good old days, her mother used to pick on me too. Why did I even get involved with the daughter? I see. Were the only words I could say after recoiling from the emotional damage. I couldn't even meet her gaze because she was currently staring at me condescendingly, almost as though I was dirt. Why did I even decide to be considerate with her? Crazy girl. It feels like I'm the one being rejected. Welp, either way, it seemed like everything still worked out. I just had to take the win and call it mission complete. Well, then, I guess this is it. I'll see you around. Sharply turning from the girl, I quickened my pace and decided to vanish from her sight. Wait. Who did you choose, then? Lamey. What the heck? I didn't know when I shouted, once again facing Freya. What gave the impression that I was even trying to get romantically entangled with my own daughter? What sort of disgusting pervert would I be to even do something like that? So, that's a no? That's a relief. What was that for? Did she really have leftover feelings, and would be jealous if I picked her cousin over her? Thank goodness, she doesn't have to be with a wuss like you. Honestly, despite your valiant acts in the war, you're pathetic as a man. More emotional damage coursed through me as I stared at the smiling elf with a hurt expression. Why? Why do you feel the need to do this? I couldn't comprehend it. Then, maybe Maria? Or someone else you have back home? She continued, looking at me with a curious gaze. Women were hard to read when it came to stuff like this, and while my instincts were telling me she still had feelings for me, I wasn't arrogant enough to believe them. She has moved on. That's good. I smiled, recovering from the battering words she had given earlier. None of them, Freya. I smiled slowly, looking at the young elf beauty. To be honest, if I was to choose at this moment, it would be you. From a logical point of view, she was the best choice. Not only were the others too young, but they didn't have too deep a connection to my past life. Not only were the elves close to the fairies, by that, I meant Jane Freya was also cousins with Lamey, my daughter. Aurora and I had a history as well, and the elf kingdom was a way more conducive environment for me. She was a perfect candidate. Chapter 513. I even saved her life, so she's bound to have a deep connection with me. However, that was simply based on my logical deductions. Emotionally speaking, it was a different ball game entirely. There was no way Aurora would let me get close to her daughter, considering what I did to Amelia in the past. I couldn't even attempt something like that in good conscience. I don't want to hurt those I care about anymore. Maybe I had a thing for elves, but there was a limit to my foolishness. Since I couldn't guarantee any progress in a relationship, it was better to steer away from complicated romantic affairs. I see. Well, then. I guess I'll see you tomorrow. When you're leaving. She smiled. It was somewhat distant, but I was in no position to point that out. All right. Thank you. Upon saying that, I took my leave, refusing to turn back another time. Bye. Freya. He's gone already, Lamey. You can come out now. Freya sighed. Slowly, a half-elf popped out of the bushes, scattering leaves all around as she emerged. Some of the green, pink, and yellow flora remained on her hair and she had to shake it vehemently to get rid of them all. Well, I guess our bet is null. None of us could get him in the end. Lamey murmured, drawing close to her cousin. Both girls seemed to be doing well for a moment, even smiling at each other with passionate expressions. However, a second later, their expressions told something else. Freya. Lemmy. Both girls jumped at each other in a tight embrace as they cried. It was the first time they had been rejected. Considering their looks and status, no male elf would dare reject their feelings. Perhaps it was worse for Lamey, because this would be the first time she felt so invested in a man. Just when she thought of giving love a try, her heart was shattered into a million pieces. And I'll be having training with him for a while. How am I supposed to look at him? Laimi wept, rolling on the floor at this point. You think it's easy for me to? Mom is going to letting me handle a lot of delegate functions, which means I'll be seeing him often too. Ah, this sucks. The girls cried, even more, letting their pent-up frustration out. It was a truly sad moment for the two lovely girls, and one could only hope that they found a genuine lover in the future. At the very least, someone who wasn't scum, like Jared Leonard. I sensed Laimi hiding in the bushes back then. Was she listening to our conversation? The thought of the half-elf actually having feelings for me crossed my mind, but I instantly blew it away. No way. Don't think about it. Laimi's face was exactly the same as my late wife, Amelia's. Anytime I looked at her, I was reminded of the woman I loved. It felt as though Amelia was watching me. How can I think of something like that? It was not only cringe, it was dangerous for me. Merely having a thought of the both of us together, made me run mad internally. Another girl, my daughter, with my wife's face. I shuddered. I just couldn't imagine something like that. No way. While there were lingering regrets concerning how I handled the situation with Freya, I could do nothing but move forward. After all, the deed was done already. All that's left is Maria, and Anna. These two were the most difficult, but if I was to pick, I'd go for telling Maria first. Maybe it was because she was close by, and it was best if I settled things before we got to the Eastern Empire. To be honest, I wish I could just send a rejection letter. But that would be very rude of me. Besides, unlike Freya, who was very upfront about it, Maria never said anything about having feelings for me. It was the same for Anna too. That means I'll have to reject them in a roundabout way, maybe tell the girls about my intended celibacy. With that in mind, I searched for Maria. Since I'm on a roll, I shouldn't waste this momentum. How did it come to this? I was currently in Maria's room. Yes, the room of the girl I was about to reject. This was even a worse location, compared to the garden. You can sit there. She pointed to her bed, and I did so obediently. I'll be hurting her feelings. The least I could do is this. With that, I waited on her bed as she sat beside me. It became a comfortable atmosphere once I adjusted to it, and the bed was quite nice too. The only problem was the watchful gaze of Maria on me. It felt like she was staring widely at me, but I couldn't turn my head to meet her gaze. Was it guilt, or? Why is my heart beating so fast? This Maria. I sighed internally, composing my thoughts as I slightly looked at her. So, what's the matter? Her calm voice cascaded on me, causing steam to rise from my heated face. Stay calm, Jared. Look, the girl is calm. Maria was always calm. Her expression remained cool and collected at every moment. Perhaps that was why I thought it would be easier to talk to her. But, having those cool eyes look at me so causally when we were on her bed, it just gave me an unsettling feeling. I have something to tell you. Having taken the first step, I decided to proceed without holding back. I've hurt enough women. I can't let my weakness get the better of me. As that resolve coursed through me, my lips parted and words surged forth. The thing is, Maria. Hold on. I have something to say too, can I go first? As her words tickled my ears, I looked at her with surprise. At Chapter 514. My eyes widened as I, for the first time, fully looked at Maria's face. It looked sort of the same, but her cheeks were slightly flushed and her eyes were full of determination. For some reason, due to the darkened ambience of the room, she was looking far more mature than I initially thought. I guess she wants to confess. Was this good or bad? I wasn't sure. But, if she was to confess at this moment, wouldn't it be easier for me to reject her? I mean, she was only sending signals before. It wasn't concrete enough to warrant a no. But now? If she expressed her feelings, I could just tell her the truth about mine. All right. I'll let her go first. Maria, you can. Before I finished, her hands slightly landed on my cheeks, caressing them slowly. You're hot. I initially didn't understand what she meant by that or why she was touching me so intimately. Her hands are cold, and she's shivering a bit. Is she all right? I raised my hands to hold hers, definitely to remove them from my body before it was too late. However, your cheeks are so hot. Maria moved closer to me. Are you all right? Her face was too close, causing me to turn away, sharply causing her hands to fly away from me. Oh crap! Why does she have to go this far? Does she not realize what she's doing? As the adult here, I should put an end to this. Actually, Maria, As gently as the breeze, yet as swift as lightning, Maria's lips landed on mine. It was too fast, and truly, I couldn't explain how I was unable to react to someone slower than me by every standard. Maria kissed me, returning her hands to my cheeks as she pulled closer. And no. I can't. This is wrong. I can't. My body was weakened for some reason, and I slowly throbbed as I raised my hand to push her away. But, Maria must have seen this coming, since the next thing she did was push me backward, causing my stiffened body to fall on the bed. And no. Even though our lips detached, I felt in even more danger because of my new position. My eyes widened once they witnessed what came after my descent. Swiftly, Maria positioned herself atop me and looked at me from her higher angle. To be honest, she looked so attractive, and I could feel something rise from within and beneath me, but I focused squarely on what I had to do. You're terrible, Jared. What's wrong with you? The truth is. Her whisper was cool, and her wide eyes watched me without blinking even once. I'm 16 now. My birthday was a few days ago. Thump. 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 That means I'm a legal adult. Thump. 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 So, even though going any further with you would be considered a sexual assault on my part, I thump. 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 She drew her face closer and kissed me once more. At this point, my body didn't even offer any resistance, and I closed my eyes. Her lips were warm, unlike her hands, and it would be the first intimate kiss I had in this new body. Oh wait, my mom stole my first kiss. And second. And third. That woman really went overboard. But, when considering things romantically, Maria was my first. I like you, Jared, Maria whispered, detaching her lips from me, but she was still atop me on the bed. I know you don't feel the same about me now, but that's okay. She smiled, causing my heart to ache. So, she knew. She knew about it, so why was she doing this? I don't plan on letting that stop me. What was this? The look in her eyes was dangerous. I gulped and felt perspiration slowly surface on my glowing skin. I won't give up, Jared. I want us to be together, and we can get together. So we can get together. It seemed like she stuttered at some point, but her confident expression told me she wasn't feeling the least bit anxious. But isn't it going too far? I was sweating at this point, and so was Maria. Things were getting too steamy, but, for some reason, I didn't hate it. I won't force you to accept my feelings now, Jared. But, I'll be waiting. At least, when you complete what you have to do. I'll get your answer then. Once again she smiled, and I felt her body rest on me. So, please, just remember this. Her face returned to a calm expression, making my heart beat faster, considering she could have such a reaction despite the situation. I have dibs. Dibs? What? I didn't understand half of it, but it still made my body tingle. Understand? Her soft voice danced in my ears. I truly did not know when I nodded in response. Great. She finally let me go, returning to her side of the bed. HAAA, HAAA. My breathing was coarse, and I thought my mind would be driven to the edge of insanity. Crazy. Maria is crazy. As I remained laid on the bed, those were the only thoughts that manifested in my mind. You said you wanted to say something. What's the matter, Jared? My body jumped when I heard her voice. Slowly glancing in her direction, I found her looking stoic, staring at me blankly. It was almost as if nothing ever happened. If not for the sweat trickling down her body and mine, one would think we were just waiting in awkward silence. I'll tell you next time. Oh, okay. Logically speaking, I was supposed to outrightly reject her now. But, after she had gone so far to express her feelings, there was no way I could do anything at this point. Maybe it was bias, or simple nostalgia. After all, Amelia was the same with her forward approach. I had a weakness for that sort of thing, and it didn't help matters that Maria was now a legal adult. Chapter 515. The last strand of reason had snapped. The gentle and calm girl I pictured turned out to be more aggressive than I expected. There was no way a passive individual like me, at least when it came to romance, could win against her. I guess I'll just wait it out, then. Hopefully, by the time she realized how focused I was on magic, she would let me go. Or, once the time is ripe, I'll tell her the same answer as I wanted to say today. It was cruel to let her wait for so long, but this was what she wanted. Still, what is this unsettling feeling I'm having? It's almost as if I'll change my mind later on. Nah. That couldn't be it. Magic had to be the only path I could dedicate myself to. There was no second guessing it this time around. Ah, look at me, all sweaty. You're sweaty too. Maria's voice rang in the air, bringing me back to reality. Why yet? I guess you're right. I have the perfect solution for this. She grabbed my hands and looked at me with the same stoic face that gave me shivers. No. 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 Not again. We should shower together. I'm sorry, I should get going now. Before I could even consider the allure of that invitation, I rose to my feet and made my way to the door. I was just joking, Jared. Did you really consider it? Did you picture it in your head? No. Stop it. I mean, I did picture it, a little bit, but still. I glanced at Maria, and her sweaty body suddenly had a certain attraction to it. It caused me to shut my eyes instantly. And no way. I'm going now. Get ready for tomorrow. Sure. Take care of yourself. Once she said that, I rushed out of the building and ran off. I can just teleport. Why am I running? My thoughts were jumbled, but once I came to myself I used magic to leave the area faster. It made me wonder why I didn't just teleport earlier when things were getting dangerous. Could it be that I actually wanted something to happen? My brain shut down and I was just overcome by instinct. Me? Curse you, sweet adolescence. With that last thought, I vanished. Did it work? Maria murmured to herself, looking a bit worried. The truth was that, despite her very forward front, the girl was panicking inside. Her heart was beating extremely fast, and throughout everything she put Jared through, her internal self was in a frenzy. The reason for that was simple. I did as you said, Miss Sarah, but I'm not sure if it worked. Maria was advised to take this route by Sarah Crimson herself. Not only was the woman her mentor when it came to magic, but the young girl currently looked up to her in love as well. After Sarah and Naren made a public display of affection on the battlefield, Maria had grown to respect her even more. In her desperation, she had asked her mentor to show her the way. Sarah was overjoyed to teach the innocent girl, especially after she realized that Maria had now come of age. "Don't worry, girl. I've got you covered." And so, the Grand Mage scripted the entire scenario for her protégé. That's right. Everything Maria did was not of her own free will. She only acted in that manner because Sarah had promised the guaranteed effects. Jared, what if he thinks I'm dirty, or lewd? Initially, Maria was against the plan, considering the role she had to play as the seductress. But, once again, Sarah encouraged her. Strong men love straightforward women. Jared is too dense to take these kinds of bold steps. It's up to you to do it. Believe in your mentor's words. Maria had decided to trust Sarah, so she went along with the plan. Well, it wasn't all bad. His lips. Maria rubbed her lips as she remembered how it felt to kiss Jared. The entire moment was burned into Maria's head, and she replayed every scenario in her mind. Maria couldn't help but feel so flushed with embarrassment. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? What if Jared got freaked out and decided to distance himself from her? It would be crazy. No, calm yourself, Maria. Why was she doubting the advice of her mentor? Naren Khalid and Jared Leonard had a lot in common, so the truck Sarah used would also work on Jared, right? Maria gulped and tightened her fist. Her expression displayed the resolve not to back down any longer. I was his first. I have dibs. Besides, this whole venture was so she could mark her territory on Jared. Maria had ensured that she mixed her sweat with his as they rubbed bodies. She also kissed him and breathed on his skin, all according to Sarah's specifications. I've marked him as mine. Surely, Jared and every girl he would encounter after this event, would understand. I should shower now. I wonder if I smelled. Maria didn't think she did, but how was she so certain of Jared's opinion? The young girl rose from her bed and looked at the part where Jared had slept on. A portion of his sweat remained there. After staring at it for some time, Maria made her decision. I'm taking this sheet back with me. She then went to freshen up in the bath. Replaying the scenes that just occurred in her mind, Maria licked her lips and submerged herself in the water. I can't get it out of my head. I was currently with Jane, in her office. Aurora and Naren were present as well, being the only ones who knew of my identity as Lewis Griffith. Thinking about another girl this time? Geez, how the mighty has fallen. Jane Ursula murmured, obviously dissatisfied with my behavior. But, how could I help it? I was only human, after all. Okay, let's get back to topic, Naren said, his voice commanding enough presence to bring us back to the last discussion we would be having before parting. Yes. We've said many things already, but there's one thing I have to mention, and it's an alert I received not too long ago. Everyone's eyes were on me, and to be honest, I was surprised by the current situation myself. I knew it would happen eventually, but this was too soon. Damien Lawcroft is dead. Chapter 516. Really? That's a surprise. Wasn't he supposed to be our beacon, or at least a clue to the rest of the organization? The first to speak out of us four in the room was Aurora. Perhaps because she was the most naive, or elven innocence still clouded her thoughts. It wasn't guaranteed that he would bring concrete results, in the first place. Damien Lawcroft was most likely a low-ranked member, and according to the hierarchy, he probably wasn't privy to a lot of information. That made his value lessen in my eyes. However, it was a different matter if Damien could lead me to another member of the cult. If we could rope in more than one member, that would have been epic. That was why I was very disappointed to notice his death. How did it happen? Naren calmly asked. Well, I initially lost the visual and auditory functions of the tracking magic I kept on him. Not long after, the magic registered him as dead. Whoever the culprit was, they were able to disable certain functions of the tracker, but they didn't completely nullify it. Was it that they couldn't, or they simply chose not to? I was overwhelmed with curiosity. Well, his last recorded location is in the far southeast close to the edge. I had sent a few automatons there to confirm the status of Damien Lawcroft, and they were already on the scene. Whoosh! A large window appeared before all four of us, displaying the footage that the automaton captured, with magic. This is incredible. As I stared hard at the sight on the screen, I couldn't help but feel an unsettling emotion, as well as a strong sense of foreboding. Whoever the culprit was, it wasn't anyone I was keeping tabs on. Was it the work of the Nether cult? Maybe they wanted to silence Damien? I had thought that before seeing this footage. However, I had no idea what to think at this point. 3 corpses, and the attacker doesn't seem to be any of them, Naren murmured. He wasn't wrong. There were definite footsteps of the culprit leaving the scene, leaving the 3 dead people in his wake. Damien Lawcroft was among the 3 mutilated corpses, alongside someone resembling a fairy, and a crimson demon surprisingly. Of the 3, Damien's body seemed the freshest. The other 3 appeared to have been dead for longer. The charred marks on the floor, they died by electric charges. That one, in particular, was scorched to death. Naren pointed at the crimson demon. I was surprised. None of these were within my expectations. Is it safe to assume that everyone in this footage has a connection to the organization? Most likely. But, we'll have to investigate the building thoroughly. If they're all a part of the organization, though, it begs a lot of questions. Yet, for example, why is there a fairy among them? Or a demon? It was like Jane read my mind when she spoke. We had previously assumed that the organization was comprised of humans since Damien and Legris were the members we had ever seen. However, with this insight, our whole logic about their group changed drastically. I'd recognize those wings anywhere, even if it's just fragments. Jane continued, narrowing her eyes as she murmured. Her wavering gaze told me she didn't want to say any more, so I didn't press the issue. It wasn't the most important matter at the moment, anyway. Besides, I could read her thoughts whenever. A crimson demon, demons are also members? If that's the case, why would they agree to the plan of using their entire race as bait? The whole reason why the demons were vanquished was because of the organization. If a member of that race was affiliated with them, it meant he was also complicit in the plan. He must not have had any attachments to his people. It was the same with Damien Lawcroft, how he was satisfied with selling out the Eastern Kingdom for more power and authority. Damien's death was unprecedented, but it wasn't a total loss. At least, this way, we understood more of what we were dealing with. The enemies were more diverse than I initially thought. Still, this new player troubled me even more. Who was the mystery person, and what were their intentions? Are they hunting the organization members? Or maybe they're a rogue member? Either way, the individual must have some degree of power, considering 3 powerful beings have been killed so one-sidedly. Naren spoke, narrowing his gaze. Though we couldn't be certain that the person in question didn't receive any injuries, the bodies of the corpses showed they were merciless in their methods of killing the organization members. It simply showed the kind of brutality the stranger possessed. I'll do some investigation on my end. Bottom line is, we should all be careful. My instincts were telling me that things were going to get very dangerous from this point onward, and I didn't like the feeling that there was a powerful player somewhere that was not within my knowledge. At this point, the organization is our primary target, but they might not be our only enemy, I said, and everyone nodded. To be safe, and also to achieve complete victory, it was best to return to the drawing board and perfect my strategy. My last encounter with Legris had shown me just how far behind I was. I lacked too much information. That means I'm at a disadvantage. But, if things went according to plan, the tables would soon change. Ah, I forgot to ask because of the surprising situation, but Jane. I stared at my fairy friend. How's the progress concerning Soul Project, Omega? She shrugged at my question, so that meant it was moving steadily. It will take some months before we reach optimal performance, but it's going smoothly for now. It would help if we worked on this side by side. As much as I would love that, many other things demanded my attention. Maybe another time. Voyage. Creating a portal that linked me to the scene of carnage, I prepared to depart from everyone in the room. I guess I'll see everyone in the kingdom. Till then. Asterisk. 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 A/N. 2 more chapters to go. At the end of this arc, you'll be seeing 10 original character designs of different characters. Your favorite characters, like Naren, Maria, Sarah, Jared, Kuzan, etc. 10 of them have been illustrated, and you'll see them soon. I hope you enjoy them since they cost quite some money to procure, as well as time, for the ones I did myself. Thanks for reading. Chapter 517. Hours earlier. Ha, this is so frustrating. Damien Lawcroft growled as he walked through the dry forest. It had been a week since his humiliating defeat at the hands of Jared Leonard, and he was still not over the loss. Still, he was smart enough to know when to retreat and when to retaliate. At this point, it was time for the former. I better stay low-key. It was for this very reason that Damien had not made any noticeable move all week. He no longer had any influence, and his network had been cut off thanks to Jared's plan. The man had no idea what his enemies were planning, so he trod carefully. I had a feeling they would have found my base, so I decided to teleport to my auxiliary safe zone. White fog escaped his nose and mouth as he exhaled the cold air. It was quite cold in the southeastern edge of the world, but not unbearably so. Damien's original magic worked like a switcheroo. He could exchange positions with any object he had marked. Of course, depending on the distance needed to be covered, it took a great deal of mana. Still, when it came to escape or even combat, it was a very handy ability to have. That was the only reason he was able to escape, after all. I can see it. It's in view. Damien smiled, finally emerging from the thickets and dried branches that surrounded him. He had finally reached his destination, the base assigned to him by the organization. I waited a week before coming here, waiting for the heat to die down. However, from the looks of things, they never found out about the existence of this place. That was perfect. Every member of the 12 seats had territories assigned to them, as well as their base. Not only could the bases connect to one another, but they also had camouflage functions, magic defenses, and several assault functions. It was a state-of-the-art structure that was said to be designed by one of the members of their organization. His name was Biruel, an upper seat, or so Damien heard. Let's get this over with. He needed to contact a colleague as soon as possible. Now that he was compromised, he needed to report the details of what he knew to the organization. Surely, the information in his possession still guaranteed his value to them. Damien had no idea what happened to the demons since he had been isolated for a week, but they were most likely vanquished. With their demise, it was clear that the organization needed more allies, especially someone who had a close encounter with the enemy that caused the demon side to lose. Damien smiled, intending to leverage on this to once again solidify his position among their ranks. They can't kick me out. I won't allow it. Since his position in the Eastern Kingdom was practically non-existent, the organization was all he had. I've been trying to reach that bastard, Legris, but he's not responding. Damien gritted his teeth. For a moment, he considered the fact that the organization had turned its back on him, but after approaching the base and realizing that he was still recognized as a member, Damien's worries dissipated. The base in question looked like a cabin from the exterior, but it had a much bigger space within. Usually, no one would be able to spot it or even get close to the thing. However, since it was Damien's base, his magic resonated with the building, allowing him entry. The cabin door creaked open and he gently made his way inside. Damien did not bother to look around for caution, considering that he was assured of the base's functions. Once inside, Damien took in the warm atmosphere surrounding him. He first appeared in the reception area, and then he could spot the stairs leading to the bedroom from where he stood. Ha, this is much better. His backup structure was nothing this grandiose. The interior of the base was impeccably tidy and beautiful. The lacquer walls seemed fresh, forever preserved so by magic. The carpets appeared brand new, the same as every furniture around. Damien would have loved to rest or take in the sight even more, but there was something more urgent that warranted his attention. I had better contact someone. Since Legris was the 9th seat, and he was the 10th, it was protocol that Damien contacted him first. However, Legris had somehow blocked off all contact with him, making that route impossible. I'll just jump straight to the 8th seat, then. With this in mind, Damien moved to the center of the room and pressed his hand on the floor. A large magic circle manifested, glowing purple as if warbled with ominous intensity. Bzzzzttttzzzzz. Suddenly, the circle crackled and buzzed, deactivating soon after. Why didn't it work? Damien had never experienced this issue, so he was somewhat surprised by what was going on. Did they really cut me off? Sweat began to appear on the middle-aged man's face. I should try a guy. Don't bother. A voice echoed in Damien's ear, causing him to jump in shock. Voyage. Transforming into his mage mode while fusing with his familiar, Damien took on a dark blue glow and donned a mage outfit while holding a crooked wand. He pointed his soul weapon in the direction of the voice, wary of the stranger that invaded his haven. I've been waiting for you for a while now. Say, a week? It's a good thing you're here now. The voice was calm, and the clacking of a person's shoes echoed. Damien could feel his body shaking despite being in a powerful state. I can't do this. I'll just run. Instinct caused the prideful man to activate his original magic, aiming to flee. However, I don't think so. Bzzzzttttttzzzzz. Instantly, the effects of whatever magic Damien wanted to cast became null. No, it was more like the man didn't have access to it any longer. What did you? Who are you? As Damien was still wondering who the mysterious person was, two bodies plopped on the ground. They looked familiar, yet the devastated state of their bodies caused Damien to fake a few moments before recognizing them. 12th seat and 11th seat. What could this mean? They were both dead brutally so at that. Who the hell are you? Damien Lawcroft raised his voice once again. You're so noisy. Be quiet. Just as the voice sounded, the flustered man realized he couldn't utter a single word. His lips couldn't move, causing his eyes to widen in shock. MMPH. Taking a sudden step backward, Damien accidentally tripped, forcing him to get a closer view of the corpses of his previous colleagues. That was when the emotion he had been trying to push down finally erupted. Fear. MMMMPPHHHHH. Chapter 518. The clacking of shoes sounded, and an individual finally appeared from the shadows. He had a wide smile on his face, and the cool demeanor he exuded was befitting of someone of his caliber. Even the aura that oozed out of him made Damien realize that he was special. You know, it makes sense that you're one of them. His voice was calm. Even though his golden eyes stared coldly at Damien's pathetic form, the person's smile didn't fade. The young man's golden hair swayed, a portion of his face covered by it. His outfit resembled a traveler, but they were all extremely well-made magic items befitting of royalty. I never liked you very much back then too. Why you? Damien's eyes seemed to ring out as he looked upon the face of a boy he recognized. The most exceptional student he had ever seen in his instructing days at Ans Lark. Cusin Midas. Well, now that you've performed your role well, there's no further reason to keep you alive. MMMMPHH. Damien struggled to speak, realizing that his life would come to an end if he didn't say anything. Looks like you want to say something. All right then, speak. Puh. Thank you very much for. Speak. The young man's eyes narrowed further. It was condescending beyond description, but Damien didn't have the luxury of complaining. Why don't you spare me? You're after the organization, right? I can help you. They betrayed me too. They used and threw me away. I have no loyalty to them. I help you. So, what do you say? It was a classic betrayer move, but Damien had run out of choices. His original magic didn't work, and, for some reason, his entire body couldn't move. His only chance of survival was for. Pfft. You're so pathetic, it's hilarious. Damien had expected some resistance, but not this. I don't know which is funnier. Your desperate desire to live, or how ignorant you are. Damien's fear was temporarily disabled by an entitled rage that he felt anytime he was looked down upon. You didn't realize this, but someone put a tracker on you most likely to trace your location. If I have to guess, I'll say it's Jared's work. It could also be Naren's, but I'd still go for the former. Damien's rage was completely submerged in an ocean of shock. Look at your face. You're so stupid, aren't you? Damien didn't understand how anyone could have placed a tracker on him without his knowledge. How? Don't worry, though. I disabled it. There's no need to get those people involved in my business. Damien was still trying to comprehend how he had been hoodwinked when a hand suddenly tapped his shoulder. It was Cusin's. The young man was squatting, placing a hand on his shoulder which brought about a greater degree of pressure. A portion of Cusin's face was covered by his golden hair, so only one of his eyes could be seen by Damien. It was, so cold and condescending. You're wrong about so many things. My intentions, and your worth. There was something Cusin hadn't told anyone. His true motives, the reason he had killed 2 members of the organization, and was about to kill another without any shred of remorse. It was all because of a certain man, a member of the cult that he had been after since forever. Of course, he wasn't going to tell Damien the details. Still. Let me ask you this. If you answer well, I could let you live. Damien gulped. Despite the fear squirming within him, he wasn't going to miss this opportunity he had to live. Do you know anyone by the name of Keto? Damien Lawcroft was clueless. Was he supposed to know the individual? He had thought his assaulter would ask him a question about the organization, but he simply asked about a person. I see, you don't know him, Figures. You're just a 10th seat. BZZTZZZ. Flashes of golden lightning began manifesting all over Cusin and then they started extending to his hand. And no. Please no. I can help you. I can find him for you if you want. Please, just don't. Damien began pleading desperately, feeling the absurd concentration of mana in the flashes of lightning coating Cusin's body. Find him for me? Had. The golden lightning finally reached the hand that held Damien's shoulder. I've been doing that for 12 years now. ZZZZZZTTTTZZZZZZZ. Gur. Lightning sizzled, burning through Damien's body in an instant. Thigh death came nearly instantly. The pain Damien felt before death was the most agonizing type he had ever experienced. It was like every cell in his body ruptured, exploding like tiny fireworks. And then, thud. Damien Lawcroft met his end. Weak. He didn't even last 5 seconds. Despite the man's enhancements that came with using Mage Mode and Fusion Mode, he was still powerless before absolute power. He's dead now. I might as well leave for the next location. I should at least thank him for showing me the coordinates. Kuzan rose to his feet, his golden hair fluttering as he coldly walked past the corpse. He had killed 3 members thus far, but it was nowhere close to his desired estimate. If this is how powerful a 10th seat is, then Kido has to have one of their highest ranks if not the highest. That was how powerful his prey was. Well, it seems Jared will be coming here to investigate soon. For some reason, he's also after their organization. Kuzan didn't care enough to question Jared's reasons, so he simply shrugged and generated another flash of lightning. The whole war with the demons and the nether cult moving in the shadows, I've had enough of it. With a sigh, the blast of lightning grew larger, enveloping Kuzan's immediate surroundings. With the final statement echoing in the room. As long as he doesn't get in my way, it's all good. Kuzan vanished. Underscore 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 underscore. Original character designs and illustrations. 1 Jared Leonard, 12 years. 2 Jared Leonard, 15 years. 3 Naren Khalid. 4 Sarah Crimson. 5 Annabelle Frederick, Anna. 6 Edward Carl Leon. 7 Kuzan Midas. 8 Maria Helmsworth. 9 Louis Griffith and Amelia Vindel. 10 Legris Damien. Hope you enjoyed the art. More artworks are posted on the Discord server, so make sure you join. I won't create an auxiliary chapter for these pictures. Consider it a reward for making it this far. You can make art requests and interact with me on the Discord server. There's an auxiliary chapter for that. Thanks for reading, and I certainly hope you enjoyed this arc. Asterisk. 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 End of the 4th arc. 5th arc, Emergence of the Nether Cult, will resume shortly. Cheers. Chapter 519. It's been a while, hasn't it? The voice that echoed in the air was friendly and jovial, almost playful, even. However, the dreary silence that pervaded the room was unchanging. The massive room was not as one would expect the headquarters of a cult to be. It was exquisitely designed, having chandeliers, and a lovely white design. Murals and runes were drawn all over the wall, ceilings, and floors, granting it a very distinguished aura. In this large hall, an expanse that couldn't naturally be measured by normal means since it was configured with magic, a large table was set. The table had 6 chairs on the right and left sides respectively, and then at the forefront was a more prestigious seat belonging to someone else, someone greater. Not all the seats were occupied, but a majority were taken. The right end had all their members intact, but only 2 members occupied the 6 seats that were laid out before the table. And, of course, each seat was labeled. That was because this organization was strictly hierarchical. Even though it might have seemed like they valued equality due to their arrangement, it was far from it. Those at the right end were known as the upper seat members, while the ones at the left were the lower seats. Even then, their ranks were divided into 12, the first 6 belonging to the former while the lower ones had the latter title. All in all, the right and left end members all had this knowledge, and so those who were superior relished that fact. Then, what about the one who sat at the forefront? The man who occupied what seemed like a throne? What sort of rank did he have? Indeed. I welcome you all. The leader's voice permeated the room. His tone, while young, carried enough power to drive the room into perfect decorum. Unlike the others on respective sides, he sat at the middle front, and while he looked younger than the rest of them with the exception of one, his power and immense knowledge commanded the respect of everyone who listened to him. Standing directly beside him was a beautiful maiden. She looked pure, and was garbed in silk white. The lady had a constant smile on, and looked like a woman in the flower of her youth. In any meeting they had with the leader, he always had this lady accompany him, and while she seemed quite harmless, no one could dispute the chills she gave off. Her power was probably in another realm as well. I have called you here, 10 days after concluding the demon incursion plan, for a few matters that warrant discussion. As you are well aware, we've gathered 10 of the arcanas. Thanks to the war, we were able to secure a few, and now we know of the locations of yet 5 others. Our goals are now within sight. Everyone nodded. It was common knowledge that they had orchestrated things behind the scenes to achieve the best result. Thanks to their inconspicuous efforts, things had worked out perfectly. Due to the achievements of one of our members in the events, who executed the task with absolute perfection, I have decided to promote him. Even though no one spoke, they knew who was being referred to. Legris Damien, you may rise. At that moment, one of the only 2 people who was seated on the left side was called forth. He had dark brown hair and a smile plastered on his face. I believe no one needs to be told the endless list of his achievements. From initiating the war, to retrieving the Devil Arcana. We've benefited a lot from this venture, so it's only appropriate to reward him for his efforts. With that said, the leader beckoned Legris to step forward. The lanky man obeyed and moved away from his seat, drawing close to the young one. Once Legris got a few inches further from him, he finally stopped. The Arcana. The leader stretched forth his hands. His black hair and dangerously gleaming reddish-purple eyes rang of danger and malevolence. Even though he looked unassuming, everyone in their right mind knew not to underestimate his authority. Here it is. Legris smiled, bringing forth the card he retrieved 10 days ago. The Devil, yet another piece. The young man smiled, looking at the card glimmer in Legris' grasp. The Magician. The Lovers. The Star. The Empress. Death. The Papess. The Chariot. Justice. Temperance. Those were the ones that had been secured already. Adding the Devil to the mix, that made a total of 10 arcanas in their grasp. The time is near. The moment he reached out to touch the item, the leader paused his statement. His body shook a bit, and then he regained his composure. Legris, what happened to the arcana before you recovered it? Was there prior contact? No. I took it from the source. This is a problem. Everyone looked at the leader to see what the problem was. He was never one to overreact, so that meant a serious issue had surfaced. I can clearly sense someone's mana clinging to that arcana. It has been altered in some way. Mana? What in the... At this point, even Legris was stunned. Do it. The leader turned to the woman beside him, and she bowed upon hearing his orders. Voyage. Covering the arcana in a surge of light, she seemed to have completely purified the card of any effects that caused the leader displeasure. It looks all right now. With that, the exchange went on seamlessly. Legris handed over the arcana, apologizing profusely for his mistake. It appears someone has been listening into our conversation through the magic planted on the retrieved arcana. You've made a blunder, Legris. I apologize. Please punish me as is deemed fit. The older man bowed. Though he appeared extremely nervous on the surface, Legris Damien's heart was racing at an abnormal rate due to some other emotion. Jared Leonard, you got me. Asterisk. 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 A/N. If you enjoy this book, I know another one you'd love just as much. It's my newest book titled Ascension of the Failed Mage. You can check it out and add it to your library. I promise it'll be worth every second. https://www.webnovel.com/book/ascension of the failed mage _24898011105190405. Cheers. Chapter 520. Legris couldn't help but shake in excitement. He had thought he pulled one over Jared Leonard, yet the boy managed to surprise him yet again. He really pulled it off. He tricked me again. That was what made the kid so interesting, but also dangerous. This was the work of the singularity, no? Why did you not kill him back when you had the chance? At this point, the cult leader was glaring at Naren. Everyone knew that singularities were extremely dangerous to the cult, regarded as threats that had to be purged. Of course, lower members like Legris didn't know very much, but the upper echelons had a better idea why. For him to have had Jared Leonard in his grasp, yet did nothing to kill him, it was highly irresponsible and suspicious. I couldn't kill him. He'd just teleport away. Besides, any further time I wasted deliberating the matter would be disadvantageous for me. For all I know, he could have been contacting Naren Khalid. What Legris said made sense. If it came to that, then he was justified not to launch any assault. Still, though. Very well. I'll accept your excuse. I am disappointed, though. Despite your great achievements, you've made a blunder that has cost us some leaks in information. Jared Leonard had heard a portion of their conversation, making him privy to confidential intel. The very existence of the cult as well as its location was in jeopardy. We could use this to our advantage, so I won't be punishing you. I'll be limiting your promotion, though. Thank you for showing mercy. Legris bowed emphatically. It's fine. Let's get this over with. The leader looked at the 7 people who were seated before him, 6 from the upper cadre, and 1 from the lower one. Since he sought to promote Legris, who was the 9th chair, it only made sense that he made it meaningful enough. I will be promoting Legris Damien to the 6th seat. Wah! A silent shriek leaked out, but was instantly quelled. It belonged to none other than the occupier of the 6th seat himself. You know what to do, Reed Sterling. An old man, Reed Sterling himself, rose from his seat and shamefully left the right side of the table. It was obvious what would happen once someone else took his rank. He would be demoted to 1 seat below him. As such, the old man was now the 7th seat. There's no need to return your arcana. Since we have a sufficient amount, every member will wield one of them. The leader turned to Legris and permitted him to return to his seat. Legris, now an upper seat member, moved to his new position in a gentle stride. He gave a sly smile to the previous occupant of his seat, and then glanced slightly at the young boy who occupied the seat higher than his. It was a familiar face that wasn't going to wear out anytime soon. Now, then, to another issue that warrants our discussion. It concerns your nephew, Kido. This time, all the focus was placed on the golden-haired man in the room. He had a carefree aura around him, and his playful smile matched the youthful glow he exuded. Even though a few were inclined to be serious during meetings, his disposition never changed in the slightest. But, almost no one could caution him. After all, he was. I apologize about that. He's probably still looking for me after all these years. The 2nd seat of the cult. He must miss me so much. Kido's golden earrings dangled as he shook his head while sighing. His sarcasm was met with silence, and then shortly after, the leader continued. Your nephew killed 4 of our members. I would think that it has escalated beyond your little family feud. It's not my fault they were easy to kill off. They're weak, you know. I agree to the latter, but not the former. They were weak, but it's your responsibility to take care of family, isn't it? Sigh, you're right. Great. Then, nip him in the bud as soon as possible. Of course, that's when you have free time. You'll be required for a new assignment soon. With that, the leader closed the chapter and decided to move on to the next matter for discussion. Forgive me for saying this, but is that really okay? 4 of our members are gone because of his irresponsibility, and we're just going to let it slide. Another upper seat member spoke. If not for his pronged ears, he would have been recognized as a human. But, how could he be an elf when he had beautiful wings glimmering behind him? Yes, this was none other than the 4th seat member of the cult Fairy King Biruel. What's the matter for concern? They can be replaced, can't they? Kido responded with a nonchalant tone. You, one of the people killed was my right-hand man. Sure, he was only the 12th seat, but he deserved the protection of this organization. Biruel banged his hand on the table. He was fuming as his long, silver hair flowed behind him. Welp. Sorry about that, but, he ded. Ha ha ha. Kido laughed, once again insensitive to the pain he caused the Fairy King, no, to the cult as a whole. You basta. That's enough. You men just keep arguing. I'm sick of it. Can we just proceed to the meeting? I was in the middle of some research. The member at the center sharply spoke, already reaching her limit as the one clustered between the two warring parties. Oh, sorry about that, Carla. Didn't mean to disturb you. If I stop, will you promise to? Kido sharply turned his gaze to the crimson succubus beside him. Her sultry attire was captivating, and her figure was enthralling to say the least. She was none other than the third seat of the cult, Carla the demon succubus. Nope. Never ask me that again. She scoffed, pouting as she folded her arms with resolve. No matter how anyone sliced it, she still looked cute despite feigning annoyance. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 521. Kido Midas was a man who always got what he wanted. However, there was someone he wanted above anything else, or at least, the power she offered. Just once. Please. Nope. I told you, I don't do that anymore. Come on, just once. We'll both benefit as a result of your original magic. Nah. Just the tip. Pow. Every time, he troubled Carla on having sexual intercourse with him. Of course, this was partially because he lusted after her body, but there was a much deeper reason. Kido wanted more power and Carla was guaranteed to give it. Sigh, whatever. You'll come around eventually. No, I won't. Now, we can continue with the meeting, right? Her eyes especially glared at Biruel. The Fairy King, who believed in absolute patriarchy, was someone who would never be on good terms with a strong female like Carla, especially considering how she was higher than him in rank. He would have returned her defiance with violence, if he could. However, not only had he lost his authority as king, but he was also weaker than she was. There was nothing he could do but sit down in silence. Though Biruel felt an extreme loss for the death of his closest subordinate, there was nothing he could do at the moment. Still, he swore to have his revenge not only on the perpetrator, but also on those who dared look down on him. Now, then, since you're done with your little chattering, let us proceed with the meeting. The cult leader spoke. Now that our identity has been revealed, it's clear that the other party will begin to make their move. Though it would have been preferable if they remained in the shadows, it was inevitable that they would eventually have to rise to the surface. We will be acting somewhat discreetly, but the time of our emergence has come. As such, they would be taking more active steps to obtain their prizes. If they dawdled any further, the other side could take the initiative. For our goals, we cannot afford to be sloppy. Even though the members did not agree on much, this was something they were all strongly tied to. Why else would they be an organized group? I'm especially thankful for two of our members who have shared so much information concerning the major threat that we are currently facing, the Eastern Kingdom. No one would have expected that humans would offer so much resistance, but this was because of certain domino effects that went out of hand. To outmaneuver them, while maintaining secrecy, the organization had 3 members who were integral members of the kingdom. Damien Lawcroft was one of them, but he was now deceased, leaving only 2 left. One of them was currently murmuring within himself as he grudgingly occupied the 7th seat. Reed Sorling, the man who was the previous headmaster of Anslark Academy as well as the 3rd Grand Mage of the Eastern Kingdom. Though he once belonged to the upper seat, he had been suffering demotion due to his stagnating power and limited use. The second integral member of the Eastern Kingdom was not Legris Damien. Sure, Legris had connections in a wide network, but his roots in the human kingdom were not as deep as the member in question. You'll be going against your people this time around. Hope you don't mind. The leader's eyes moved in the direction of the fifth seat. Seated on it was a young boy who looked to be in his teenage years, not even an adult yet. His black hair and deep blue irises were unmistakably pure, but there was no innocence left in those eyes. His expression did not even waver once his previous home was called into question. He simply shrugged while speaking. I don't mind. Whoa! You've gotten so cold. Legris Damien commented with awe. Even he was a rank lower than the boy who was snobbishly staring into blank space. You've changed from the boy I knew back in Inslark. Once again, the boy ignored Legris Damien's prattling. I wonder what your cousin would think if she saw you like this. Ha ha ha, you've gotten so cool, haven't you? That's enough, Legris. Let's just conclude the meeting. I have training. Sure, you do. Mr. Genius, Stefan Netherlore. Would you stop calling me that? Nope. Then, whatever. Pfft. So cool. Just cut it out. Nope. Ha ha ha. This funny exchange between a former lecturer and former student climbed until it reached an unbearable point for a certain someone. Once everyone fell under this pressure, they ceased their easygoing attitude and turned in the direction of the one who released the aura. It wasn't the leader. No, he was too liberal to do something like this, unless absolutely necessary. The one who acted releasing a wave of pure energy that dominated every seat member in the room was none other than the first seat himself. With a short sigh breaking the silence, he looked in the direction of the cult leader and bowed slightly. It's fine. Let us proceed. The young boy responded, raising his hand slightly to show that he did not take offense. You'll all be acting independently, as always. We're a bit understaffed, but that shouldn't prove to be a problem at this point. Normally, the cult leader would have preferred being steady about their conquest, but they ran the risk of their enemies gaining the upper hand if they didn't move quickly. There are 7 arcanas left to be discovered. Every member, with the exception of the first seat, will be dispatched to search for them. Unlike before, there was no need for subtlety. This was simply a scramble for what would be a treasure hunt. The first seat will remain here. Considering the fact that the enemy now knows the location of our base, it's imperative we have a strong defensive measure. And, what monolith could be more powerful than the almighty first seat himself? May I make a selfish request? The very man raised his hand. No one dared blink as he spoke for the first time in a very long. He was one who believed that the need for words was not necessary when both sides had the skills to do the talking for them. It should take some time for them to prepare an appropriate number of forces to assault this place, even if they plan on doing it soon. What he said was right. Thanks to the scramble for the remaining arcanas, it was certain that the opposing forces would be diverting a great deal of energy to finding the legendary items. It was doubtful if they would have enough leeway to launch a full-scale assault on the cult. I would like permission to survey an area that caught my attention before the war began. I sensed a strong surge of energy there and I would like to see if I can find what I'm looking for there. Abandoning one's duty would be considered very bad behavior for someone who stood at the pinnacle of the seats. However, everyone knew better than to argue with his request. Very well. Do as you please. How long will it take? Nothing more than a day. That's reasonable. Return in a day's time. The first seat bowed. His hilt shook as his back bent, and the kimono he wore slightly shook. His show of humility was a testament to how much character he possessed, and he was the only person who did not bear any resentment toward any other member, neither was he an object of anger for those gathered. Everyone either respected him, or felt neutral about his existence. I wonder what will happen to the unfortunate soul who will suffer at the hands of your martial arts. Everyone in the room chuckled. But, they knew very well that their leader was serious in his comment. The first seat was a martial artist, a swordsman that had gone beyond transcendence. Well, then, I'll make sure to watch out for the display of your power one more time. Legendary Blade God. Once again, the swordsman bowed. His shaded auburn hair fluttered with the stale wind in the room as he continued his practice of silence. All right. We've delayed enough. Let's finalize our discussions on our plans for the future. Every member smiled and nodded in approval. First seat, the legendary Blade God. Second seat, Keto of Midas. Third seat, Carla the Succubus. Fourth seat, Fairy King Biruel. Fifth seat, Stefan Netherlore. Sixth seat, Legris Damien. Seventh seat, Reed Sterling. Eighth seat, Vizer. Ninth 12th seat, unoccupied. Our goals are right in front of us. And so, with the agreement of every member in the room, a new dawn of chaos was born. For the arcanas that they sought in order to achieve their respective goals, the overwhelmingly powerful beings decided to rise from the shadows. It was time for the Nether cult to emerge. Asterisk. 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 The fifth arc, Emergence of the Nether cult, begins. This will contain a lot of twists, a lot of mysteries, a lot of unraveled secrets. I certainly hope you enjoy this arc as much as I enjoy writing. Get pumped, and get ready. It should be the best arc thus far. Thanks to everyone for reaching this point in the story. Let us journey to the end together. Chapter 522. This is serious. My eyes were fixated on the two in front of me. What I had heard was surprising, so much so that it took a significant amount of brain power to process it. As my eyes frolicked about, their gazes were on me, expecting an answer. I never expected this, not this soon. Was it my fault? Did I cause this too? No. I couldn't blame myself for something like this. It was somewhat inevitable, considering the circumstances. I just didn't think it would be like this. So, you're saying? I raised my eyes and stared at Naren and Sarah, the two people seated in front of me. You want to get married? Yeah. Of course, the first person to voice her opinion was Sarah Crimson. Hearing her affirm those words just made me shiver once more. But, why? Not that I was against their happiness or anything, but the timing couldn't have been any worse. It was not only crazy, but very irrational. I looked at Naren for support, however. I also agree with Sarah. He gave the same answer. He. The Crimson Lady grinned in victory. The Naren I knew wouldn't make such a decision without a valid reason. I needed to find out the truth, so I decided to use telepathic magic to speak to him. Did she force you to do this? Are you being held hostage? He slightly shook his head and sighed. No. It's what I want. Life is short, you know. What the heck was this man talking about? He literally had all the time in the world, yet he chose to seal the deal now? I mean, sure, I was the one that pushed him on this path, but weren't things going way too fast? It has to be the work of Sarah. She's too excited about this. Hey! Are you guys communicating through telepathic magic? That's rude. Inasmuch as I would have loved to defend myself, she was right. The only thing Naren and I could do was apologize. It's not like we're having it anytime soon, you know? It's in, like 3 months. If we hurry with this whole cult issue, we should be able to be ready by then. The Crimson Mage added with an emphatic sigh. Did this woman really know what she was saying? An organization that took years of their time gathering arcanas in secret, having members powerful enough to topple the world, yet she was giving a deadline of 3 months? I knew it. Sarah Crimson was batshit crazy. How is research going on your end? It's been 2 days since you eavesdropped on their conversation and they figured it out. Any progress? Naren smartly changed gears, most likely noticing my expression. No dice. Finding out about these guys is just impossible. The density of power there was crazy, so I could even barely hear them talk, less of seeing how they looked like. The tracker worked, though, so I knew the location of the enemy's headquarters. Still, storming it was another matter entirely. For all I knew, it could be a trap. Since they would now be expecting a strike, it was risky to go all out against them, especially since arcanas were the priority. I sent some automatons to survey the area, but they were all shot down before they could report anything. The last thing they saw was just an endless sea, though. The enemy was located at the epicenter of the world. Exactly in the middle, surrounded by the 4 continents. Still, why hadn't we noticed such a place before? Even I didn't know what to expect from the place at this point. They probably have a very powerful cloaking field. As for your automatons, maybe an automatic defense mechanism, or someone is guarding the place vigilantly. Naren calmly said. All the automatons I dispatched were the best at stealth. They had unknowable active, but it seemed that wasn't enough to escape the enemy's surveillance. Why did they choose that location, though? There has to be a significance. It could have to do with the fact that they're gathering arcanas. It probably wasn't world domination, considering they would probably succeed at that with the amount of arcanas already in their possession. Then what? I've been researching arcanas long before now, so I know a few things. Still, there's a lot I haven't figured out. At this point, it was back to the drawing board. In a race against time, such as our current predicament, mistakes weren't allowed. If I was to win this time around, I had to be smarter. They have their ways of locating arcanas, but there are conditions for every arcana one collects. That's also one of the reasons they slowly collect them. It was somewhat like a game, where the supposed maker of the arcana set a few traps in a roundabout layout to ensure that it wasn't easy to obtain the arcana piece. My friends and I almost died thanks to a couple of the more troublesome games we had to play. Ultimately, we succeeded in obtaining all our prizes, well, almost all of them. I wonder if I'll be able to do it now, that one we couldn't get. It had bugged me a lot in the past, and I had postponed it even in my current life. Considering the difficulty, it was understandable. However, I needed to get it sooner or later. I might as well start from there. You mind if I join you on your research for the arcana's location? Naren offered. Not that I didn't appreciate the help, but wasn't he too busy being buried in Sarah's boobs to care about the fate of the world? Don't look at me like that, Jared. You don't know how they feel. You wouldn't get it. His response caused my heart to bleed, but I tolerated it. Joke's on him. In my past life, I had my share of fun. Of course, I was still a virgin in this one, but I could still relive my past glory. Well, if you want to help, it's always appreciated. I smiled, looking at Naren's excited face. All right. I'm pumped up. Chapter 523. Ed. Anna's small body jumped on the very muscular person in front of her. His tan skin and hulking body made him appear to be way older than his age, but he was only 15 years old. It's been a while, Anna. Edward, even with his hardened look, gave a soft smile as he returned the embrace of his dear friend. Though, since her body was so small in his grasp, and she seemed so fragile that he could snap her like a twig, Edward maintained caution. I've missed you. You missed out on a lot of action. It was currently 12 days since the end of the war, and a lot had happened since then. It was crazy how Edward wasn't present in any of them. I had a little errand to run for Jared. Is he around? Both of them were currently within Inslark Academy's grounds. While Anna was wearing her usual lab coat, shirt, and skirt, Edward donned a simple traveler's cloak. He had nice trousers, and his boots looked sturdy too. However, he was bare-chested, causing his skin to glimmer in the morning sun. Yet. We've been expecting you. Everyone is waiting. Anna smiled. Edward smiled and nodded. His eyes scoured the massive compound, and he couldn't help but feel a wave of nostalgia. It had been a while, after all. Let's go. Anna did the most amusing thing, climbing on Edward's broad shoulders while holding his head and pointing far into the horizon. It had been a while, so Edward had almost forgotten about this habit of hers. Even as a kid, he did it often. It was probably why he was able to develop such a strong back. Yet. Now feeling a bit self-conscious thanks to the stares of students and staff around him, Edward kept his head low and began moving. Faster, Anna yelled, causing him to quicken his pace. This continued until he was practically running. Edward, my man. Jerry Keller hugged the buff guy. He too seemed small in his embrace, but it didn't matter at this point. Despite their respective height or size, they were still friends. Still hugging people at your age? Humph. A dissatisfied voice rang beside him. It belonged to the brunette called Sierra, and she was certainly not pleased by Edward's closeness to Jerry. She acted like she didn't care, but if anyone looked at Sierra closely, they would see that the girl was observing the two's closeness and gnashing her teeth. Jealousy was such a mysterious thing. Hey, Maria, how have you been? Sierra finally found a way to distract herself as she went to the young lady. Edward, look how much you've grown. Yvonne guffawed as well, feeling quite intimidated as he approached. The young man had been working out to increase his muscle mass, but he was nowhere close to the beast in front of him. Are you sure you're 15? He spoke his thoughts aloud. Edward could only laugh awkwardly. Perhaps he overdid it a bit, but all he did was adhere to his training regimen, whole eating a lot of monster meat. He hadn't noticed just how big he had gotten until he met fellow humans. Haha. The room everyone was currently in was a lounge reserved for honored guests at Anne's Lark. Currently, it was something like an alumni meeting, but only for the small circle that Jared invited. Where's he, though? Edward looked around him. Currently, the people present were Anna, Sierra, Jerry, Edward, Yvonne, and Maria. They weren't expecting anyone else except the host of the meeting. And, as always, he was fashionably late. Whoom. The wide door, serving as both entrance and exit, was flung open. The man of the hour appeared, accompanied by a good number of familiar faces. And, among them was a beauty unlike any other. Edward found his heart fluttering as his gaze was cast on her. He lost himself in the sight, and for a moment, the only thing that occupied his mind was the girl beside Jared. Who is that? Sorry I'm late, everyone. I walked into the very room where my friends were waiting for me. I didn't come alone, of course. Naren, Sarah, Maro, Alovita, and Lamy were accompanying me. Knowing how my daughter was, I made sure she was sticking close to me. That way, she wouldn't cause too much trouble. This isn't exactly a reunion call, but it's nice to see everyone after so long. I smiled. One way or the other, I had made independent contact with them. I even assigned Edward a task in secret, and for everyone else, I had given them something to do one way or the other. Whoa, Edward, seeing you in person really hits it home. I smiled, looking at my buff friend. He was even taller than Naren, at this point. His gaze was on someone else, though. The moment I saw his distracted eyes and charmed expression, I looked beside me and noticed that Lamy was also staring at him, or rather, his body. My brain went into overdrive and put two and two together, faster than the speed of light. Edward and Lamy. What the heck? How? It didn't help that my daughter had my wife's expression, so seeing her gawk over Edward's body made me feel weird. Ahem, as I said, it's nice to meet everyone. However, I'm here concerning a serious matter, so, let's all have our seats. Fortunately, Edward finally took his eyes off Lamy and gave me a guilty look after I glared at him for some time. Maybe I sent the wrong message to him and it looked like I was hoarding the girl to myself, but that wasn't the case at all. I wasn't interested in Lamy that way, but, imagining someone else with her, especially my very good friend, Edward, was tough. I wasn't the only one glaring, though. Shit. I haven't told Anna yet. My mind rang, noticing her dissatisfied expression. Feeling uncomfortable, I slightly glanced in Maria's direction, but I was met with a nonchalant demeanor. No, she didn't even seem to pay me any heed. She was busy discussing with Sierra. Well, that's good, I guess. Chapter 524. In any case, this was an official meeting. The sooner it started, the better. With that in mind, I implored everyone to have their seats, and after organizing an introductory session, I finally declared my reason for bringing everyone together. I gathered all of us here for one major reason, and that is because of a new threat that has emerged. The whole act of the demons was a mere prelude to the emerging darkness. At the very least, I wanted to protect my own. But, more than that, it was within my rights to squash the enemy's side. The problem was that they were a group, and so another group was necessary to combat them. In essence, to stop the cult, I needed to work with a team. Everyone, I need your help. Naren, Sarah, Lamy, Maro, Alo, Edward, Anna, Jerry, Sierra, Maria, and Yvonne. With me in the mix, we made 12 individuals, enough for the kind of effective group I intended on managing. Looking at their abilities, there are better candidates I could have employed. People like Yvonne and Lamy weren't even very strong. However, they made considerable progress daily. If this would help them in their advancement, I was fine with having them on board. So, what do you all say? Well, this is good. I was currently on a wide expanse, watching my dearest friends lay out before me. The good news was that they all accepted the request, but the not-so-good issue was that a majority of them were still considerably lacking in many ways. That meant I had to set them straight one way or the other. I teleport dust to this vast field for a reason. I was sure many of them would recognize this place. It was the same spot where we battled the demons not too long ago. Since it was located on the outskirts of the Eastern Empire, it was perfect for the kind of activity I had in mind. Out of everyone here, I'm exempting only Naren, Maro, and Sarah from this exercise. Well, I was planning on simulating a sparring experience, and adding those three would have been too unfair. For one, Naren and Sarah were too strong. As for Maro, he was more into engineering than combat. It wouldn't do any good by making him actively deviate from his area of expertise. The remaining 8, Yvonne, Maria, Anna, Edward, Lamy, Sierra, Jerry, and Alo were going to be my primary focus. We're here to train. Or rather, I want to test your capabilities. During the war, I had the chance of observing some of them, but none were pushed to the point of displaying their limits. If we were to go up against monsters on par with Legris Damien, I needed to be certain that my team could keep up. You'll all be facing a single opponent. I want to see how you'll fare. I wasn't trying to insult them by putting all 9 against one target, but this was simply the way I knew to balance things. Hold on, I'm fighting too. Lamy interrupted me with an entitled yelp. Ah, yes. I forgot. This girl didn't have any combat experience. Well, she's gotta learn sooner or later. I smiled sweetly at my daughter and gave an emphatic nod. Your aunt placed me in charge of you. We're friends, you know. But, this isn't friendship. You're just. It's friendship. I'm doing this for your own good. Isn't that what friends do for each other? Well, it's not exactly like. I could spot Edward smiling like an idiot as he watched Lamy throw a fit. Something about his face glowing pink made things feel terribly wrong. All right, enough dawdling. Let's get down to business. Ignoring Lamy's pouting, I floated to midair. Who will we be fighting, though? You. The statement came from Anna. Her glare still hadn't vanished, most likely because of the just concluded exchange between me and Lamy. Really? We'll be fighting Jared. Edward's eyes lit up in excitement. The boy had grown even more to be a battle maniac. He resembled Gawain now more than ever. Martial art idiots. I smiled at my muscle-brained friend. Isn't that too unfair? It's 8 against 1, but still. Yvonne looked hesitant. He probably didn't want to fight me. I don't see what the big deal is. I'll knock him down myself. Sierra made a defiant tone. What's with the attitude? It's not like I forced her here. After Jerry agreed to join the team, she did the same. To be honest, I wasn't very close to the girl, but I realized her potential. It was a shame that she didn't seem the least bit interested in being friends with me, but for some strange reason, she was always involved in my affairs. Is it because of Jerry? To think of it, back in the academy, she was also quite fixated on him. The best course of action would be to ask Jerry all about their relationship later on. For now, though. Don't say that, Sierra. You don't know how powerful Jared is. Yet, he's simply amazing. Aloe, don't patronize him too much. You sound like a fangirl. What's got you so prickly today, Anna? Alright, I'm pumped up. I've never fought before, though. Don't worry, I'll protect you. After watching them all converse for a few, I clapped my hands and regained their attention. You won't be fighting me. It seemed they were misunderstanding many things. But, that was also fine. Your opponent is one of my constructs. At this point, I could make out many disappointed gazes assailing me. Those with a lot of pride would have even felt insulted. It's my best automaton. If you guys manage to defeat it, I'll fight you myself. Before they could complain, I snapped my fingers, and the platinum-armored being appeared. Everyone, meet Gawain the ultimate automaton. I smiled sweetly. The being beside me was floating too, and his majestic form took in the gazes of everyone. Thankfully, a few more of them were now interested in fighting the thing. Alright then. You may begin on my count. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 525. He's mine. The first to make his move was Edward. Immediately Jared declared the match to have started, the hulking being sharply dashed in the direction of his foe. Perhaps it was to impress the girl he had laid his eyes on, or maybe he was simply in a hurry to test out his strength on this new opponent. Instantly creating a blade from the mana he exuded, Edward smiled as he wildly dashed. However, too slow. Even Edward couldn't react to what came next. The automaton's hand was already close to Edward's face before the boy could say a peep, and its metallic blow was planted on his face faster than he could process. Boom! Edward jerked backward, completely stunned by the automaton's initial attack. And then, boom! Another kick from the platinum-armored being sent the boy's hulking body flying away until it crashed into the ground beyond the remaining 7. His descent caused a crater, devastating the area around him in an instant. Who's next? Gawain, the ultimate automaton, folded his hands as he waited for the next challenger. T2 hits, he got rid of Edward in just 2 hits. There was always the possibility that Edward was simply weak, but no one doubted the bulky boy's strength. The fact that he was able to move faster than everyone else showed just how capable he was. Yet, the automaton was faster. We better take this serious, everyone. Aloe sighed, now coated in complete light. Golden orbs glimmered around her, and a witch's hat sat atop her head. Her dress was pure gold, and her skin radiated energy. The woman had wasted no time before entering mage mode. I'm not done. She murmured. Original magic, Aurora Vidalis. Instantly, ruptures in space appeared, and darkness began to spread. No, it wasn't that everywhere was getting darker, it was something completely different. Right in front of Aloe, a sphere was forming. Within it were beautiful glimmers of light, like stars. They kept getting brighter as everything in the vicinity dulled. "What are you doing?" Sierra asked, looking agitated. "You don't need to know," she sharply responded with a smile. No one knew the true nature of her original magic, but what she was doing was absorbing all the light around her using the orb before her as a magnet. This made everything around her slow down, and her speed greatly increased. Of course, this affected everyone around her equally, so her allies and the enemy would still be on equally balanced terms when it came to speed. Other than mere swiftness, Aloe had collected enough power to transcend her limits. The orb in front of her served as a second monocore, one that mimicked the effects of a special grade. In essence, it had no limits. Having dual monocores, one being gold grade, while the second being special grade, made Aloe's power skyrocket beyond any normal degree. In both speed and power, she had reached a transcended height. Still, not yet. She wasn't satisfied with this. Fusion mode. Aloe called upon her familiar, a golden wisp that danced atop her head, and the two fused together. It all happened so fast, but the results were dazzling. Aloe now took on the appearance of a goddess, similar to a blinding sculpture of golden brilliance. This was the result of using Mage mode, original magic, and her fusion mode. The sphere that served as a second monocore floated above her shoulder, and her body was bursting with power. With everything around her slowed down, and her own capabilities reaching new heights, Aloe Vita was confident in her victory. Grand Blitzing Ray. Rather than dispersing energy in a wide sphere of explosion, Aloe concentrated everything in a single direction and sent in charging at Gawain. "My current speed far exceeds the speed of light, and he should currently be slowed down." The ray decimated everything in its path, turning the ground itself into char and molten magma as it raced to devour the target. However, not a chance. Gawain's hand stretched out and absorbed the blast directed at him. Every single ounce of golden energy that was supposed to decimate the automaton was instead taken in without even the slightest resistance. How? You don't need to know. Gawain sharply moved, closing his distance with Aloe in a flash. Its body now radiated a golden aura, adapting Aloe's light magic as his own. Despite being flustered, Aloe easily evaded Gawain's attack by virtue of being faster. She rained down more spells on the automaton, causing it to dash around as it evaded every strike. Whirring in retaliation, it summoned several blades and launched them in Aloe Vita's direction. Voyage. Unfortunately for the automaton, the woman was fast enough to deflect each and every blade with her magic. "You're good," Gawain commented, now emitting greater power than before. Aloe felt her opponent's energy rise, but she was determined not to lose her focus. "You can do this, Vita. He's watching you." With that, the young woman calmed herself and steadied her magic power, ready to return whatever resistance her opponent would give. Still, no matter what it was, Aloe was determined to emerge victorious. Gawain's form changed. He too entered a state only mages could adapt. This is. Aloe's eyes bulged at the occurrence unfolding before her. As if it wasn't surprising enough that Gawain could move so fast even with her original magic's effects, it was now adopting a mode powerful state. Mage mode. With its newfound strength, Gawain summoned several more blades and added multiple volleys of magic missiles and projectiles to the mix. These means of attack littered the sky where Vita was currently floating, surrounding her on all ends. "There's no escape, and your defense's integrity has its limits." Without wasting time, every single blade and projectile was launched at Aloe. Of course, she erected a strong defensive barrier, but sooner or later, it would break. Shit! She gritted her teeth as she glared at the automaton, who also eyed her with a strange sense of animosity. "Of everyone I've fought, you're the strongest." Gawain's voice warbled as it spoke. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 526. No one could have known this, except it and its creator, but if not for the power of spellcraft, Gawain wouldn't have been able to move so freely. That was how dangerous Aloe Vita's original magic was. Even with its speed, Gawain was unable to catch up to the woman. The only thing it could do was surround her with enough threats, so she could be still for a moment. "You're too cautious." Gawain had been assessing his opponent since the start of their fight, and this was his conclusion. If only Aloe Vita was more proactive and brutal in her assault, he would have been far more pressured. "You lack enough violence." With those words, he increased the level of projectiles he sent, and also their numbers. Tch. Aloe Vita clicked her tongue as she was overwhelmed by the sheer numbers that seemed to push her to her limits. Her barrier's integrity plummeted, and Gawain sharply moved to deal the finishing blow. "Damn it!" Aloe managed to dodge his strike, even while being incapacitated in midair, but she could not have predicted what came next. Boom! A sharp blast was launched from behind her, enveloping the young lady in bright golden light, the same kind she had sent to Gawain not too long ago. "Gah!" She screamed in both surprise and pain, plummeting to the ground after suffering her loss. Gawain heaved an imaginary sigh as he stared at her defeated body. "I had to wear out her defenses and then use spellcraft to catch her off guard. This lady is strong." Her problem was simply the lack of enough combat experience. Not only was she sloppy and overly cautious in battle, but her original magic was also far from complete. There was a lot to work on. Gawain imagined how much potential she would have if she had the same sort of battle intelligence as its master. That would be frightening. Gawain laughed, now looking in the direction of his remaining foes. "Ah, I guess you guys were still around." The automaton's voice warbled with every statement it made. "It makes no difference. Come at me at once." Now flexing its hand and gesturing them to move closer, Gawain seemed to be provoking the remaining targets. Unfortunately for them, it worked perfectly. Ha! All of them were down for the count. Only the automaton stood victorious, and not even damaged in the slightest. As it watched everyone grovel on the floor, the being decided that it had completed its task and was about to return to its master. "But we're not done." A voice stopped him. "Oh? I guess you're up now." Gawain glanced in the direction of the rising challenger. "I guess it's about time you woke, considering you charged in first." "Edward." The auburn-haired buff was currently frowning. Someone was in his arms, her black and white hair trailing as the wind blew. "You hurt her, didn't you?" Edward glared. Energy seemed to burst from within him as he didn't let go of the unconscious half-elf. "Not really. She fainted due to shock. I didn't even touch her." "Oh. I see." Things just got awkward, since Edward was about to fight on behalf of the girl and justice. But, now that it had come to this, that doesn't matter. You caused her distress. Besides, not to make an excuse, but I wasn't in full form then. Let's fight with no holds barred." Edward donned a wild smile and released his energy. "Finally. I'll be needing you for this, Percy." "Understood." Edward's dull ahan familiar responded. Boom. The sudden outburst of energy caused the air to undulate and several pieces of debris to fly. Purple flashes mixed in with white light, and the contradicting energy swirled around Edward's body. Instantly, the boy was shrouded in dark armor similar to the automaton's look, and his frame was exuding power. His white hair partially leaked out of the helmet he wore, and both light and dark energy radiated around him. "Fusion mode, martial state," Edward mumbled. He had combined two immensely powerful forms, and now his power had reached a precipice. "So, you want us to fight with no limiters, Gawain murmured, looking at the foe he was going up against. "Very well." Space seemed to break as Gawain also let out the fierce energy that was within it. Pure sheer power surged from its armored body. A white blade appeared on its hand, and several white orbs danced around it. The climbing energy it had dominated the atmosphere, and it stared at Edward with resolve. Martial state. Plus mage mode. And then, fusion mode. I have access to all three forms, so I suppose we have revealed our cards now, Gawain spoke, brandishing the blade it wielded as it approached Edward. The martial artist was stunned that the automaton he was fighting had attained martial state despite being so proficient in magic. Mage mode and martial state at once, how was that even possible? Plus, since it could use fusion mode, that meant it had a familiar as well. Edward couldn't believe the absurdity of the situation, but he calmed himself. No matter who his opponent was, it wasn't like he would lose his nerve. Besides, isn't this what you wanted? An opponent to stimulate you? The boy smiled underneath his armor. Also brandishing his purplish-white blade, Edward readied himself for the action to come. There's something you should know, Edward his familiar chimed in. What is it, Percy? For a moment, there was silence in Edward's inner realm, but it only lasted for a brief moment. Afterward, the deep voice of his familiar returned. If you fight that guy, you'll lose. Edward's smile did not cease despite hearing that. No, he smiled even wider. It doesn't matter. I want to fight him. Unlike the time with the demon general here he achieved such an easy victory, this was a fight where he had to exert himself to the max. Even if victory wasn't in sight he would push himself to the limits and evolve further. That was how martial artists grew. Hey. With a surge of power exploding within and without, Edward roared and dashed in Gawain's direction. I'll fight to keep getting stronger. Until... Chapter 527. Looks like it's my win. Yet. Edward and the automaton stared at each other. A moment of silence emanated between the two immensely powerful individuals. The environment could testify to their strength, as it was completely wrecked. In the end, I couldn't land a single hit. Edward laughed, looking at the armored being floating before him. Unlike the latter, the former's armor was as good as gone, and blood covered a great deal of his body. He had definitely been through a lot, and he tried his hardest, but I didn't know the gap in power would be so vast. Ultimately, even Edward couldn't win. Do you all understand now? My defeated friends were now seated before me, completely mellow after suffering absolute defeat at the hands of Gawain. Naren would have reversed time to make it as though their wounds never existed, but it was better to just heal them. They grew a great deal from this exercise, after all well, almost all of them. Laimee, that girl, she's the oldest among them, yet she acted like a baby on the battlefield. While I couldn't blame her, I definitely wasn't satisfied with what I saw. I'll need to drive some sense into her. What was it called again? Tough love? Yeah, it was best to be even stricter with her. And, let's not forget the stunt Edward pulled in the battle, how he carried my daughter like some princess and brought her so close to his chest. It could have been my imagination, but I was sure she was smiling when that happened. They were supposed to be training, yet. No, Jared. Not now. Focus on what you have to do. Compared to a single automaton, you couldn't win. You're talking as if this isn't the state-of-the-art weapon of mass destruction. Anna chimed in, rolling her eyes. What's with the attitude? I wondered. Was she still mad about the whole Laimee stuff? Well, I planned on telling her about my lack of interest soon anyway. Just be patient till then, Anna. Returning my gaze to everyone before me, I gave the analytics of the match. Edward, you were too impatient. If he had just stayed more level-headed, he wouldn't have been knocked out so quickly. Even Laimee lasted longer than him initially. Aloe, you were too conservative. If she had been a bit more reckless and violent in her assault, she could have achieved more results. Not only did she have the advantage in speed, but her destructive powers were also a very big deal. I was sure she would be able to land a couple of hits on Gawain. The only problem was that he's superior to her in durability. Sierra, you were stuck for some reason. Hey, what could I have done? Original magic doesn't work. It seemed Sierra was used to handling many enemies with her original magic, so this time she was unsure of what to do. I'm sure she's at least on Edward's level when it comes to power, though. Why did she lose, then? Jerry, you became flustered after Sierra lost, and you went down soon after. After he lost, he plummeted on Sierra's body and remained there for most of the match. I noticed Jerry's face turning a bit pink. What's going on? Sierra was smiling as she stared at the flustered young man, and I felt like she was sending him a message via telepathic magic. I can't deal with this right now. I turned in Anna's direction and also criticized her lack of active battle ability. Her excuse was the lack of appropriate tools, and it seemed she heavily relied on preparation when it came to fights. While I can understand the need to utilize tools and an active battle strategy to win, certain situations don't allow that. You should be able to think on the spot and transform a situation to your advantage. Of course, she only murmured and argued further. She's really upset today. My gaze turned to Yvonne, whom I gave a simple criticism to. You're lacking in power. That's the only thing I see. You have extremely good battle senses, and you make very good use of the magic at your disposal. But, you're too weak. It sounded blunt, but it was the truth. I see. Yvonne was frustrated, no doubt. It wasn't fair, the fact that he was working so hard but his limited potential made him behind everyone else. There was a limit to what he could achieve in a lifetime. He would probably never reach the level of certain monsters. Which is why I won't ignore things this time. Maria was very good with everything, except skill and tact. Your fights are similar to Sarah Crimson, especially how you use absolute power to crush your opponents. While that was all well and good when it came to battling weaker enemies, in a battle between equally matched individuals, the one who emerged as the winner was the person with more skill. In essence, just as I was able to beat Sarah, it was possible for a weaker person with better strategy and skill to win against Maria. Thankfully, she took her criticism well, I think. An emotionless face and a light nod was all the reaction I got from the girl. Cool, I guess. Lamey. I have no particular comment for you. You were awful, through and through. You're so mean. She pretended to break down, even staring at Edward for some reason. Good thing my good friend, Edward, knew better than to take her side. Sure, Edward was a muscle-brained person, but I was glad he still had more loyalty toward his friends than a random girl he just met. All in all, you were all standard no, even above average in your fights. Of course, when I said that, I wasn't including Lamey. She wasn't even on any playing field. But, that's just when compared to regular people. You might all be powerful out there, but this is the big league. You are all less than average in here. With monsters like Naren and Sarah in existence, there was no telling what cards our enemies had to play. Besides, they even had arcanas nearly making them invincible. Our current team stood no chance. It's risky, but I have no choice. I better start with this small circle. The only way to win was to increase our chances of victory. Time to teach them something new. Chapter 528. If I was to judge the strength of our group, and give a proper ranking on our members, then first would obviously be Naren. Then, we have Sarah. I come in after that, and after we have. I looked at the rest of our members. In terms of pure ability, Alovita seemed to be the most powerful. It was a tough pick, but I would still place Sierra over Edward. Not only did she seem distracted during the sparring lesson, but Gawain was an automaton, so her mind-based original magic had no effect. If she was to fight with Edward, I could only imagine the damage. After Sierra and Edward, the next was Maria. Her power was more than I bargained for, almost similar to Sarah. For someone who looked so gentle, I never expected her brute force to be so immense. Still, though, brute force isn't enough. I could tell that, due to the circumstances, some of our members couldn't exhibit their full capabilities. For example, Anna didn't have her aides with her, Sierra couldn't rely on her original magic, and Maria seemed to be holding back on using her original magic. Sarah already told me she has one, so why didn't she use it? I decided to let it go, probably because it wouldn't have made a difference, anyway. After Maria, the next would be Jerry. He had improved considerably, especially since the last I saw him. He's proof that constant practice works wonders. Taking last place were Yvonne and Lamy. Based on potential alone, my daughter should have ranked a lot higher, but she was just too green. And, she did faint when the moment of truth arrived. Yvonne ranked the lowest when it came to combat potential, and he had no worth in other departments as well. Bluntly speaking, he was the least capable member. As for Morrow, his value didn't lie in magic combat, so he wasn't even a part of the ranking. Normally, I would have relegated Lamy to that role as well, but she was capable of so much more. There was no way I would let her waste her potential in a lab. Am I being too overbearing? There was the tendency of being too hard on her since she was my daughter. But, it was simply because I cared. Well, this is all I can say for now. I spoke to my audience, breaking down my observations. I noticed Ivan's face clouding up again, but I wasn't going to stop because of that. Everyone had shortcomings, even me. I recently lost to the enemy because I wasn't prepared enough. I was just as hard on myself as I was on my teammates. Despite all I've said, though, I still need everyone's help. I realized it already that I couldn't win by myself. But, not like this. We still have a lot of work to do. There's a lot of room to grow. That's right. It was time to evolve once more. I've been doing some thinking, and I would like to help everyone achieve the next step of advancement. After observing them both individually and as a collective, many flaws came to my notice. It was time to rectify that. We have limited time. I want to wrap this up before the wedding in 3 months. Oh wait, my bad. Widened eyes and surprised gasps escaped everyone as they stared at me, and then traced their attention to the only people amid us who could be considered prime suspects. Jared! Sarah yelled, and I profusely apologized. Naren said nothing, but his silence was received loud and clear. He's giving that dangerous smile. I'm in so much trouble. Me and my big mouth. Anyway, we have limited time, and the enemy will definitely not be waiting for us to get stronger before making their move. That was why we needed to hurry. There was no time for practice or training. Inasmuch as it didn't sound ideal, the best course of action was a method that guaranteed quick growth. There were a few things that came to mind, one of which was the use of magic items. Other than that, though, something else surged in my thoughts. I should teach them how to increase the power of their familiars as well. Usually, a bond soul only had a fraction of the power they possessed when they were still alive. What I did to Khan and even my other familiars was to restore the lost parts of their souls and make them whole. That way, they had the same abilities as in their prime. If I show them this, and also give them magic items, their powers are sure to rise. But, that wasn't enough for me. It's time I revealed this to them, the concept of multiple monocores. For people like Sierra and Sarah, whose monocores had limitless potential, such knowledge would be useless. However, this is a chance, Yvonne, you can overcome your limits and grow stronger this way. I smiled at the young man. Jerry would also be able to push past his limits, and the others were guaranteed exponential growth. As for Spellcraft, it's not time yet. Inasmuch as I wanted my allies to be a force to be reckoned with, carelessness was a deadly foe. I trust them, but they weren't skilled enough to hide the spellcraft technique, unlike me. Anyone who was skillful in sensing mana would be able to perceive the use of spellcraft. It was only after years of practice that I could mask it, but they didn't have that luxury at this point. In short, they weren't ready for it. Edward, you have what I asked you to get, right? Yeah. I kept it where you asked me to. Perfect. That's the edge we'll have over our opponents. I grinned happily. Some confused stare greeted me. What's in the book? Well, let's just say I was still speaking when I was assailed by an unexpected sensation. Pain. Gark. My body suddenly felt a strong sensation, and I clutched my chest tightly. It felt like my insides would burst, so I went to my knees instantly, fighting indescribable agony. Arg. Chapter 529. Hugh. My body throbbed, and I couldn't speak until I was done absorbing the shock that seemed to tear me apart from the inside out. I could hear panicky voices around me, and their surprised faces came into my blurred view. Do something, Naren. Sarah's voice rang out. I can't. It's affecting his soul, there's nothing I can do about that. That's right. I understood that much, which was why I knew I just had to wait out the storm. But, it hurts. This backlash is too much. My eyes were tightly shut and I gritted my teeth as my soul suffered continuous shock. Making sure my breathing was steady, and my internal flow was unhinged, I endured the pain. How could this happen? Ha. I think I'm all better now. I smiled weakly, looking at the crowd that had formed around me. Some people looked more worried than others. Even Anna, with all her initial pouting, looked very devastated. In contrast, Sierra merely stared at me coldly, almost as though I was a spectacle, or maybe an interesting lump of meat. I already knew she didn't really care about me, but still. What just happened, Jared? Sarah was the first to speak, as the others were still recoiling from surprise. I was plunged into sudden pain, and this would probably be the first time any of them had seen me struggle so much. I sighed, rising to my feet. The pain had vanished, now replaced by a vast emptiness that would take time for me to adjust to. It was a soul shock, right? Something happened to your inner self, but how? Were you resonating with something? No, it shouldn't have been that severe, unless... As expected of Naren, he deciphered what was going on with me in an instant. Just how good are his sensory abilities? I looked at his stoic face. Well, something a bit more severe than that. I murmured. I was currently downcast, overwhelmed by a multitude of emotions. However, for me to fully make sense of what had occurred, and also for everyone to understand, it was better for me to go somewhere first. Let's put a hold on this meeting, for now. There's something I need to see. We're coming with you. Maria's voice almost overlapped with mine as she stared with resolve. Hey, speak for yourself. Of course, Sierra just had to speak up. Her objection was met with a light jab from Jerry, causing her to yelp. Hey. Seeing them interact like this made me feel better, if only a little. However, the heaviness in my heart couldn't be alleviated by something so simple. You guys should all come with me. I'm sure you'll find what you're about to see quite disturbing. With that, I brought out a spell card and activated the teleportation magic stored within. It's best I don't use much magic for a while, just to stabilize my condition. There were probably not going to be any problems, but I didn't want to leave anything to chance. Not anymore. We vanished, and in a spark of blue, appeared in a completely different location. It was, at the center of a crater. What is this place? Someone behind me murmured, but I ignored their question. Bending down, I felt the heat of the ground with my hand. It's still warm, this just happened. The scene looked like a meteor fell from the sky, and the crater was as large as a massive city, bigger than even the capital. This landscape, those mountains, Isn't this place? Sarah spoke, her voice climbing as she looked around her. So, you recognize this place? I smiled sadly. The mountains around were already broken down, and the lush vegetation that once added life to the area was now gone. It was just an empty, vast wasteland. What happened here? Isn't this the Beast Kingdom? My sadness grew deeper. What do you think? A dark glint glowed in my eyes. Maria and the others who followed me here during the last expedition all had heavy expressions on their faces. This place? How? No way. No one would believe it at first glance too, but I was certain. What exactly happened, Jared? Is this what caused your soul shock? I nodded, answering Naren's question. I made a contract with the beast folk, as you know. When they died, the soul brand I placed on all of them was forcefully severed. The problem was that it happened all at once, causing the shock to be too great to handle. Ah, I see, so their souls were destroyed at once. When Naren put it that way, it suddenly made me realize just how terrible such a thing was. Souls dissipate after death, but there are certain attacks that are directed at the souls. That seems to be what happened here. He stepped forward, analyzing the situation. Yeah, you're right. But, who could have done something like this? Could it be the work of an arcana? I asked, still conflicted. The population of the beast folk was not small. They were in the thousands, and they had numerous species under one banner. It was difficult for me to imagine a person doing something like that without an arcana. It doesn't necessarily have to be an arcana. I can probably achieve something of this scale, but in a different way. Usually, Naren's magic only affected physical matter, and the soul was incorporeal. His time magic had no effect. That was why, even though he reversed the state of a person's body, their memories didn't revert. It was the same way he could place himself in a time loop, yet, he wasn't experiencing everything in that same vein. If I reverse a person to a point of non-existence, it would probably have the same effect as killing a soul, Naren murmured. How much mana would that take? I looked at him. For one person? It depends on how long they've lived. Beast folk have an approximate age of 30-40 years, right? It should take a few hundred cores for one. For a population like this, though, just how much power would Naren have to expend? Chapter 530. It would probably take about 50 to 60% of my stockpile. That's an awful lot. To others, 60% might have seemed like a reasonable amount of power, perhaps not even plenty enough to wreak this level of havoc, but Naren has the highest pool of mana I've ever seen. It far exceeds anything in the level of common sense. For someone to deal the same level of damage as what would require 60%. I was honestly frightened. Of course, that's because the process is complicated. If it's just blowing stuff into butts, then it shouldn't take that long. The problem is... Naren gazed all around him. This place seemed to have been blown to bits, so it's most likely the work of an explosion. But, an explosion that could get rid of the souls and bodies of the target, especially on this scale, had to take a vast amount of energy. The device you built, Jared. I checked the specs. It could have been capable of something like this, right? Ah, yes. I made sure not to use that function, though. It would have been a waste to let all the demon souls perish, rather than just absorbing them. But, that's only because of the Sun Arcana. That's why I think it has to be the work of one. Not necessarily. Arcanas didn't come from the gods, you know? They were made by people. If people made them, it also goes without saying that they are capable of performing something to that effect. Naren's reply shook me, but I had to admit that he was correct. We shouldn't make any assumptions. That'll only cause us to arrive at the wrong conclusions. I understand that you're agitated and shaken currently, Jared. I'll be your voice of reason here. Thanks. Naren closed his eyes and inhaled, taking in the atmosphere or probably extending his sensory function. There's a survivor. What? His sudden voice shocked me. Over there. There's a survivor. Naren pointed in a particular direction. Sarah raced there, and in an instant, she returned with someone in her hands. Why you are? I was surprised to see the boy. It was Asa, the son of Beast King Gerard. Why you guys, you came. The boy sobbed, staring at us with his wide blue eyes. His blue hair fluttered slightly, and his body didn't stop trembling. He's the kid I healed of mana burst. I watched as he kept crying. How could I not have sensed him? No, wait, I couldn't sense him that time in the bath too. Becoming one with the elements, that's what he said, right? Is that how he survived? Tell me what happened here, Asa. I swiftly approached the boy, desperate to know the truth. That's enough, Jared. Naren sighed. The boy just went through a traumatic experience. Everyone and everything he knows has vanished, and they're probably never coming back. This level of extensive damage that killed both body and soul is probably too much for my time magic to restore. I stopped and reasoned with Naren's words. Even your hanged man requires at least one element body or soul, so there's no way to revive them now. I understood what he was saying. It's best we leave him be. Maybe have him rest, he looks exhausted. Naren sighed. I did my best. I hid like you wanted, father. I did good, right? I did. Yeah, you did well. Sarah soothed him with her hands as she carried him. The boy cried some more as he hugged the Grand Mage. To be honest, my heart bled for him, for his people. But, that made me all the more determined to know what the heck happened. It's the Nether cult. It has to be. They struck again. I wasn't expecting it to be this fast. Heek. But, even though I hid. Even though I became one with the elements, he still found me. That man still found me. What man? Asa was dropping clues, and I couldn't let this chance go to waste. What man are you talking about, Asa? I asked, my eyes widened. I could feel many disapproving stares greeting me, but I didn't care. Everything was counting on me, so I had to know more to handle the situation. The last time, I lost because of the lack of enough information. There was no way I could lose again. Not to Legris Damien or anyone. I thought that, yet, they got me again. The frustration I was feeling, added to the need for more knowledge, caused me to ask with ferocity. I couldn't see it clearly. I just, hick. Asa broke down further, making the situation grow from bad to worse. Just go to sleep. Rest now. Sarah placed her hand on Asa's head, causing him to cease his cries. His eyes slowly closed, and before long he had drifted off to sleep. There was silence for a whole, and we all stared hard at each other, alone in the vast wasteland and trapped in a mystery that couldn't be solved. You realize that even if he wakes, there's a chance that he won't be able to accurately answer your question, Naren said calmly. I shook my head, refusing to believe that our only hint would be useless. She could use her magic to probe into his head. I looked in Sierra's direction. Hey, it doesn't work that way. Sierra was most likely making excuses again. There's a limit a child of that age can retain in his memory. Besides, the mind naturally rejects pain, so he may unconsciously forget a lot of the details. Naren added. Everyone around me was making sense. I knew that much. But, why didn't they understand? We can't fight what we don't understand. If we do, we'll lose. There's also the possibility he won't be able to help, even though he saw the man. What do you expect him to say? That he saw the man use this or that kind of magic? He's still a kid. His perception is probably going to differ from what you'd construe as useful. Naren touched my shoulder and gave me a soft smile. We should just do what we can do on our end. Don't despair, Jared. I've got this. I looked at Naren with a dumbfounded expression. The energy I'm feeling here is different from what I'm used to, so that's why I was a bit hesitant at first, but I want to try something. Try something? What is he talking about? You know about my timeless world, right? Well, I've combined that with reversal. I've created a new spell. My eye widened slowly, finally grasping what Naren was implying. I'll be inserting myself into the stream of time and I'll see what exactly happened here in the past. What? When did Naren achieve that level? If he could do something like this, then it was possible to. I call it time immersion. Chapter 531. A man walked on the fine grassy plains. His long auburn hair flowed like an endless stream in the wind, and the blue kimono he wore danced as the breeze beat it. He had a blade strapped on his waist, nothing too fancy. As he kept walking, he laid eyes on a faraway place. It was a large city located at the center of massive mountains. That was his destination, yet his movements were calm and precise. He enjoyed the walk as he slowly, yet steadily approached. Anticipation built up over time, and this swordsman didn't want to rush things. Finally, after a while, he arrived at the settlement. His unsheathed blade was now in his grasp, and his gaze was locked on the most important building in the entire settlement. It belonged to none other than the Beast King. Instantly, blue particles of power burst forth from his body and passed through his blade as a conduit. This happened so seamlessly and naturally, yet the power caused everything around the man to tremble. Number 01, Rend. A single swing. All it took was a single casual swing, and the building came crashing down. No, the entire compound was sliced cleanly. The swordsman watched the destruction from afar, satisfied that he had given his greeting. The next thing he did was to seat atop high ground and await the retaliation that the nation would offer him. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait for long. Like a meteor, the current Beast King known as Gerard came crashing down a distance from the swordsman's position. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and a surge of rage-filled emotions was stirred within the Beast King. Who the hell are you? How dare you strike at us? What the heck do you want? Upon hearing the question, the swordsman finally stood on his feet and faced Gerard. Usually, he would have communicated with violence, but it would be rude to do that out of the blue. Courtesy demanded that introductions were made. Besides, I am known by many as the martial blade god. Upon sensing a great distortion here nearly 3 weeks past, I come to seek a strong opponent. The swordsman looked no older than 30, if not 35, but the way he spoke connoted maturity. His blade was in its sheath, and he was completely defenseless. Other than the fine clothing he wore, the man had nothing else going for him. Gerard's glare didn't disappear, though. My family nearly died because of that attack. If you wanted to say this, why couldn't you just have knocked? The Beast King's teeth were now grating as his hateful frown deepened. But, that was a greeting. I was certain I used the weakest of my techniques. Besides, isn't your kind motivated by dying at the hands of a stronger opponent? Besides, such an attack is nothing to you, right? The kind of energy I sensed back then, that clash and distortion, was the strongest I had perceived in a long time. The swordsman began unsheathing his blade and used his right hand to grip it tightly. Now, then, I've said enough. He didn't have any particular form. His stance was simply upright. A step slightly back, and his body balanced by his bladed hand being forward. Let us exchange words with our blades. Gerard didn't waste any time. He quickly assumed his most powerful form and roared with unimaginable power. I don't care who you are. You're dead. Compared to the time with Jared and Sarah, Gerard was now stronger. He had mastered the use of his abilities better, and he was more determined to win than ever before. "I'll rip you apart." With that, Gerard brought his mighty hand swooping down. However, it was stopped before even reaching the swordsman. "Are you underestimating me? I should have you know. I'm quite strong. It wouldn't do you any good to hold back." Gerard looked at the dead serious expression of his enemy and realized he was being honest. The Beast King needed to take the fight more seriously. There was one problem with that though. "I'm already in top form. How is this even? Maybe I should start first." The swordsman pointed his blade in Gerard's direction, the latter still being stuck with his earlier attack. A sharp blue light sparked, and before Gerard could even interpret its power, the energy burst and consumed Gerard's body. With a pained scream, Gerard found himself being consumed by the blue energy. Quickly, he leaped backward, using everything in his power to douse the power that ravaged him. "Mana isn't effective. What's going on? My healing can't keep up." Gerard's body was throbbing with pain and fear. The fear of death. Who would have thought that a beast folk who once sought after death would grow to despise it? Now that he had found a purpose, and also the ability to grow stronger, Gerard did not want to lose his life. Not now, and certainly not for a while. "No. I can't die yet. Not until I at least." The image of Sarah Crimson flashed in Gerard's head and he gritted his teeth, pumping every power he had to the limits. Finally, the blue energy dispersed, causing Gerard's charred body to start healing. What's going on with you? I'm even talking more than necessary. Our abilities should communicate. A fight is like a conversation, and it's like you're not responding to my messages. Frankly, it's a bit hurtful." Gerard was nearly out of breath, yet this man had barely even started. His gaze was calm, and he didn't look the slightest bit disturbed. What kind of person, what kind of power? Gerard tried to understand, but he couldn't. "Maybe you need to have an incentive. All life is life anyway. I might as well resort to this." The swordsman suddenly turned his back on Gerard and faced the Beast Kingdom. Its wide landscape was captivating, and the cultures of various species mixed in made it very unique. "Please forgive my selfishness. A/N. We've finally come to this part. I'll be honest with you, this guy is one of my favorite characters, if not my favorite, in this novel. You'll understand more as you keep reading." Chapter 532. The swordsman raises his blade, once again summoning the blue energy that danced around him. Gerard's eyes bulged, but his body was still healing from the attacks given by the overwhelming individual. It was a different form of power, something the Beast King had never felt from anyone. Number 90, Heaven's Descent. In a heavy swing, the swordsman brought his blade down, cutting through seemingly everything as if landed. And then... what is that? Gerard gazed at the sky, watching as a brilliant blue flash of light descended. It looked like a heavy slash of energy, but bursting with so much power, and so massive that it seemed like the fall of the sky itself. Right before Gerard's eyes, the massive light consumed the Beast Kingdom, turning everything to dust. Every single thing was vaporized, right before his very eyes. "No!" he cried, both out of pain and rage. His bulging eyes brought out tears as everything and everyone he loved was devastated right before his eyes. The swordsman turned to look at him with a cold, nonchalant attitude. "So, is that enough motivation for you? Why don't you try harder and maybe..." Gerard's body moved on its own as he lunged at the swordsman, baring his fangs at the monster who would kill so many people so seamlessly. "No." With a light flex of his hand, Gerard found himself being pushed back, crashing into one mountain and destroying it in an instant. However, his rage and uncontrollable sorrow did not let him remain down. Once again, Gerard pushed himself toward the enemy, aiming to do nothing else than tear him apart. His speed had reached a new pinnacle, same as his strength. Gawain was bursting with so much power that he put his past self to shame. Yet, no. He was flung to another mountain. And then another. Also, another one. It mattered not how many times Gerard stood to fight, it still wasn't enough. After a series of one-sided battery, Gerard was finally down for the count, completely exhausted. It seems I mistook you for the perpetrator of that incident. Since this is your territory, and you're the Beast King, I assumed. The swordsman sheathed his blade and sighed. Gerard could barely move, so he could only throb as uncontrollable pain assailed his body. He felt like dying, but there was no way he could be able to reunite with his family without killing the man before him. Why are you doing this? Gerard asked in a wheezing tone. Well, let's just say you wouldn't understand. You're not a martial artist, after all. The swordsman looked in the direction of the devastated Beast Kingdom, and his eyes flickered a bit as he noticed something. It seems someone survived that attack. Perhaps that's the one I am looking for. And no. He's not. They're not here. The true perpetrators are not here. You don't appear to be lying. Still, it's curious. I'll be heading to check it out. The swordsman made to leave, but there was no way Gerard could allow the man to make contact with the only survivor of his people. Most especially, the survivor was none other than Gerard's son. Hide as best as you can. With that final scream, Gerard launched himself toward his enemy, aiming to buy as much time as possible. Even if it was 5, or 10 maybe more seconds, then he would have at least fulfilled his role as the father of a brilliant child. Unfortunately for him. I said I was done with you. But, if it is death you seek. The swordsman didn't even turn to look in his direction, or even flinch. Blue energy surged forth and consumed Gerard, turning him to dust. You are not worthy to die by my blade. With that statement, the swordsman sharply moved to the point where he sensed the survivor. It was instant, almost like teleportation. So, you're the survivor? This is intriguing. He spoke to the air after all, it appeared as though no one was present where he was looking at. No need to look so scared. I won't hurt you. I find your ability interesting, but you'll most likely not be a match for me at this point. The swordsman could see a child crying and trembling. You must have survived because you became one with your environment. That is a good move. I can't even touch you as you are now, unless... Suddenly, the man's hand turned incorporeal, and he placed it gently on the shaking boy's blue hair. You're injured. It must be because you've not perfected it yet. Still, this is good. You have potential. A bright blue light shone from the martial artist, consuming the young boy with its power. However, rather than destroying the kid, the boy's scathed body became restored. You should rest. Help will soon come. I can already sense distortions. The boy still couldn't help trembling as the man stroked his hair. By the way, I killed your father and everyone else here. There won't be a chance for revival too, since I utterly broke down their souls. They're not coming back. The boy's eyes widened and tears streamed down. Even though he was experiencing such sorrow and pain, the man didn't stop stroking his hair. You have to grow stronger to avenge them, don't you? Grow very strong. The thing is, I'm quite powerful, so you need to become even more powerful. Enough to beat me someday, for your family. The blue-haired boy couldn't explain his emotions. He was supposed to utterly despise the man in front of him, but he couldn't help but agree with him. The boy wasn't sure why, but he simply couldn't hate the man in front of him. Was it perhaps his gentle smile, or the calmness he exuded? But, the swordsman was right, he had to grow stronger. For his family, for himself. Having that thought, even though Asa still trembled in fear, his eyes showed a different emotion if only just for a moment. Upon seeing that, the swordsman smiled. Once again, he had managed to secure another potential opponent. Chapter 533. That's good. Good boy. I'll be taking my leave now. The swordsman retracted his hand, and it returned to normal. Till later. The swordsman looked in another direction and gave an amused smile. How curious, someone has been watching everything this entire time. In a gust of blue energy, the swordsman vanished, and a distortion appeared immediately after. Within the distortion came a group of people who sought after the truth, only to meet the beast kingdom in ruins. Amazing, simply, unbelievably amazing, Naren murmured, watching in his timeless state. He, who had witnessed every single thing that happened, had no better word to use in describing what he saw. That power. Naren couldn't interact with his surroundings during time immersion, so he wasn't able to use his senses. However, he understood how mana and miasma functioned, and the energy being used by the swordsman was neither. Just what is it? Naren found his heart racing after experiencing everything. What got his excitement peaked was when he was noticed by the swordsman. He and the swordsman actually made eye contact. Whoever the mysterious man was, he knew Naren had been watching everything all along. It was a mystery, yet. I'm getting excited. Naren couldn't help himself from trembling slightly. It would seem that he found an object of interest. Still, the young man was bothered about something darker. His expression turned grim, and he gazed high into the sky. Is it going to happen soon? Had it happened already? I have no idea. He was referring to something only he could understand. With a sigh, Naren placed his hand in his pocket while using the other to scratch his black hair. There really was no use in asking questions that got him nowhere. I should be returning now. With that, he vanished from the past and claimed his place in the present. What? After Naren told us what he saw, I found myself thrown into a sea of questions. We were all astounded by the strangeness of the situation, and the man who just appeared to destroy the Beast Kingdom. At this point, we can't even be sure he's a part of the organization, since his goal didn't seem to align with theirs. Of course, there was also the possibility of that all being an act. He knew Naren was watching him, after all. Crazy. Someone behind me murmured. I recognized that sound well. Out of everyone here, he was probably the most surprised by Naren's sudden revelation and our current predicament. This is crazy, another swordsman practicing the martial blade god technique. Edward couldn't stop mumbling to himself. Edward had thought he was the only one left who inherited the martial school, yet he was now hearing of some other existence. Not only was he slightly frightened, considering there seemed to be a gap in their abilities, but Edward also felt a strong sense of curiosity. He truly wanted to meet this person. Naren, be honest with me here, based on all you've seen. I asked, looking at the empty expanse around us, as well as the devastated area beyond the massive crater. Who's stronger? You or him? Naren's expression was stoic, and calm. Despite the fact that I had known so many people, none were even close to this man in terms of power. I was also far behind as well. His abilities were simply too powerful, and he was growing stronger rapidly. The obvious answer to my question would be, I don't know. Naren's response caught me off guard. To be honest, I don't know. This was the first time I had seen Naren unsure about anything. Was the swordsman that powerful? He used a different kind of energy, almost similar to the arcana in Sarah's possession. Ah, so you think he's using an arcana too? No. It didn't seem like the work of an arcana. I couldn't sense anything, since I was only a spectator in the stream of time. But, I could watch how it was manifested. It looked like it came from him. I see. Someone with a unique energy, this was becoming more than I bargained for. Still, some good news came out of Naren's shared experience, and that was Ace's special ability. If we could all learn how he achieved that, then we had a better chance at withstanding the enemy's assault. Is this truly the end, though, the end of the beast folk civilization? Sarah Crimson murmured. I knew she had a complicated relationship with Gerard, the Beast King. Well, it wasn't so complicated. Still, our group had stayed here for a few days back when we were preparing for the war. It was only natural that she would grow attached. I glanced at Naren after Sarah asked her question, and he simply shrugged. Ha, I guess I should show you guys. With another teleportation magic, I teleported everyone to another location. A few of my automatons were left behind for reconnaissance and surveys. Of course, all of them had the unknowable spell on them. In a flash, we appeared in a white hall, surrounded by blank walls, tiles, and ceilings. The smell of disinfectant swirled in the air, and I could feel my body being cleansed by magic and science. It's probably the same for the others. Where are we? Anna asked first, observing the nitty-gritty of her surroundings. It's a disinfecting room. I could have teleported directly to the main area, but this is simply protocol. Main area? Where are we going exactly? Just be patient. You'll soon see for yourself. I sighed. My reasoning was getting calmer now that more time had elapsed since the soul shock. It's just as Naren said. I just needed to calm myself a little. The agitation and impatience I was feeling were most certainly still present, and they weren't manifested due to the soul shock. However, I usually kept my emotions in check and acted as the situation demanded. For me to lose a grip at that crucial moment, it was pretty lame. Drieg. Notice. Disinfection done. You may proceed. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 534. Notice. Disinfection done. You may proceed. Shuyu. A white door opened by the side, inviting us to leave the white room and pass through it. Everyone moved, and before long, we were out of the blank room. Now in a tube-like contraption, a different ping sounded, and the construct began to move. It took us below, moving at enough speed to keep everyone comfortable. The journey took only a few seconds, and then after we arrived at our destination, the tube opened and another door was shown in front of us. A white door again. At this point, Anna was exasperated. However, after everyone shot her dirty looks, the girl decided to shut it. Now, then, let's all be cool about what we're about to see, okay? No freaking out. My audience nodded. Though Naren was already aware of this place, everyone else would be seeing it for the first time. In fact, only 2 people knew about what was going on down here. The only reason I was bringing in this many was to clear a misunderstanding, and also because they were people I had grown to trust. Well, I trust a few others, but these ones will be with me henceforth. I can monitor them, at least. With that in mind, I passed through the door in front of us, followed by Naren, then Sarah. Finally, the rest awkwardly moved behind us. Upon arriving at the vast room, I smiled. It had progressed even more than last time, and it seemed everyone was hard at work. I glanced behind me, looking at the newcomers. Let's see what kinds of expressions they'll make. It was a vast white auditorium, having no windows or exposure to the outside world. Lighting was brought by glowing gems, and the coolness of the atmosphere was maintained by magic. However, these weren't the impressive aspects of the massive room. Within the room, there were several pods numbering thousands. They were placed in quarters and floors, and each had name tags on them. The pods were being maintained by automatons, and while at least one automaton was assigned to each pod, a few others were running about, floating in the air as they did one activity or the other. The room wasn't rowdy, though. Far from it. Every action that was being taken was organized, and each pod was provided with adequate care. System panels were atop each pod, displaying the condition of whatever was inside. The automatons interfaced with a system of their own, and they interacted with several buttons at inhuman speed. A large system window was also erected at the top, close to the ceiling. It displayed several algorithms and conditions of the facility. All in all, it was a world beyond the realm of imagination. What in the world? Anna's voice croaked as she took in the brilliance manifesting before her eyes. Lamy's eyes glowed as well. Compared to her workshop, this was nothing. It had only the best technology, and the automatons were working together, in absolute sync. My God! Morrow was rendered speechless. This far transcended what he thought was achievable in his generation. Just how far had the world progressed? He had heard that the Fairy Republic had a great deal of technological advancements, but the specs he was seeing far surpassed the stories he had been told. Those who knew nothing about magic technology, though unable to gawk at the advancement of technology before them, still had surprised looks on their faces. They never knew such a place could exist. What are you guys doing here? A feminine voice came from above, and a flash of light zoomed in. Ah, I should have informed you beforehand, I said with an awkward smile, addressing the fairy before me. She didn't seem especially angry, but I knew Jane more than anyone. The lady was certainly not pleased with having strangers invading her workplace. You think? I knew you two would be arriving soon, you just didn't tell me you were coming with guests. Her gaze met mine and Naren's. Well, stuff happened, it was a kind of like a last-minute decision. I glanced at Naren to back me up, but he swiftly looked away. It was Jared's idea. He didn't even tell me before doing this. I'm just as surprised as you. Naren said. Traitor. My eyes widened at the man's shamelessness. So much for a friend's support. Is that so? Looks like you have some explaining to do, Louis. Jane still called me Louis, and not Jared. She probably felt more comfortable with that, and I had no problem with that. Well, there was one issue. Jane, not in front of the kids. I smiled awkwardly. Ah, I slipped. Realizing my mistake, I turned to see some suspicious gazes on me. Things were getting a bit out of control, so it was better to clear the air up fast. All right, let's just get down to business, Jane. I imagine you have a lot of work to do. You have no idea. There's more work now that they got killed. I thought you said we had more time. Yeah, I miscalculated. I didn't think they would attack that soon, or it could even be a third party. Sounds convenient. In any case, you're right. I am busy. So, what is the matter? I'm glad that she's too busy to get mad at me. Whew. With a nervous smile, I decided that it was time for introductions. Everyone, meet Jane Ursula. She's the leader of the fairies, and also a notable friend and partner of Louis Griffith. Everyone well, except for those who had met her before, was surprised, and I could see Anna especially shrieking with delight. It seemed she was going to burst and start something that would get me into more trouble, so I had to quickly nip it in the bud. Since there's no time, I'll just explain what is going on here, I said, signaling Anna to control herself. This place is called the Soul Haven, where Naren, Jane, and myself are working on something that will change your concept of life and death as you know it. Jane initiated it for her people, but I took it to another level. Naren helped with achieving the mechanics, thanks to his magic abilities. Thanks to that, we call it Soul Project, Omega. There was a second chance at life, even after death. Chapter 535. Soul Project. Annabelle leaked out her voice, but sharply zipped her lips when I glanced at her. This wasn't the time for questions. Everyone would understand once I was done explaining. By infusing the soul with an artificial body, you can ensure the continuity of life. I decided to go further and break it down for everyone. Jane never forbade me from telling it to anyone, considering we still needed her expertise or mine to make the project work. Besides, this was my trusted circle of friends. Now, how does this relate to the beast folk incident? I'll explain. It all happened weeks ago, when I realized just how much of a threat the beast folk would be to my enemies. Considering they were a valuable military asset, I couldn't bear to lose them in an unforeseen situation. Also, I had made them my vassals, and as such, was responsible for their safety. That was when I decided on the groundwork for the current soul project. Still, transferring consciousness from one body to another was not exactly the same as dying and coming back to life in a different body. These were factors I put into consideration when thinking of the plan. After discussing with Jane, we arrived at a consensus. I would need to use two arcanas for this venture: the Hermit and the Hanged Man. The Hanged Man was supposed to utilize the information gotten from the soul to make a body, just as I did when resurrecting the fairies. The Hermit was meant to quicken the process with time manipulation. Since I estimated the enemy to strike at us after a few months after they had exhausted the means to obtain any other arcana aside from the ones we possessed, the project had to be completed as soon as possible. I decided to bring Naren into things, since he was more adept at manipulating time than I was, plus he had a larger pool of mana. Together, the three of us initiated the project. My automatons were used to replace actual workers, and they were efficient in their work. Naren's magic pervaded the entire building, causing the achievement of so much work in very little time. Just as I was able to train for a century when only 3 years passed, Naren also replicated the effects on this place. I could only imagine the amount of mana he was burning every moment, yet he didn't seem troubled. According to him, he could create mana cores every second. That was simply insane. In any case, our work was perfect. There was only one thing to consider: how to obtain the souls of our targets. Souls reside in the body, and unless a person died, their souls would remain there. Now, how would we obtain the souls of our targets to prepare a body for when they died? The answer was simple: soul brand. Every beast folk had a soul brand which connected them to me. As a result, I was able to siphon a small quantity of their soul essence and store them in various pods, tagging them according to the name of the beast folk. Souls were like cells, and even the smallest piece had the full information of an entire being. As a result, we simply had to cultivate the newly isolated soul, until it reached maturity, and then create the body from scratch. That was the plan for when our allies died. Fortunately, we had already started this project a short while back, so the deaths of the beast folk weren't the end. While it was painful and tragic, it wasn't over. They had a backup supply right here. When will it be completed? I asked Jane. I already told you, about 3 months. Can't we speed up the time ratio? That will make the work faster. No way. There's a limit to how much an entity can live in warp time, especially adjusting to the new time rate. I did it, though. My voice interrupted Jane's complaint. Well, the time ratio of your arcana wore out slowly, but we can't achieve that here. Besides, this is a delicate project. I know you need it as fast as you can, but there's no need to rush. You're right. Of course, I always am. Despite the temptation, I couldn't exactly argue with that. You know what would be fun? Making a replica of you, Louis. That way, I could have a partner for myself. Hey. You're not doing that, are you? Jane was connected to me with a soul brand. Since she was an expert in that soul magic, it wasn't exactly impossible for her to achieve something like that. She was even in possession of the Hanged Man arcana, so she could replicate my body. Ha ha ha. Maybe. You'll never know for sure. I was panicking a bit, glancing at Naren for a little assistance. Once again, he glanced away in betrayal. Well, now that you've shown them what they want to see. Jane's smile was already wearing out. I already knew what that meant. Get out of my lab. Yes, ma'am. Naren and I spoke in tandem, and we ran out of the room. Teleportation was forbidden inside the Soul Haven, considering it warped space, and an already sped up time was already in effect. If I used the tower while within the Soul Haven, a singularity could occur, and that would be bad. Because of that, everyone returned to the tube that brought us to the location. Once we arrived at the disinfecting room, I activated my teleportation spell, and we all went our merry way. I sure hope Jane was joking. I was kidding. Did he really believe I would do that? The fairy smiled, now flying to her office. There was no way she could use Jared's current soul to create a person. If she did, it wouldn't be the Lewis she wanted. Not only had Jared changed a great deal from the Lewis she knew, but he also wasn't as close to her as before. Now that he was surrounded by so many friends and people of interest, she only had the role of a supporting character in his life. There was no way she could wish for such a partner. Chapter 536. Within Jane's office, several things could be seen. As she went inside, she smiled sadly, remembering her earlier conversation with Jared. "I'll never be number one in his life, will I?" She laughed slightly. A tinge of pain reflected in her eyes as she laughed, but the fairy maintained her composure. "But you're different, aren't you?" Jane glanced at a warbling orb within a tube. It was on her desk, and the orb glowed ever so brightly. It had a partly purple and partly golden ambience, and it kept dancing in the contraption that kept it stable. "Well, I have all I need now. Putting the current time we have, I can start working on this side project." Jane smiled as she sat on her desk and longingly stared at the orb in front of her. "It won't be long now, Lewis." Her smile was a bit sad and nostalgic, but her eyes were now brimming with determination. "I'll definitely bring you back." We returned to the Eastern Kingdom, specifically our training area. Thanks to the events that had occurred thus far, we were interrupted. However, now that a good number of it was resolved, it was time to return to the main issue. "Sarah, we should probably explain things to Asa when he wakes up. He'll stay with the elves pending the time we work things on our end." I glanced at the Grand Mage, and the child she carried. "Though, it would be nice if I figured out how he was able to become one with nature, that sort of thing." With a soft smile, and a downcast eye, I apologized to everyone for being forward back at the ruined Beast Nation. Perhaps it was due to my unsettled heart, or the impatience that losing to Legris did to me. In any case, I had to control myself more. Let's get straight to the point. I was wrong. Rather, I miscalculated. It seems the cult is moving faster than expected. After they realized that I was listening to their conversation, they must have taken drastic measures. I understood that much, but still, finding arcanas wasn't easy. The only other person who can pull that off, except me, is Jane. But, she's busy on her end, and we even share a soul brand. I couldn't doubt her. Perhaps there were brilliant people within the ranks of the cult, so I had to let go of my bias. Still, even after the hero party disbanded, I still continued my search alone. The only person I made contact with was Jane, thanks to our bond. As I thought of the good days, I realized how much I had relegated my closest friend to the sidelines. It was because the situation called for it, but wasn't I being too selfish by leaving her all alone to handle so much work where she would spend a very long and accelerated time? Jane enjoyed research, but she likes it better when she has a partner. I really wished I was there with her, but I was needed on the field. I guess I'll make it up to her later on. With that thought, I sighed. Now wasn't the time for frivolities. All right, here goes. Space instantly warped, and I summoned a particular box that manifested in midair. The black box remained suspended in the air, coated by my mana. "This is the only edge we have against our opponents," I said to everyone, noticing how they looked at the box. I touched it, and after infusing enough magic in key areas, like solving a puzzle, the box began to open, like a safe. Eventually, the work was complete, and the black contraption finally granted me access to the contents inside. This. I dipped my hand inside the box and brought out a book. It looked a bit rugged, but it was quite large, with several notes sticking out of various positions. It has a dark brown hardcover, and each leaflet was made to be extra sturdy. Anyone who saw this would realize that it didn't come from the modern era. Yeah, that's right. It's something I had in my last life. I had Edward get this for me in a particular location, I said, addressing my audience's curious face. My memoir. When I was 42 years old, our hero party split up. This was because of the death of one of us, Dom, the indestructible immortal. After we parted ways, I couldn't return to the Eastern Empire. Not only was it full of bittersweet memories, but my heart wasn't at rest. I still sought after the arcanas, probably to right the wrong I had wrought in the past. It was absolute foolishness on my part, but I had already gone so far. There was no way I could stop at my current point. And so, I resumed my journey alone. Maybe it was because of guilt, but I didn't tell anyone. I just went on my own path. It was at this point that I started to write my memoir. I documented my adventures with the heroes, who were my friends, and also the adventures we had. But, most importantly, I wrote down every single result of my research on the arcanas. Clues, texts, anything I could find that pointed me in any direction. I did extensive research on the arcanas, but without magic, there was no way I could have solved the mystery myself. That was also when I sought after the knowledge of more magic. And that was when I met another friend, someone who changed my life forever, at least in the brief moment we met. So, you're saying you somehow found clues that led you to believe that Lewis Griffith's memoirs were in a particular location. That's why you sent Edward to retrieve it, is that right? Anna spoke with a suspicious eyebrow raised. Why, yeah. That's right. I smiled. Now that I heard Anna say it, my excuse was quite silly. But, it's too late to turn back now. In any case, this is something that places us at an advantage. There's no need to start researching the arcanas from scratch. With the knowledge in this book, and my current capabilities as well as the aid of my friends, we would be able to gain the upper hand. Chapter 537. 1 week later. Despite saying we were pressed for time, and that we had to hurry, this much had to be done. I smiled at my comrades. They were all outfitted in different clothes and magic items. Not only that, but their level of power had drastically risen thanks to the 1 week intensive training we did. They looked like strangers, compared to their past selves. Well, some looked just the same. In any case, I was proud of how much had been achieved so far. While they were training, I was compiling all my research and developing a route. I'm still not done, but it's time we begin. I had no idea how long the enemy would take in finding out the positions of all the arcanas, but for it to take me this long when I was simply building upon existing information, they couldn't have been able to get very far. We'll be going on our very first mission. Legend has it that the heroes of the past actually challenged this one and they failed. I said. In the past, a few of them would have made troubled expressions, but none of my comrades seemed the least bit shaken. The true nature of the arcana is unknown, but one must overcome trials and tribulations in the process of obtaining it. It wasn't easy on them, or me, but we had made it this far. It was time we began our journey for real. As we all readied our hearts, I felt a surge within my heart. Watching them all, I realized. Naren Khalid, Sarah Crimson, Laimi Vindial, Maro Smith, Alovita, Edward Carl Leon, Annabelle Frederick, Jerry Keller, Sierra Eppelson, Maria Helmsworth, Yvonne Smith, and finally, ASA. This was my team. If I add myself, we're 13. That's more than the hero party's numbers, and we're definitely surpassing them. Let's get this show on the road. The blue warbling portal flashed, and then disappeared after bringing us to our destination. The environment looked like the thick of a jungle, and several tall trees filled the area, nearly blocking out the sun from view. The vines and dried branches on the ground were trampled upon by the soles of our feet, and the entire environment gave off an eerie vibe. Thin fog pervaded the area, and there was a massive mana disturbance everywhere. If not for my heightened degree of mana control, I would have been disoriented. I observed my companions, and I found that they were all fine as well. They've all erected a mana field, good. I looked around once more. This place wasn't very strange to me, and that was because I had come here within the past week to scout. However, even before that, this was the one place that the hero party gave up on in the search for the arcanas. It bugged me every time, but I knew we couldn't clear it. In simple terms, we weren't strong enough. Well, we're here everyone, welcome to the Labyrinth of Despair. Using his mana, Naren cleared off the fog that surrounded us, creating a massive mana field that encapsulated all of ours. As a result, our vision was restored. Right in front of us was a very massive monument. It resembled the stone face of a dragon, and it had beads around its neck. However, the neck and head were the only parts visible, as the remaining parts seemed to be buried in the ground. There. I pointed at the gaping mouth of the sculptured dragon. It was the entrance to the place we were heading to. Here goes. Should I use time immersion? Naren asked, looking in my direction. True, if he utilized his very convenient magic, it would make the work easy for us. All Naren would have to do was survey the area and show us the right path. Once that was settled, we would reach our destination in no time. However, no, you can't. That method was forbidden. You can't use magic. None of you can, at least, not while we're in there. The comrades that I had previously praised for being calm and collected were now sounding panicky. It wasn't like I couldn't understand their logic, though. They've been training their magic and several abilities in preparation for this day. To say they can't use any of that is, well. The purpose of your training isn't for this labyrinth, but for the others, I said calmly. There was a reason this one was a different case, and why even our team couldn't resolve it. The Labyrinth of Despair changes with respect to the challenger. It observes those who come into it and offers a challenge that is impossible for their level of strength. If a challenger was at the intermediate level, it offered a challenge at the advanced level. If one was at the advanced level, it brought up obstacles that were at the peak level. That was how annoying this place was. If Naren uses his magic, there's no telling how the labyrinth will respond. That's why none of you are also allowed to use magic. If you do, the difficulty of this place will exponentially increase. I explained, making sure everyone grasped the implications of their actions. So, how do we handle it? If we go in without utilizing magic, we'll be safe, right? If only that was the case. I smiled wryly. No. It's still plenty difficult. Even without using magic, the labyrinth is impossible to beat. That was why it was called the Labyrinth of Despair. No matter what we tried, nothing seemed to work. How do you expect us to win, then? If it just gives us challenges that are impossible to overcome, we'll never win. Anna chimed in, now looking annoyed by the whole thing. Relax. I didn't say we can't win. But isn't that what you're implying? Well, maybe I put things too much in a pessimistic view. I must have been reliving the past frustrations I had with this place. There is actually a way to overcome this place. That's why I had us challenge it first. It seemed like the most difficult place, but, if my plan was correct, then this could potentially be the easiest one yet. Chapter 538. Listen closely, everyone. A smile spread across my face as I addressed my somewhat concerned audience. A surge of excitement surged through my palpitating heart. After so many centuries, I would finally be clearing this place with my friends. It was a shame that Jane wasn't here, but I would simply have to regale her with the tale of how we succeeded later on. Everyone, please watch over me. With that merry feeling in my heart, I went on to explain what we would be doing. The Arcana is most likely at the center of this underground structure, and it's also responsible for creating anything and everything we encounter inside. Well, it was possible that the mage who designed this place had set a few trap magic in place, but unless a spell was connected to a source of energy, then it would die out. We should be prepared to see an artificial mana core, or perhaps it's the Arcana itself that's responsible. In any case, since it's an intricate system, I pick the latter. My friends nodded as I continued. The Labyrinth of Despair is as the name sounds. It's a maze, and the goal is to reach the center and claim our prize. The true problem is the obstacles that will be in our way. However, I had a way to overcome that part as well. The solution is simple: to utilize as little magic as you can, and focus on using your magic items instead. I don't understand. You mean? Lamy was the first to break the chain of silence. She looked confused, but I could see a spark of excitement in her eyes. Yet, you can use magic items. That's the point of this labyrinth. After testing several things out, I realized that it was meaningless, no matter how powerful a person was, to reach the center. The difficulty was simply ridiculous. However, since the labyrinth only took a person's power into account, it was possible to boost one's capabilities with tools. In that vein, if we decided to keep our power levels on a low level and concentrate wholly on magic tools, we would be able to win. All right. It's about time. Anna yelled with excitement. She hugged Lamy, and both of them shrieked excitedly. During our short time together, these two girls somehow managed to become quite close. Morrow was also fuming with exhilaration, most likely because he also shared their sentiments. Well, out of everyone, these three still modified the magic items I gave them, so that makes sense. In any case, it was about time we went in. Let's do our best. If everything goes well, this can simply be like a field trip. With lightning-fast speed, we tore through the labyrinth's defenses and began advancing deeper into the place. The Labyrinth of Despair had a very massive interior, and its wide space was almost enough to house an entire civilization. The power surging from everywhere was also incredible enough to cause anyone to succumb to unconsciousness. Fortunately, everyone had their mana field on, so there was no danger of that occurring. Now then. As I watched everyone hack down the monsters spawned by the labyrinth, I raised my head and closed my eyes. Is it because I didn't have spellcraft in my past life? I can clearly feel the path. The energies flow, I could completely read it, and it was directing me in a particular direction. Ah, so that's the center. I smiled, realizing that our journey would be much easier than I initially thought. Such good news! With that in my mind, and a grin on my face, I beckoned everyone to take the right path. Not far down the line, a massive monster stood in our path, and it was once again time to do battle. I'll leave this to you. With my arms folded, I watched Anna and Maria, donning their respective magic outfit, launch themselves into the air. Their bodies elegantly surfed the vast expanse above, and a constant stream of mana surged through them. For Anna, she was accompanied by her 3 drones, as well as a protective bracelet and mana-boosting necklace. Maria, on the other hand, had enough power for offensive measures, so I focused on giving her defensive and supportive features. Ultimately, both girls were able to kill the beast effortlessly. Gark! With a heavy thud, the massive furry beast fell to the floor and died. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr They looked stronger than the fallen one who had turned into particles by now. Hey, who used mana there? I looked at everyone with a slight glare. Sorry. Lamy laughed, pulling her finger down. Apparently, she was goofing off, playing with the mana and miasma at her fingertips. This girl! I nearly sighed, moving in her direction. Hey, I said I'm sorry. She shrieked, stepping away as I walked closer. Relax, I'm not going to do anything. No. I don't trust you. Wait. No. Lamy fled instantly, giving me both a headache and heartache. I brought her with me, and taught her personally, just so we could deepen our bond a bit. But, it seemed I was too hard on her. After all I did, she now avoided me anytime I wanted to get the slightest bit close. Was I too strict? Everything was for her benefit, though. After all. Fine. I won't get any closer. In exchange, defeat those two. I pointed at the dark brown furries. Fine. I will. She warily glanced in my direction, and then gave the monsters a determined glare. It broke my heart that Lamy didn't trust me enough, but even worse, that she preferred dealing with monsters to spending time with her own father. Did you experience something similar, Amelia? Making our daughter have the same face as her was cheating. I doubted Lamy could have treated Amelia harshly, considering they looked the same. Then again, it could have been my bias. I looked at the two monsters and watched as they were each taken down, one by another, by Lamy. Chapter 539. Lamy held a gleaming white wand and used it to draw specialized spell patterns in the air, causing them to manifest. Just like my magic cards, I designed Lamy's wand to store mana. But, unlike the former, she has to chant the spell herself. By drawing a pattern in the air, she could manifest whatever spell she wanted as long as the wand had enough power left. The good thing was that she could charge the item with mana, but since I forbade the use of that, unless where necessary, she had no choice but to rely on the stored power. She also has the miasma version of the wand. I smiled, looking, and the holster on her hip. The purpose behind the tools was to help Lamy understand how to use magic faster, and also to control her output. Thankfully, it's going well. We decimated the enemies in our way and made it to the center of the labyrinth without much to do. It's somehow meaningless to call this a labyrinth of despair, at this point. It simply felt like we were cheating our way through the journey. It was almost ridiculously funny that my friends and I struggled so much to take this place down. Well, there was no way we could have made so many advanced magic tech back then. At the moment, with the existence of spell cards, there was no need for a person to even use mana or cast spells. Inepts will be capable of using magic, and even those with low affinity can use high-grade spells. I was getting closer to my goals, but something still gnawed at me. The whole concept of inepts seemed inconsistent with my most recent discoveries. Not now, Jared. You're at the final hurdle. I pulled myself back to reality and looked at the structure before me. Everyone was around me, and we were finally at the center of the maze directly before the labyrinth's source of power. My friends and I never got this far in my past life. I smiled with satisfaction, though a tinge of sadness lingered. There. Lamy beamed, pointing in the direction of a glowing card that warbled in the air. It was slowly spinning, emitting energy that was hard to describe. The power surrounding it felt like a culmination of multiple types of energy, and it was so fluid and malleable like water. I felt the energy density, quality, property, and several other elements shift as I observed it. The more I watched, the less I understood. Should we grab it? Edward grinned with excitement, stepping forward. Hey! Jerry protested, hugging the big man by his muscular stomach. I sensed a harsh glare from Sierra for some reason, and I also noticed Maria glancing in my direction. Her expression remained blank, but she had been doing the same thing for a long time now, and I was beginning to feel uncomfortable. No, it was more like being self-conscious. I don't like this. Maria and I hadn't really spoken since that incident in her room, and I didn't want that. She was a fun girl to be with, and I truly enjoyed her company. But now, it seemed like she didn't want to talk to me at all. Naren is always with Sarah, Anna is with Lamy, Jerry and Edward have guy talks all the time. Sierra is either stuck with Jerry or talking with Maria. Asa is an overactive kid that can get into any of the social circles and blend well. Maro would rather work than talk. I almost didn't have anyone to talk to. But, it wasn't like I was totally friendless, though. After all, it looks beautiful, doesn't it? A feminine voice rang in my ears. I had aloe vita. Her beautiful blonde hair swayed as she looked above her with a lovely smile. She pushed her hair slightly backward with her hand, causing me to notice her brilliant earrings and dazzling necklace. Her lovely skin accentuated their glow, and I was happy they suited her well. You should stop looking at me so intensely, even I get embarrassed, you know. She responded, glancing in my direction. Haha, sorry about that. I laughed slightly. Aloe Vita and I had been talking a lot lately, mostly about our experiences and what happened at Lark while I was gone. On a few occasions, I told her a bit more about magic, but we mostly discussed personal affairs. It made me feel closer to the young lady. And, one thing I noticed about her was, Maria is still staring. She likes you, doesn't she? Ah, you figured that out too. Aloe was very perceptive. Has she confessed yet? She has, hasn't she? How do you know so much? Do you maybe have a mind-reading ability I don't know about? I asked, taking a step back in an attempt to accentuate my point. Haha, of course not. Aloe burst out laughing. It made me happy that she laughed at my silly attempt at a joke. Truthfully speaking, I was feeling a little left out in terms of social engagements. Since I was the leader and teacher, it seemed like I was not welcome in everyone's social circle. In a way, they somewhat isolated me, or did I do this to myself? Thanks to Aloe, though, things were different. I had a cheerful person to keep me company, and while she was very enthusiastic about certain topics, I found it refreshing. Sometimes it's nice to just listen, rather than speak. I don't have any ability like that. It's just, I know how it feels to like someone, confess, and get rejected. Eh? You do? You never told me about that. Well, it's an embarrassing story. Come on, spill it. Who was it? It didn't feel strange at all that I was a 15-year-old, teasing someone in her 20s. We were both just very compatible at conversing. Well. Her eyes moved in a particular direction. My jaws dropped in shock and my eyes bulged. This was a shocking revelation I never expected. No way. Naren. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 540. And no way. Naren. SHHH. Not so loud. She quickly placed her hand on my mouth, drawing closer to me in the process. I felt her chest touch mine slightly, and she was so close that her hair danced around my body. Sorry about that. She quickly slipped away, blushing very hard. Well, she wasn't the only one. I felt some stares, but chose to ignore them. We should probably continue speaking through telepathy. I connected my thoughts to Aloe, and she nodded. Still, I never expected you to actually like Naren. For the record, I didn't forget about the arcana before me. I was still analyzing it with my original magic and spellcraft. There was a likelihood that it had traps, or that it was a fake, so it was better we understood what it was before retrieving it. My perception was also widely ranged, so I was aware of my surroundings to a terrifying degree. That didn't mean I had to pause my conversation with Aloe, though. I could simply multitask. Well, it was something I had since I was a student at Lark. Naren was a part-time instructor before he became a senior lecturer. He taught an elective that I offered, so I found myself falling for him. This was news to me. I knew Naren was a stud, but I wasn't aware it was to this degree. It wasn't just me, though. Many girls in our class liked him. We were young then, so we would often talk about it, our forbidden feelings for our teacher. I gulped upon hearing that, feeling surprisingly more intrigued. I wondered why the topic interested me so much. Well, at that point, I was going through a delusional phase, and I believed so much in destiny and romance, so I confessed to him. Oof. I unconsciously leaked out my thoughts. Yeah, it didn't go very well. Aloe went on to tell me how Naren was worried about how and why she liked him, and how many people felt the same way. He warned them to kill their emotions for him, and that it was for their own safety. It must be because of Sarah. Ha ha ha. I laughed after hearing the whole thing. Yet. Ha ha, that's true. I glanced at Naren and remembered our first meeting. He must have started dressing so shabbily to avoid any romance too, what a classic guy. Conversing with Aloe just made me realize there was a lot I didn't know about people and their feelings especially. I was too buried in the serious aspects of life that I always forgot to take people into account. Maybe even Maria has so many things that I don't know about. I glanced at the girl and our eyes met. She instantly looked away, but I kept looking at her for some time. I keep forgetting the fact that I currently look like a young boy, and that she's a legal adult. It was natural for people our age to engage in romance. But, she knows my answer to that. I turned away. You also have feelings for Maria, don't you? Aloe's voice interrupted my thoughts. What? No way. I unconsciously spoke out loud. I felt my cheeks redden a bit, but I quickly subdued the feeling. What the heck? I can tell, you know? You might think you don't, but your body says otherwise. Ah, stupid teenager body. I should have known. I couldn't deny it any longer. It was true that since the first day I saw Maria, back when we were taking our Lark Academy enrollment exam, she had caught my eye. Since then, her image would always appear in my head for some reason, and I found her to be very attractive. It was stupid and weird, but I knew I couldn't change a young boy's impression of a fellow young girl. Still, I had managed to keep those emotions far from my rational self. Well, I won't inquire further, but there's a chance that you could end up regretting not saying anything. She told you her feelings, but you can't say yours, it almost makes you look cowardly. Aloe's words stung for some reason. You know. I've idolized you for some time. Especially after you saved my life, I really felt a strong attachment to you that I couldn't explain. If I'm being honest, those feelings are yet to disappear. But, the more we talk, the more I realize, you're just an ordinary boy in the end. Me? Ordinary? Many people would argue against that logic. Nothing I did was ordinary, and I was certainly not your average teenager with memories of a past life. What was Aloe referring to? Not there. She used a finger to tap my head, and then, brought her hand lower, until it touched another spot on my body. I mean, right here. My eyes widened and I trembled slightly. Her finger was now on my chest, and I felt my heart beat ever so quickly. Your heart beats just like the rest of us. You're very special, Jared, but, in the end, you're human too. I felt like I was grasping what she was talking about. Had I been denying it all this time? No one likes being alone. We all want to love, and be loved back. Ah! Come to think of it, how did I feel when no one interacted with me, except Aloe? I didn't get it then, but deep down, you also seek that form of emotional intimacy. Was that why I was been trying so hard to get close to Lamie? Trying to force the whole father logic? Is that why? I glanced in Naren's direction. He was currently making out with Sarah in a corner of the labyrinth. Naren must have used concealment and sound dispelling magic, but since we were connected through a magic device, I could hear every moan that Sarah leaked out as they kept kissing if that was all they did. As weird as that had been, it made me feel somewhat jealous. That's right. I was jealous of Naren. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 541. Naren seemed to have it all. Power, looks, talent, the list went on. Sure, I was more innovative in many ways, but even without me, Naren seemed to be able to do whatever he desired. Most of all, even though I had faltered many times, he never seemed to make a mistake. He was always calm, unassuming, and completely dependable. In addition to his power and love for magic, Naren was able to balance a life of romance, and he was soon going to get married too. It made me realize just how empty I was. Watching Naren also got me thinking. If he could balance all of this alongside having a partner, shouldn't I be able to do the same? But, I knew the sad truth, and the difference between me and him. Naren has no limits. He can do anything. He can achieve both magic and love. Only one of the above could be mine. Wasn't that the truth? You also want what he has, Jared. That's the truth. Maybe Aloe was right. She did seem more experienced in that field than I was. Plus, she had told me about many of her escapades. Since she was pretty, many guys had come after her. That was why I could take her word for it. Even amid so many people, you are lonely, isn't that right, Jared? I'm lonely. I wasn't sure, but I did feel empty. Even with the adventures and discoveries I was having, it all felt meaningless when no one was willing to interact with me. If it hadn't been for Aloe's company, then, what would I be doing? The words of Alphonse and Sarah echoed in my heart, and it hurt slightly. But, I couldn't deny it any longer. Yeah, you're right. I smiled sadly. Aloe Vita was right, and she knew that. Her smile calmed me, and I was grateful we had this conversation. I truly am lonely. Aloe and I finally stopped conversing after I was done analyzing the arcana before us. It was the genuine thing. That brought relief to my heart, in more ways than one. My comrades and I didn't try our hardest in vain. A tear nearly dropped from my eyes. I had also analyzed the energy around the arcana, and while even I couldn't completely decipher it, I knew it wasn't harmful. Time to claim our prize. Now floating in midair, I made my way to the floating card and felt a strange energy envelop me as I drew closer. Something was unraveling the closer I got to the card, and as I stretched my hand to retrieve it, I could feel my vision getting blank. Still. I'm so close. I kept pushing. Finally, my hand came into contact with the arcana, and I was suddenly thrust into a brand new world, at least my mind was. I felt myself ascend to another plane, feeling lightheaded and somewhat disoriented. My vision was somewhat blurry, but I was in a room of white. No one was present in the very large expanse except one person. He stared at me with a somewhat concerned expression, though I couldn't make out his face well. Who's that? My thoughts peaked as I felt unfamiliar energy around me. It didn't feel bad, though. No, it was the opposite, in fact. Everything around me felt so pleasant. You're a singularity, aren't you? A voice called out to me. A singularity? What's that? Who was this man, and what did he know? The conversation I had with Legris suddenly popped into my head, and I remembered that the organization also referred to me as that. Is he from the organization? Did they attack? What's going on? I see. You can't speak well or interact freely here. Your connection to ether must be very limited. Your soul is in a peculiar shape too. What's this? It's so different, interesting. Who is this guy? He's saying stuff I don't understand. Apologies for the delay. My name is Merlin. I'm the leader of the 21 Apostles of Ether. You could also call us the creators of the Arcanas. Creator of the Arcanas. I was standing in front of someone like that right now. Never before had I desired to speak as badly as this moment. So many questions flooded my mind, but I couldn't speak. The one in your possession is the arcana of power, also known as strength. I made it myself as a symbol to define what true power is, and the challenge you encountered is proof that the road to achieving power is impossible and unending. If he knew it was impossible, why did he create such an elaborate scheme? But, I'm glad you were able to reach this point. Neither the weak nor the powerful are worthy to obtain strength. Only those who refuse to give up will eventually receive what they seek. Merlin's smile broadened a bit, and now I saw compassion on his face. As much as I would like to stay and speak more, time is up. I left a fraction of my soul behind to speak to you, and the message is almost concluded. Wait. I have so many questions. My eyes pleaded as I watched the man with flowing hair slowly vanish. Use the arcana wisely, and moderately. One last thing, though, as both a warning and a request. Merlin's voice suddenly became stern, and I saw a serious look on his face as it vanished. Please, stop Seal. Whatever you do, make sure the nether doesn't return. If not. I watched him return to particles, but his enduring voice lingered, resonating with my heart. This world will perish. Instantly, a bright light shone and I found myself sinking back to the ground, utterly confounded by the revelation I received. This world, perish? Nether? Seal? What is going on? I closed my eyes and heard my name mentioned a dozen times. It could have been more. However, as I felt so exhausted that I lost consciousness, Merlin's words still resonated in my heart. Chapter 542. You are I slurred, regaining consciousness slowly. I can't remember the last time I felt so lightheaded and drowsy. My mind wandered as the blurry images of everything around me started getting clearer. My eyes finally regained sight, and I realized that we were no longer in the labyrinth, or at least, I wasn't. Wait, this place is... You're finally up. Someone murmured beside me. Silver hair flowed with the breeze, causing me to glance in the direction of the owner of the voice. Maria. The girl's eyes wandered elsewhere, as though intentionally avoiding eye contact with me. Come on. How are you feeling? She muttered once more. I couldn't tell whether she was upset, shy, or worried. Her expression looked blank, and her blue eyes looked distracted. Why yeah, I'm good. I feel much better now. Where are the others? Now rising from my previously laid state, I looked around. Maria and I were definitely in the green forest where the Arcana's monument was located. But why were we outside, and where were the others? They wanted to explore more of the labyrinth, but then you fainted. So. Maria didn't look in my direction as she spoke. The girl's gaze was on the floor and her cheeks were flushed pink. They decided that someone should watch after you, outside, while they went on to see what else we could find in the labyrinth. I see. I murmured, rubbing my chin. I doubted there was anything else we could find in the labyrinth, though. Still, it's not impossible. Since the owner is a mage with knowledge and stuff we've not seen before, maybe he left them behind. Suddenly, an image of the man I spoke to appeared in my head. What did he say his name was again? Merlin? Just who was he? Maria's voice became a bit more erratic, and it seemed I was missing something. What is it? Could you put on some clothes? Why did I only notice after Maria told me? What? Why am I naked? Well, after you grabbed the arcana, everything you had on you was torn apart. We tried to outfit you with something else, but as long as that arcana was in your grasp, nothing worked. Maria explained. I noticed the arcana in my right hand, glowing and warbling. The card's multicolored glow drew me in, and I found myself marveling at its beauty. The image ingrained in it was that of a maiden and a lion interacting, which further reminded me of Merlin and the words he told me. Every cloth we tried either bounced off, or was consumed. We decided to just carry you out and leave you until you regained consciousness. But, since someone had to watch over you, I was chosen. I see, but why you, though? Yvonne or Jerry would have been more suitable. They're guys, after all. At this point, I had used magic to create a barricade between myself and Maria, so she wouldn't see me naked. The next thing I did was to reach out to my special subspace to find the right attire to don. Well, they all wanted to explore more of the labyrinth. No one wanted a role as boring as keeping you company. Not even Edward. My goodness! I didn't know I had traitors for friends. Who would have thought that they would give Maria the responsibility of watching over a naked me? Edward wanted to volunteer, but, in the end, he was more than happy to go along with that half-elf you're always with. What? My eyes widened instantly and I realized what happened. Those bastards! Without my supervision, they decided to let loose, didn't they? How could I have let them out of my sight? I was the last choice, so it was decided that I would watch over you. Of course, I didn't do anything weird to you, or anything. I also didn't see anything. Somehow, I found that hard to believe. There were a lot of holes in Maria's story, and I noticed her tone felt inconsistent. Guess I'll have to ask Naren or Aloe, what exactly happened. Thank you. I brought down the earthen barrier that separated us, leaving nothing between the two of us. At this point, we unintentionally made eye contact, and I found myself being drawn into her eyes again. For what? As her lips parted, I felt oddly excited. Memories of our kiss replayed in my mind, and something else began to rise. No. Not now. Well, for watching over me. You could have had fun like everyone else. Well, you're right. It's not every time you get to explore a labyrinth as vast as this one. Plus, it did seem like a lot of fun. Ugh. Now she's making me guilty. Haha, I see. I'll make it up to you, then. Yeah, you better. I was scarred by watching over your naked body too, do you know how much I've suffered? Hold on, what's with this switch in tone? Wait, didn't you say you didn't see anything? That's beside the point. What the heck? How was that besides the point? Did she really see something? I've been sensitive of my stuff ever since Jane commented on it. Did she really see it? Oh crap! To be fair, it was a young teenager's junk, and she was practically an adult at this point. If anything, she should have been the one guilty of sexual indecency, not me. I'm the minor, after all. Using that excuse to justify myself and quell the embarrassment within me, I sighed. You have to take responsibility, you know. I glanced at Maria, and her expressionless face was staring directly at me. It seemed so creepy and overwhelming that she was staring so intensely at me. I didn't hate the feeling, but I was beginning to get worried. Jared. Maria began to move closer. Wait. Remember our last conversation? My skin tingled as I recollected the incident. Is that what's going to happen again? Chapter 543. How could I forget that experience? Maria basically forced me on the bed and... Don't tell me we're going to do that again. I didn't want to admit it, but the thought of that got me excited. Still. Not here. If anyone sees us. Unfortunately, it was too late. I wasn't fast enough. My legs were too weak too. It wasn't my fault that I couldn't resist. I just wanted it over with quickly. Then, if you remember, then can you make your decision more in my favor? Just consider it. That's how you can take responsibility. Maria's hand brushed my cheek as she spoke. My eyes widened as I felt her sincere smile wash over me. It felt completely different, and my heart began racing at an unbelievable speed. And no way. She was so close to me. Just think of me a little more, that's all. Shhh. Her finger was on my lips at this point, and I found myself unable to move. Do you understand, Jared? Not Alovita. Not Anna. Not Lamy. Not Sierra. Think about me. I understood why she would say that about the others, but why did Maria even mention the last name? I'm just being thorough. As if she read my mind, she answered. You're pretty cute when you're flustered, you know. Ah. I didn't know Maria was so good at flirting. If I was being honest, she was far better than Emilia. So that last time wasn't a fluke. But, this is too, how did she become so intense? It is said that everyone had dual sides to them. Was this the part of herself that Maria had been hiding from everyone else? Rather than the prim and proper young lady, this teasing girl was almost a total stranger. Still, I didn't dislike it. Thank you. I managed to leak my voice out in a squeak. You're welcome. With that, Maria backed off a little, giving me a little breathing room. That was intense. Brrrmmmmmm. The arcana in my grasp suddenly resonated with me, causing me to look at it for a moment. What is this? My eyes flashed at it as it kept warbling and beeping incessantly. Why is it doing that? Maria drew closer once again, also curious most likely. As we got closer, I felt an intense surge of emotions, and something else. Hold on. But, it was too late at that point. Suddenly, light descended upon both the boy and girl, immersing them with its terrifying might. As the heated wave cascaded over them, raising the entire area in the process, someone hovered in the air with a satisfied smile plastered on his face. His pointed ears perked out of the long silver hair he possessed, and the beautiful multicolored wings behind him displayed his splendor. Sickening! He whispered, condescendingly glaring at the crater he had formed thanks to his attack. This entity was none other than Biruel, the Fairy King. They got their guards down, so I could easily strike. Just who are those idiots? Frankly speaking, Biruel had been watching them, the blonde and silver-haired humans, for some time now. He could have struck at any moment, but he thought they could at least give him some information before ending their lives. After listening in for some time, he discovered that the human boy was indeed in the possession of a newly discovered arcana, and that the other members of their company were not preset. Wasn't it the best moment to strike? But, the humans started acting indecently, causing the Fairy King to hesitate. It had been a while since he witnessed such a sight, so that was probably why he didn't attack immediately. However, there was a limit to everything. Soon, Biruel got sick of the humans, perhaps even himself, for watching their obscene display of affection from a distance. How low the Fairy King had fallen. Now that I've taken care of the scrubs, I should go down for my prize, though this is secondary. Biruel murmured, but soon after he said that, he noticed something peculiar. Oh? They're still alive. The thick cloud of smoke cleared suddenly, displaying the boy and girl at the center, completely unharmed. Oh? Is that the arcana's doing? Didn't I catch them off guard? Biruel had several questions, but they could wait. Since his initial attempt to eliminate the two didn't work, he could try his next approach. Greetings, humans. Biruel's voice echoed across the vast area as he stared beneath him. A sizable portion of the green forest had been engulfed in his light magic, leaving the couple standing on a barren crater. I certainly hope you enjoyed my warm address. The Fairy King spoke in his usual grandiose way, referring to the blast of magic he had sent their way. The male human's voice burst out, and he seemed quite surprised. Is this the first time this one is seeing a fairy? Well, even if he met one, he hasn't seen one of this size before, I guess. Plus, unlike the others, I am most elegant. Biruel flapped his fairy wings with pride as he condescendingly gazed upon the human scum. Now then, know your place and... Aren't you Biruel? What the heck? The human's voice burst forth, displaying both confusion and a bit of annoyance. Wah! He knows my name. Biruel was genuinely shocked. Hey! What the heck, man? You can't just go around blasting people. What in the world? What if we had gotten hurt? Biruel felt strange. The inferior human was shouting at him in such a manner, yet he spoke in an overly familiar way. Biruel couldn't remember the last time anyone conversed with him like that well, except the members of the Nether cult. Shut up, plebeian. You insignificant insect. I can do whatever I like to you since you're a worm. Now be quiet and tell me how you know my name. How can I be silent and answer your question, genius? You're a lot dumber than you look. That was the last straw. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 544. Biruel was completely flustered at this point. He had lost in a battle of words and exchange of insults, for that matter. The most humiliating aspect was that it was a human who brought him such shame. Biruel was blazing with internal fury. There was no way he could let them live now, not that he was planning on doing so from the start. That's it. Bright white light shot out of his body as he glared at the offenders. Hold on, man. Let's talk fur. A surge of brilliant light burst from Biruel, lunging at the targets at light speed. Boom! Once again, the surroundings suffered damage. Heat emanated from the ground, producing hissing sounds. However, sheesh, so impatient. The two humans were unharmed. I guess this is to be expected, since you have that arcana. Biruel sighed, ashamed of himself for losing his anger. Arcana, So you're indeed a part of their group. I see. The blonde human murmured, his tone slightly changing. All right, human. Fine. I suppose I'll listen to you for a little whi. Woo-I-am. Before Biruel concluded his speech, the boy was already in front of him, bearing his fist at the king's face. Boom! An explosion erupted mid-air, and both parties were sent flying in opposite directions. Both were unharmed, but they were certainly not as casual as before. You dare! I have you a chance to speak, yet you abuse that privilege. Sorry, man. There's no need to talk anymore. You're a part of their organization, which means you're after the arcana I hold, and also... The boy summoned two blades, one glowing with darkness, and the other glowing with bright light. You're the ones responsible for the tragedy of the demon incident. The boy darted at the fairy king, brandishing both blades as he began striking. He was a natural at aerial combat, expertly twisting his body as he sent every powerful strike at the fairy king with absolute vigor. However, compared to Biruel, the boy was too sloppy. Boom! All of his strikes were nullified by Biruel's light shield. You're not bad, but you're not strong enough. I don't know how much you know about the Nether cult, but I'm the fourth seat, you know? I'm not that easy to beat. The human boy's eyes widened when he heard that. You're the fourth seat. Yeah, I know, right? I should be ranked higher, but what can I say? That bitch just keeps getting in my wa. Then, why are you so weak? I thought the upper seats would be far stronger than this, but... Biruel's eyes bulged, and veins began appearing all over his face. Human, you. I'm sorry, but you're just too weak. This is so underwhelming. You bastard. Biruel's face was currently the epitome of rage as more brilliant light pervaded the area. He rushed at the blonde and gave more devastating strikes, but the boy evaded every single one of them. Several orbs of destruction were sent at the human, but he deflected some with his light blade while nullifying the others with his dark one. Ultimately, their battle was at a stalemate, though intense to the young lady who observed from the ground. "You're better than Aloe, by far. You're the strongest light user I've faced, but I expected more." The human kept taunting, until the Fairy King couldn't take it any longer. "I'll show you then, my original magic." The blonde human smiled, ready to accept the challenge. "But first, I'll need to clarify something." In a sudden flash of teleportation, Biruel disappeared from the sky and captured the human girl on the ground. "Ha ha ha. Now that I have a hostage, will you cooperate?" He grinned, completely shrouding the girl in his magic so that she was unable to move. What do you want?" the human asked, now visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events. "Ha ha ha. Now that's more like it. Now, then, answer my question, and I'll release the girl before killing both of you with my original magic. Tch. Tell me, where is the location of Kido's nephew? The one who has been hunting down our members." At this point, the human looked dumbfounded. "Don't play dumb. Kido? Who is that?" "Arg. You might not know him, but I'm asking about his nephew. If I don't know someone, how am I supposed to know he has a nephew? How dumb are you?" "Hey!" Biruel growled, tightening his hold on the hostage he had. The human got the message and was reminded of his position. His expression turned mellow, but no answer was given. I don't know any Kido. Tch, useless. I can't remember his name." "Oh wait, their last name, that's right." The Fairy King seemed all over the place, but his grin showed that he finally arrived at the perfect question to ask. "Midas." "Yes, Midas. Do you know the location of that Midas boy that went to your academy?" Fairy King Biruel was terrible with names, especially when they didn't interest him. He forgot so many things easily, perhaps it was because of his old age. Though he looked youthful outwardly, Biruel was quite ancient. "Midas. Kuzan. Yes. That one. Where is he? Why would you even ask that? Of all things? Wait, Kuzan has been hunting you guys down? He's the one behind those deaths? He killed Damien Lawcroft? Him? Now I'm even more confused. Answer my question already." "I don't know where he is, dude. I'm even more surprised than you are. What's going on exactly?" "Ugh. Useless. Humans are so useless. To think I wasted my time. So, can I get the hostage back? Or do you have any other questions? There's no need for the farce. I know this is just a fake. I don't know who taught you magic engineering, but you're good. For a human, that is. The human's face displayed surprise. He wasn't expecting this. He knew. Jared's mind rang. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 545. What? You knew. The truth was that the girl in Biruel's grasp was none other than an automaton that resembled a human female. Biruel had noticed this from the moment he made contact with it, but he still went on with the act in order to get his information. Is he being dishonest? I don't think so, my magic tool isn't acting up. The Fairy King thought to himself. Why would he go along with the whole act, though? Was he trying to glean information from me through this situation? The fairy sighed, discarding the hostage he had in his grasp. He had completely lost interest in the situation. This is pointless. I don't even feel like fighting any longer. The Fairy King stared at the human boy, who still looked flustered. You can't fool someone like me with such an imitation. I also know you're holding back quite a bit. You were baiting me to display my full power, weren't you? Such basic tactics. The previous image of a hot-tempered and short-sighted fairy king began to crumble as Biruel gave another deep sigh. At this point, he was done playing games. There's no point for any further conflict. You're Jared Leonard, right? You know my name. I just remembered. You're the one giving the cult trouble, aren't you? Yet. Biruel nodded slightly and then shrugged. Well, I don't care what you do to the others, but I'll still oppose you. You see, we all have our reasons for being there, but they all revolve around the arcanas. The human, Jared, looked a bit surprised. Perhaps he didn't expect such sincerity from the proud fairy king. I also need the arcanas, so our interests conflict. I guess so. What will you do now, though? Will you try to take it from me by force? There's no need for that. At least, not now. Even if I wanted to. He glanced at the human boy. I only came to ask my questions. The arcanas were a bonus, I suppose. Why are you looking for Kuzan, though? Let's just say it's for revenge. I desire to kill him. The human's face tightened a bit. What's wrong? Will you stand in my way? Well, judging from what I've heard, he seems capable of taking care of himself. Both human and fairy stared hard at each other in silence. Finally, the fairy king broke it. We'll see about that. One last thing, the way you interact with me, it's almost like we have met before. Who are you, really? Well, that's a secret. Maybe I'll tell you some other time. Jared smiled slyly. An aura of playfulness, rather than tension, seemed to envelop the area. I'm not so sure about that. You see, this area isn't my allocated territory. That's why I can't really act. You might end up dead before our next meeting. Biruel's face showed sincerity, so Jared couldn't doubt it. Is that so? Well, I'll take my chances. Looks like your comrade are already approaching. I should take my leave. Well, then, till we next meet. Jared gave a warm-hearted smile, causing the fairy king to shudder in discomfort. He certainly found the human to be strange. About that. Before either party could say any more, or even react, a golden flash of light descended from the sky. Brrrrrtrrrttzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Instantly, it crashed upon the fairy king, sending bolts of lightning and bursts of energy into his body. The fairy king crashed in a flash of lightning, causing a wave of destruction around the area of impact. As he turned into nothing but cinders thanks to the immense power that was destroying him, the decimated fairy king smiled at the one who was responsible for his death. You. I finally found you. Kido's nephew. The golden-haired boy said nothing, and simply proceeded to finish off the fairy king. Wait. Don't do it. However, not heeding Jared's voice, the young Midas concluded the act, rendering the opponent into electrocuted dust. Kuzan! Jared roared in both anger and surprise as he dashed in the boy's direction. As the boy on the ground locked gazes with the one above, an air of recollection pervaded the air. Both boys remembered their time together at Anslark, their fights as allies and opponents. Looking at each other now, so much had changed. Jared looked rage-filled, and Kuzan appeared oddly cold. You look angry, that doesn't suit you. Jared ignored Kuzan's comment and still darted in the boy's direction. However, a distance away, he suddenly halted. Tch, those pesky threads of yours. Upon muttering that, Jared calmly descended to the ground, but his glare remained. You can see them clearly now. That's progress. Why did you kill him? Jared was annoyed. What do you mean him? That wasn't the real one. It was just an identical version, most likely a golem that is remotely controlled, or an automaton. Jared's glare persisted. Surely, you realized that, didn't you? Of course, I did. That's why I put a tracker on him. He was going to lead me to the original one. After all my acting, you had to ruin everything. Jared was fuming at this point. If his cards were played right, he would have already gotten one member of the Nether cult nabbed. Unfortunately, or rather, surprisingly, an unexpected person Kuzan had to ruin things. I doubt it. You realize he was already preparing to self-destruct, right? If I was able to figure out the one you kept on Damien, you think he wouldn't have noticed? Ah! Jared was now at a loss for words. The self-destruct blast might not have hurt you, but I couldn't afford to let him get away like that. Well, didn't you basically do the same by killing him? I wonder about that. Kuzan gave a cold smile, but his eyes wandered from Jared as he stared at the entrance of the cave shaped like the mouth of a bodiless dragon. We have company, your allies, I presume. Chapter 546. Footsteps emanated from the cave's entrance, and Jared's allies came into view. Naren, Sarah, Yvonne, Edward, etc. All of them appeared, looking at the destruction around them. Of all of them though, Kuzan's eyes only met one. And that single person also reciprocated his gaze. They stared at each other for a while, and Kuzan was the first to move. The other person, in her small frame, shivered in both disbelief and stifled emotion. She couldn't believe her eyes. The person before her was far taller and more handsome than how she remembered him, but there was no way she could mistake his looks. His golden eyes that greeted her, and the smile on his face. Kuzan! Anna whispered as she saw him. There were also surprised gasps around her, but Anna couldn't hear any other voice or see any other face except the one in front of her. Her heart raced like crazy, and while she felt guilty for feeling like this despite Jared watching from a distance, Anna was too petrified to do anything about it. Anna, it's been a while. Kuzan appeared before her smoothly, almost like teleportation. He suddenly held her in his arms, using one hand to support her face, while the other was on her lap. Who are you? Anna felt her face turn red as her skin tingled as a result of Kuzan's heated skin. It was all happening too fast, and she was too delirious to take control or make sense of what was happening. Kuzan, you. Before she could say anything else, his lips crashed upon hers, and a kiss was made. Anna lost all control at that moment, and her fragile frame became locked in an embrace with the young man. They both shared a passionate kiss, enough to send shocked expressions playing on the faces of everyone around them. It was a single moment of ecstasy, albeit a very strange and confusing one. It had been over 2 years since they last saw each other, yet the young Midas's greeting to Anna was a kiss. Kuzan. The girl's mind wandered as she lost herself in the pleasure, not minding anyone or anything else around her. This is... Hearing about it was one thing, but seeing it in person was another ball game entirely. Everyone was at a standstill, watching the event with either surprise or bashfulness, and for some reason, Lamy seemed to be excited about it. What did Anna tell Lamy about Kuzan? Hold on, in the first place. The entire scenario was occurring too fast, but it was dragging on for too long as well. I have to put an end to this. Alright, you guys. Break it you. Kuzan's hand instantly pointed in my direction, as his palm indicated that I waited. Wait. For you to finish? This bastard. The dude began counting the seconds on his hand, and after all 5 of his fingers were down, he released Anna from his grasp. She seemed so overwhelmed that her entire face was red, and even after he put her down, she was still woozy. If I wasn't certain before, I know it now. Anna clearly likes Kuzan. But, the thing I'm most concerned about is... I glared at Kuzan, and his eyes moved in my direction for a brief moment before turning away. Does Kuzan feel the same? Sending a very strong signal, like a kiss, is something very dangerous. I knew it was somewhat hypocritical of me to say, but at least I never took any active steps in relating with Anna and the other girls. Don't you think you went too far, Kuzan? I sharply spoke out. While Anna was being supported by Lamy and being fanned by Asa, I had to address the matter. If I didn't, and Anna got attached to him because of the misunderstood kiss, she could wound up breaking her heart. What do you mean? Yeah, what do you mean, Jared? All I saw were two young ones passionately sharing a kiss. Also, where's Maria? I groaned upon hearing Sarah's interruption. It seemed she was more of an advocate for love than she preferred taking my side. They're all staring at me like I'm a buzzkill, but no one understands. I resumed my glare on Kuzan. It was all his fault, anyway. If you won't say anything, I will. I sighed, moving forward. While it was nice to let young ones dream about romance, this wasn't the right time. Anna didn't need Kuzan's crazy influence at this time, considering we didn't know how much he had changed. That kiss he gave Anna is none other than a Midas customary greeting and farewell. Everyone looked surprised, everyone but Kuzan. Kuzan belongs to the Midas race, the Midas Empire. For real. Those guys. No one has really seen them in centuries. Hold on, why would he be here if they? Naren didn't appear surprised, and neither did Sarah, but everyone else was completely bewildered. So, you knew? I turned to Naren. Of course. I was the one that recommended Inslark Academy to him. I spoke to Sarah about it, so we both sponsored him to attend. That's why he got in through a special recommendation examination. The stoic man shrugged. Ah, the back entrance, Don't look at me that way, Jared. If I let him take the exams like everyone else, he could have overdone it. I couldn't argue with that logic. Still, why was I just learning about all this now? Why would a Midas be here, though? The Midas Empire doesn't involve itself with the affairs of other nations, right? I had many questions not just about Kuzan, but about their nation itself. After recovering my memory about the Midas race at least, some of them I launched a search. Unfortunately, I didn't get any news at all. I also tried looking, but I couldn't find them anywhere. I knew they were good at hiding themselves from the outside world, but still, it seemed like they didn't exist at all. Well, about that. Naren glanced in Kuzan's direction. Something about the tension in the air made me realize just how grim the situation was. Chapter 547. I turned my focus on Kuzan, but at this point, he simply looked uninterested. The question of what happened to his race, his nation, did not faze the boy in the slightest. That's because the Midas Empire no longer exists. It was destroyed 12 years ago. There was a dead calm in his eyes as he spoke about it. What? How did that even? That's enough talk. I've gotten what I wanted, and I also gave my customary greeting to Anna. I'm leaving. Kuzan took a step back, and golden lightning formed on his body. Wait. Once again, he didn't listen to me. Apparently, he simply wanted to abandon everyone again, even Anna, whom he just kissed. I said wait. Instantly utilizing my anti-magic, I disabled the golden lightning that danced around his body. Kuzan looked surprised for a moment, and then a slight spark of interest appeared in his eyes. What did you do? His voice still sounded cold, a sharp contrast from the young boy I remembered in Inslark. Just how much has he changed? Or was he always like this, and I never noticed? Could I even call myself Kuzan's friend after everything I was discovering? No one knew anything about him, and he was basically detached from everyone at this point. I'll tell you once we're done with this conversation. Why are you in such a hurry? Where are you going? I narrowed my eyes. I began putting my brain to work. Kuzan's appearance was a surprise and all, but it wasn't entirely bad. He's strong, and he has experience hunting down those cult members. If I bring him to my side, then... The prospect of that plan was good. The only issue was how to tie him down and ensure cooperation. My next target. If you're not telling me what I want to know, that's fine too. Just don't get in my way. With that, Kuzan began walking away. He can't activate magic since I used anti-magic, so he'll just walk? Just how uncooperative can this guy be? Still, I wasn't going to give up. Kuzan was a Midas, and his race boasted of having a superior overall constitution even better than the beast folk. Panda NVE one other than Naren and myself, and Sarah too. I expected Kuzan to be stronger than every member of our team. He was indispensable at this point. Why don't we share intel? Tell us what you know, and we'll tell you what we know. That way, everyone gets what they want. Kuzan stopped dead in his tracks. He glanced in my direction, half of his face displayed thanks to his golden hair covering the other part. Fine. Start first. His hands were in his pocket, and his cloak danced with the wind. Despite our long time apart, and how much the boy had changed in both behavior and looks, some things remained the same. For one, the 3 magic items he donned as a necklace, ring, and bracelet. He also had a luxurious outfit, purple shirt and dark pants, with gold linings accentuating their prestige. His shoes were also unique, and everything he donned had special magic properties. Did he make them himself, or? There were many questions in my mind, but I decided to leave them for when I finished bringing the young Midas to our team. Fine. I'll begin. Before starting the information exchange, I brought Maria out of the subspace I hid her in when Biruel attacked. She was initially flustered, but seeing everyone's faces calmed her down quickly. Sarah took it upon herself to fill her in on what happened, so I could focus on my conversation with Kuzan. On one end was our group, and on the other was Kuzan. He looked dead calm, and there was no trace of a smile on his face. Geez, when did he get so edgy? Since I was the one starting, I had to make my information appealing. If not, I doubted Kuzan would stick around. I don't know how much Kuzan knows about the cult's involvement in the just concluded war, of their goal of collecting arcanas. To be safe, I mentioned all of them. The Nether cult currently has 10 arcanas. The Magician. The Lovers. The Star. Death. The Popess. The Chariot. Justice. Temperance. The Empress. The Empress. Kuzan's eyes widened and he broke out of his cool character the moment I mentioned the Empress Arcana. Yet. Finally, the Devil. They are also searching for others, like this one we just got. I showed him the Strength Arcana, but Kuzan didn't seem the least bit interested in it. Frankly, that was a bit unsettling. Do you know which members have which arcanas? Like the Empress? He asked with genuine interest. No, we don't. But, only the upper echelon members of their organization are allowed to wield arcanas, so it has to be a member of the top brass. Of course. That much is obvious. Anything else? He tapped his finger on his folded arm impatiently. This looks like he can't wait to get out of here. What the? I thought he would find some of the information I shared with him to be useful, but was I just wasting his time? Well, I have a trump card. A smile formed on my face as I was ready to knock Kuzan's condescending gaze off his face. I know where their base is located. Once again, the boy's eyes lit with interest, causing me to smile within myself. Hat. He took the bait. I see. All right then. Of everything you've told me, I suppose the one thing I still haven't figured out is the location of their base. Kuzan sighed, returning his hands to his pockets. I'll tell you what I know, and then you'll tell me the name of the base. Once that's over with, we can go our separate ways. This guy. Was he intentionally trying to avoid being indebted to our group? Well, that's fine. It depends on the information you bring to the table, though. At this point, I had already set a bar for the level of information I desired. It would take quite the information to trump that. Well, hear for yourself. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 548. What in the world? I was amazed by the amount of information Kuzan had on the Nether cult. Not only had he deciphered the identity of some members, but he had also killed a total of 4 of them. While you were engaging in your silly war, I tracked down their sites and killed them. Damien Lawcroft was my 3rd target, and afterward, I went further to eliminate the 8th seat at the time. According to Kuzan, there were 8 more members in the cult's seats, and he also told us about some of them. Vazar is a dragon beast folk. Then we have Biruel, the one who is an expert magic engineer. He has a knack for evading me, since I can't find the real body. Other than those 2, I know there's another demon in their ranks. A newcomer joined them about 2 years back, and apparently, he's made it to the high-ranking position. Asa was surprised to hear the name, Vizar. That's the Beast King before my father. I had no idea why a beast folk, especially one who belonged to the very rare and powerful dragon species, would join the Nether cult. Considering he's still alive, then maybe they gave him a cure as well. That made sense, since Gerard also rolled over when I offered the same thing. I was surprised that another demon would be in the Nether cult's ranks, considering their plans involved sacrificing the entire demon race. Kuzan already killed a crimson demon, so that means there were 2 members of the demon race before then. This is disturbing. However, despite all I was learning, I was not ready for the next shocking piece of information Kuzan dropped on me. Reed Sterling, the last Grand Mage of the Eastern Kingdom, is also a member of their group. At this, even Naren and Sarah, who had been silent since Kuzan began speaking, displayed surprise. Sarah's eyes widened and Naren gave a disappointed sigh while shaking his head. That geezer actually did that. Well, this is an interesting turn of events. Makes sense, though. So that's what he has been up to. Kuzan gave us other details, like the location of the bases he had explored, and how they had advanced technology at their disposal. Once he was done, I was certain he shared more than I did. He knows so much. Amazing. While I isolated myself to get stronger, Kuzan explored the world and actively investigated the Nether cult. It wasn't until recently that he started killing its members. The notion was both impressive and scary. I've fulfilled my end of the bargain. Now, tell me the location of their headquarters. I was hesitant to share my final piece of information, but Kuzan already said more than enough to earn it. Why are you after the Nether cult, though? So far, it doesn't seem like you care about the arcanas or demons. You also seem particularly interested in the members. Is there someone, in particular, you're looking for? A moment of tense silence enveloped our sphere, and I stared hard at Kuzan, hoping for an answer. That's not your business. You might be right, but consider it the question of a worried friend. It's not just Anna who cares about you. I do as well. While I was just trying to appeal to Kuzan to share his motive, my statement wasn't a total lie. You shouldn't throw your life away. Join our team. Oh? Is that so? Then, as a friend as well, will you tell me the true reason the Nether cult is after you, Mr. Singularity? Surprise almost leaked out, but I struggled to maintain my poker face. You're wondering how I know so much, don't you? Well, when you torture multiple members of the cult and extract information from them, connecting the dots isn't so difficult. You're much more capable than I took you for. So, will you tell me? Well, that's a personal matter. I glanced around and realized that curious gazes were now on me. Kuzan, this sly bastard. He shifted everyone's attention to me. Mine is a personal matter as well. I would prefer it if you didn't interfere. Now, tell me the location. At this point, I had to give the victory to Kuzan. He was always so witty in terms of driving a conversation even back at Anne's lark. But, the more I was impressed by his abilities, the more I didn't want to let him go. Isn't it dangerous to go to their headquarters alone? I'll tell you the place, but you should join us. What? We share the same enemies, the Nether cult. If we work together, we'll surely take them down. You don't have to carry all that burden by yourself. For a moment, there was silence. I couldn't tell whether my words worked or not, but Kuzan appeared a bit dazed for some time. Did I get him? Unfortunately for me. PFFFFTTT. I wasn't even close. Ha ha ha. When did you get so corny, Jared? The heck is that? I felt a bit embarrassed, but I remained silent. I don't have to carry all that burden by myself? That's why I should team up with you? Normally your statement would be a lot more credible, except for one critical factor. At this point, Kuzan was smiling. However, it wasn't a warm one. His grin was more condescending than I'd ever seen. To me, you people are the burden. In a way, I suppose you're right. I shouldn't carry burdens. Okay, that was too far. Really? We're burdens. Yeah. You are. My frown deepened, but I couldn't afford to let his words get to me. Even me. I smiled ruefully. Perhaps I didn't make myself clear. Other than Naren, I don't see anyone here who could help me out. Ah, Sarah Crimson could prove useful too, but 3 is a crowd. It had been forever since I was referred to as dead weight. I could understand why Kuzan felt the others weren't up to his standards, but it felt oddly annoying that I was lumped into the same boat. Kuzan moved closer until he was right in front of me. He looked down on me and bent a little to repeat his words in my ear. In essence, you're a burden too, Jared. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 549. I remembered the time when the demons invaded Zin's Lark Academy. Edward and Jerry wanted to accompany me on my mission to save the girls' dormitory. They were earnest, and they were both more powerful and dependable than anyone around. However, you'll only slow me down. I refused their aid. It wasn't pride or overconfidence. It was the truth. Although I needed help, having those two with me would only hamper my movements and risk putting my task in jeopardy. As a result, I left them behind and went on my own. N0VE1 calm your dead weight, Jared. Those words wounded my heart. It was the first time Kuzan was this close to me, and I felt the difference in our height. Still, there was no way I could accept his words, especially in terms of power. Why don't we test that out? I gave an annoyed smirk at the condescending boy. I have nothing to prove. Just give me my information, and I'll leave. If you want your information, you'll listen to what I have to say. It was a dishonorable thing to do, and in retrospect, I was bound to regret my decision. However, at the moment, I was too desperate and annoyed to care less. Is this what they call a man's pride? I don't like it, but I understand your ego has been bruised. But, isn't that just shameless of you to withhold my rightfully earned information? Kuzan's words didn't make things any better. He has a point, you know. Naren decided to add more salt to my injury. Yeah, just give him what he wants so he can be on his way. Sarah sighed. The expression of everyone else also told me that they were taking Kuzan's side. Can't anyone see what he's trying to do? Also, are you cool with that too, Anna? I asked the only person who gave an uncertain expression. Apparently, she had already recovered from the kiss she shared with Kuzan. I don't particularly care. Her voice sounded tired. Well, that's a bit hurtful, Anna, Kuzan spoke with a broader smile. Well, you called me a burden, didn't you? Plus, that kiss wasn't genuine. Just a greeting? Ugh, so typical. Kuzan's smile vanished and he suddenly gave me a slightly irritated look. What's up with that? What did I do? This is pointless. Fine, let's play your game. The golden-haired boy shrugged, finally creating some distance between me and him. Perfect. I had no idea why Kuzan decided to accept. If he refused, I would still have no choice but to tell him what he wanted to know. He should know that, yet. I glanced at Anna and noticed her pouting. Was it because of Anna's influence? Did Kuzan actually have feelings for her? I guess I'll find out after he joins us. Why don't we restart the match we never got to finish at the inter-class exchange? Me versus you. I declared with a broad grin. I see. So that's it. Alright, what are the stakes? I know Kuzan has grown very powerful, and I don't want to underestimate him. But, he doesn't realize how powerful I've gotten as well. If I win, you'll join our team. That way, I would have proven that we won't be a burden to you. And if you lose, you can have whatever you want. I don't care, since you won't be winning anyway. I smiled at the cocky Midas. After the match, no matter the outcome, I'll tell you the location of their headquarters. Upon adding this, I glanced at Naren and he gave me a thumbs up. I didn't know if it was out of goodwill or something else, but he didn't say any more. Since I want this fight to be over and done with, let's not restrict our abilities. No limits, anything goes, right? Kuzan gave a brazen smile. This guy, if I use original magic and anti-magic, in addition to spellcraft, this match is as good as mine. I wasn't one to underestimate my opponents, but no matter how powerful Kuzan was, he remained below the level of Naren. Since he acknowledged Sarah, that meant he wasn't as strong as she was, or maybe they were on the same level. I have more miasma than I did in the past, so I should be able to nullify most of his attacks. Spellcraft will grant me the environmental advantage, and I'll have the chance to adapt his techniques through my original magic. This was an opportunity, and I wasn't planning on missing out on it. If you're done grinning, can we get started? Kuzan interrupted my thoughts, his hands in his pockets. The breeze gently blew his golden hair as he maintained a cool gaze. Sure. Naren, would you please help us erect a barrier? As part of my countermeasures, I decided not to show my hand. If he sees I'm very good at defense, he might switch his strategy. It's better if my opponent has no idea what I'm capable of, especially since it's Kuzan. Misdirection was a strategy that was too risky when I had no concrete plan or long-term goal. I'll be playing things by ear, but I'll make sure I win. So far, there were three major factors about Kuzan I couldn't ignore. One was his original magic, the annoying strings that he controlled. I had no idea how much they had evolved, but if I could see them, then it would be fine to maintain my distance and figure out a solution. I could also disable it with anti-magic. The second factor was his vast amount of mana, and his wide array of magic. This could also be resolved using anti-magic. Plus, I had quite the arsenal of magic myself, not to mention spellcraft. Finally, his combat skills. Kuzan was superior to me in martial arts the last time we fought, and even I had to admit that he was too strong. Unfortunately for him, I had the arcanas at my beck and call. Using my great sage's memoir to coordinate my attacks and movements, not even someone as skilled as Kuzan could keep up. I still have no idea what his familiar is, but it should be fine. I had thousands at my command, so I still had the upper hand in that department. His familiar should be mana-based. If I overwhelm it with miasma, it should be my win. After analyzing the situation properly, it was nigh impossible for me to win. Of course, I would keep my guard up against any uncertainty, but so far, I wasn't going to lose confidence in my victory. Asterisk. 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 Chapter 550. Are you done planning? Let's begin already. Kuzan appeared bored already. His smile had faded, and he looked more like Naren at this point, so unassuming and bland. Fine. Let's do this. We didn't need a referee to tell us when to begin, so I decided to take the initiative and launch my first attack. Gawain. My automaton instantly appeared and rushed in the direction of the adversary. With the full energy it packed, and the speed it undertook, not a single member of my team would be able to react so quickly. Of course, I know you're different, Kuzan. Which was why I decided to test the waters first. With a smile on my face, I watched to see how Kuzan would fare and how long he would last against Gawain. I'll collect as much data as I can and... Before I realized what happened, Gawain was on the ground, completely crushed apart like debris. I couldn't even see what happened or how it was done, but my automaton, the ultimate automaton, was on the ground. Its body was crushed, and several parts flew around, like broken rocks. In one shot, Gawain was down. You'd really send this one after me first? I know you've changed a lot, Jared, but I didn't think it was to this extent. I was roused by Kuzan's voice and I watched his lips curl down disapprovingly. When did you lose your balls? Is he trying to trigger me? In a fight? That's not going to work. It doesn't matter how many of those small fries you throw at me, the results will still be the same. Gawain, is small fry. As I looked at my badly damaged automaton, I found out that its body wasn't healing for some reason. I kept a special magic effect on it that allowed for restoration after taking damage, but it wasn't working. Why isn't it working? Come at me yourself, anything less than that is just a waste of time. I stared at Kuzan for a bit and tried to get a read on his stoic face. Is he baiting me? He has been emphasizing a direct fight between me and him. Why? Was it possible that the power Kuzan used on Gawain was merely a show? Maybe he couldn't use it consecutively, or even often. There was a possibility that the pulverizing effect was the work of one of his magic items. But, using a blow that powerful should have had its limits. So, he doesn't want to overexert himself by fighting more of my subordinates? Or... I know what's going on in your mind. You're thinking of strategies to counter whatever plan you think I've cooked up. Kuzan sighed, now leaving his location as he approached. In a cool stride, his hands still in his pockets, Kuzan moved slowly. His eyes never left me for a moment. But you're wrong, Jared. There's no plan or trick at work here. This is just pure power. You're going to be dominated by total power. That's all there is to it. Everything he was saying could have been a bluff, but why did I feel like they were true? The last time we fought, something similar happened. Is it so hard to imagine myself losing? For someone like Naren, I knew I stood no chance. As for Sarah, in certain conditions, she would also emerge victorious. However, Kuzan was different. I felt like, no matter how powerful he had become, I should be stronger. It was pride, after all. Well, looks like I'll have to go in anyway. I smiled. But, why would I ever do that? Instantly, several automatons appeared from my special space, and they dashed in his direction. All of them were coated in immense mana, making them as durable as Gawain in his base form. However, the results were the same. They weren't even 5 meters from Kuzan, yet they all got pulverized by a strange force. This is a waste of time. Suddenly, bright glimmers of golden light appeared around Kuzan, and they wrapped around him like wires. Those threads, his original magic. The golden threads suddenly took form, turning into several sharp blades. Let's start with this. In a flash of light, probably even faster, the blades lunged in my direction. Any moment now, they would pierce me, and they were honestly faster than I could cast magic. I was careless, or was I? Shoo-yoo. Instantly, the golden blades got dissolved by my anti-magic wave. The harmonious clash of mana and miasma within me burst forth, neutralizing the effects of Kuzan's assault. Oh, yeah, that interference. So it works on original magic too. Kuzan murmured. What now? I smiled at the boy. Xenia. A pressure, unlike anything I've ever felt before, suddenly made its appearance. What is this? My mind rang as I saw the unparalleled energy gather around Kuzan. It looked majestic, a mix of blue and golden, like flames. I did my best to stay undaunted, watching what was forming within the flames. I guess I never introduced you to her. Jared, everyone, meet my familiar. That is a familiar. My eyes bulged as I watched a lady emerge from the flames. She was as small as a fairy, the fiery blue and gold energy shrouding her body. While she had no wings, the lady hovered in the air, directly over Kuzan's shoulders. I was still in awe when the lady's lips curled up in a smile and she spoke. Well, which unfortunate soul is it this time? Her voice contained so much pleasure, even though she was merely snickering. Panda NVE1 Xenia. Fusion mode. Ugh, you only call me out for work. You never let me meet your friends. Not now. I'm in the middle of a match. Not now? Kuzan, what are you saying to me? Suddenly, the pressure I felt intensified, and I could feel an indescribable energy climbing. Just what kind of conversation, what kind of relationship do they have?